Hey, puppeteer. I didn't did. Joe? Hmm. Good morning, Blassie. Joe, welcome in, guys. TF, good day to you, Chief. Minus degrees this morning, frost in the window. Ooh. Good day for staying and watching. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael TheDarkLaw, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. It is Saturday, chat, 8th of October, 22. Day 143 in the row, and today's CitizenCon, well, virtual CitizenCon. I wouldn't be here if it was actually in person or physical. Hey, Strongbeard, how you doing? Blasty, welcoming. TF1967, Joe, and Puppeteer, welcoming everyone. Hope you're all doing well. So yeah, today is just pretty much just chilling out, hanging. We're gonna watch, what's now? Have you got ready? Ooh, I got a selection of pizzas. I've had some scrambled eggs and rice just now. And I have a selection. I have a selection of liquid, liquid fucking stuff. So yeah, we have kind of like liquid snacks. So I got some old school hooch. Like I've literally not had hooch in 20 years, I think. And I turned 40 this year. A little bit of Copperba. Some people were recommending Yesterday Thatch, and then I got Old Faithful, milk, Jägermeister. I couldn't find any vodka that I like, so we just went with this. Yeah. Yeah, Malo and Speed Dial, exactly, yeah. Refreshments. So yeah, we've got that. And yeah, just pretty much pizza, niblets, those kind of things. All that good stuff. But I hope everyone's well today. So what we're going to do is, I don't feel like playing at all because obviously it's going to be a very long show today. What we're going to do is watch 2951. Snippets of it, because obviously there are a few things that, like some of the show that I'm not that interested in. But we're going to fill in the time by watching a few bits of the show. And you got like 2, 3... It's really 4, 5, 6, 6 hours, so we'll cut through some of the boring parts, but yeah, that's the plan, basically. Watch last year's Virtual Con, and today we'll be starting 4 p.m. UTC plus 1, or it's like 3 p.m. UTC for the actual event, and we'll be watching here, just chilling out. And everyone's welcome. Obviously, we do have a Discord channel ready to go, CitizenCon. Push to talk. However, it's only going to be for subscribers of the channel, just to keep it a bit more trafficked whilst I'm streaming. But obviously, you guys can just hang out here, and that's pretty much it. Just chat, hang, and enjoy it as much as we can. Hopefully, we don't have any blackout problems or anything like that. However, cool thing that I got a wee card, basically from the hospital that Luna was put down at, so that was pretty cool actually. I thought it was a nice wee touch, especially as it's handwritten, so somebody went out of their way to do that. So thank you very much to Crown Vets for the wee letter and all that good stuff. Glitch, how you doing as well, Chief? So yeah, let's pretty much just bust straight into it. And yes, I'm looking forward to today. I've got a few panels of interest. The main one for me is the speed. Need for Speed. Very, very interested to see where that kind of goes. And all that jazz. But welcome, guys. Thank you very much for being here early. I'm pretty much no longer doing like 10-minute warm-up shows. I'll just put the tweets out. Exclamation mark tweet if you want to help out. And all that jazz. Is there no sound here? Strange. Maybe they cut out. Oh, it would help if it wasn't fucking it. So this is Life in the Verse, then we're going to ship talk. I'm just going to quickly flick through this one.
As well.
Yeah, okay. So yeah. We'll see. 720 as well, so I don't blow my internet. So yeah, basically what I'm just trying to do is use last year's CitizenCon to sort of get all the stuff fresh into my head for today, just so I see the sort of like improvement and stuff like that. I mean, we all know the improvement, we play the game all the time, but you know what I mean, like this is where like you take it in and then when they show off the new stuff, you go, well, time to get my copium tank on. Hey, Mongolfisk, thank you very much for the 31 months. Thank you so much for that, dude. How are you doing today, Chief? Welcome in. Thank you, dude. Morning. Again, I will always say, this is one thing why I'm very so apparently they've redone Lorville. Like, redone it. And for me, I kind of feel like this is one of the cities I like the most in the game because it's industrial, it's grungy, it's dark, but it has one hell of a fucking sunrise, you know what I mean? So I'm very interested to see where they go with it. I'm warming up with some Sneak right now, but I do have a selection of boosts. One real team as well, yeah. How you doing today, Ginger? Welcome in. So I'm very interested to see how they improve Lorville in their panel today. Because I really don't like Orison. I like Microtech. I'm not really a fan of ArtCorp. I mean, it's cool, but it's like... For me, Lorville feels like... watching, Dread. If you guys have ever seen Dread. Dread, for me, is like how I would imagine human cities to be in the future. Dark, gringy, bloody, crime, all that kind of stuff. Out of control, basically. And Lorville sort of reminds that to me, you know? So very interested to see where they improve on it. All that jazz. Also, hopefully we'll see a lot more of Pyro, as pretty much everything is marketed today for 4.0, which I think is really cool. A fucking herald flies past you. Yeah, I'm really scared. I can't wait for Pyro, man, you know. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Cyberpunk, you know what I mean? Like, I like the idea of upgrading yourself and, like, implants and stuff, just not the neon and all that shit, you know? I'm very much about Star Galactica, Firefly, Dark, you know, broken, dread, kind of human. Pyro.
Hi, I'm Todd Pappy, Star Citizen Live.
Hi, I'm Todd Pappy.
I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director.
Hi, I'm TheDarkLaw.
Finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite precious to us. We've been talking about it. We've been looking at it. We've been living there for quite a long time. Now it's time to, you know, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side is from what we saw.
Oh, dude, I would as well.
How
you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Hope you guys are all having a good weekend. We're pretty much, if you're just tuning in, what we're going to do is watch bits and bobs of last year's CitizenCon to sort of get it fresh in the mind, chat about it, and then this should take us up to CitizenCon.
Looking at
and we'll get into the new stuff and stuff. Obviously, when CitizenCon starts, the live show or the pre-recorded show at 4 o'clock, obviously you guys are welcome to hop in into Discord, chat with me whilst we do this live and all that stuff. If you want, like,
traveling from
to just have a vocal conversation. Obviously, if you're not wanting to speak, then you can just listen to the stream, right?
With the infrastructure that's needed there, what's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is,
have some drinks
dealing
and
with
pizza.
the UE. So we need.
This is also the first time I've drank alcohol for a year, so it's kind of like a cool celebration to be over that mark now.
With the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it internally. We kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of the, you know, there's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned.
Oh yeah, they have, dude.
Security
they have.
And stuff like that. But the possibility.
Again, we're held back by three main components for this game:
which would be,
PES,
you know, beneficial
resistance,
smugglers,
server messing.
Or criminals who are trying to.
But whilst this is maintained, there are people, studios,
if there's a lot of
offices, teams constantly building stuff that they can't add to Star Citizen until this all works, because it's all built on that system that they have internally.
A checkpoint, but at the same time, it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlop, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
From Stanton to Pyro.
Bringing
I
jump
can't
points
wait
to
to
the
do
verse
this, man.
has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element.
I can't
in the
wait
game.
to
We
escape
put a lot of time
Stanton.
into creating 2 solid examples of different types of jump points.
I
You'll
hope I get to
eventually see
leave
all around
Stanton in a
verse.
banner
One in
merchant.
Stanton and one
I
in
hope
Pyro.
that's actually what I
We've
want
been
to leave in.
continuing to use Houdini
Banner
as
merchant
the tool
with
to
like
create these gas
my
clouds.
org,
The setup
all
we
do it
have for
together,
them is a parent
or
gas
people in
cloud
the
and a child
stream,
gas
and
cloud.
just fucking do it, man.
The
It'd be
parent
awesome.
is
Like,
mainly used as an establishing shot
crash
when
and
you arrive
explode.
in your ship from quantum travel.
yeah,
while the child
I
is used
generally
as
feel
the
once
main
you've got the
gameplay
main
environment
stuff
placed inside the
in
parent.
place,
The child also
The game
has
will
a
snowball,
reasonable
you know?
scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real Nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech.
Ooh. Oof.
To explain the
that.
process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale.
Obviously, it's
and
not
cut out
beside
a small
Microtech.
box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, upres that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily.
Good thing
fly
is
through
all
it
the
or
cloud tech has been moved over to Gen 12
We
as
usually
well, so it'll
spend
look
time
even better
investigating
now.
different designs
Which,
for the gas clouds.
again,
But with the Stanton
we're never
jump
gonna
point,
see
work
it
had already
as like what
started
we've
and
seen in these
used the
videos. It's
2019
always going to
Citizen
be
Content
better by
map.
the time we get out.
We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file, and get it game
I got
ready.
blasted
with a couple of
that
extra
night
tweaks
at
along
the
the way.
party for newborn.
Some of the
Waiter asked
tweaks
us to
we
leave
made
around
to
2
the
a.m.
parent
to leave.
were making it feel like more of a
Nice,
structurally
nice.
sound rotating disc. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point. The child
All
gas
right.
cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt
cool,
that it
man.
was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton is
No, Seraph, we're actually just gonna flick through a bit of last year's one to get it into the mind, so that we've sort of got, you know, last year's information refreshed, ready to go before it goes out. It should be within 4 hours and a half before it goes live.
itself
Hey,
is
Alpha, how you
generally a
doing,
safe
Chief?
place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
process as
Sorry,
the
I
Stanton
should really
parent,
have that in the
but
title.
we changed the shape of the cloud into
I'll probably actually do that just to not freak people out. 9:51. Party. There we go. God damn it, Seraph. Making me have to do more
something
work.
more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro
I don't know
to
if we'll
be
see
a
that,
clear
dude.
warning of what you
I
should
don't
be
know.
expecting throughout the entire system.
Might see a trailer, but
So
that's
we made
about
it very
I think they'll
close
probably
in,
leave that for
dense
IE.
and
You
very
know what I mean?
active.
This
We
is
did
very
make it a
much
small challenge to
4.0.
traverse the child, something that won't take too long, but should be something to consider when traveling through.
It's gonna be
Something
so
that
sick.
helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area.
PvP in that
engine
area would be
out
so
of solid
dope as
geometry
well
and
because of
flying
how
around
dark and
right away.
over. Like, look at it, it's just so sick, man.
After we were happy with the route, we exported the
This
geometry
also like kind of makes me feel like imagine a cave like that where you could do combat. in.
to use in Houdini, where we
Houdini!
converted it to a volume and combined it with the upresed area of the
Yeah, I
parent
can't wait for
to
IE.
export
Yeah.
that out as the child cloud.
Looking forward to seeing Corsair, Vulcan, you know, all that come out.
We wanted
this
to
year.
make sure that these systems feel very different from each other. Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump
I
points.
think jump point at
As I had
Odin
mentioned
is going to be
before,
so
Stanton
sick
feels
with
very
like
clean,
lightning
put
and stuff
together
like
and
that.
generally
You know,
safe with the disc-like form that it has.
like the
But
Stanton
Pyro
one's
feels
cool,
like
right?
it's
But it's
more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The
yeah.
comparison is shown well in both
I
of
like
the
the
child
idea that
clouds.
maybe
In
color of the
Stanton
system
Child
kind of
Cloud,
makes
we
it
have
show how
nice long
dangerous.
strands
Yeah,
of the
exactly,
magnetic
dude.
waves that
I like,
encapsulate the
no
jump
joke.
point that feel
Ever since the
harmonious,
Bannerman has
beautiful, and
literally
free.
had the most
Whereas in the
bonkers
Pirate Cloud,
upgrade
it
over its
shows
years,
almost the opposite.
I'm actually looking
walls
forward
feel
to
like
flying
they're
mine
closing
around
down
because
you,
it's like a
moving in
mini
unpredictable
fucking
ways,
carrier.
completely unstable.
No,
Your ship
like a
can enter
battleship
into a
and shit.
wall
It's
and disappear
mental.
within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone.
And I got it for
and
$250,
lighting is key to
so
that.
it's a
So that's a
bargain.
brief look at
Like
jump points.
all those
They've
890
evolved
jump
quite a
pilots
bit
are just like,
since the last time you saw them.
fucking
Enjoy the
bastards.
rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake. So one of the things that players will first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space.
I do like Pappy's glasses. I don't remember actually maybe talking about it last time.
Variable flare star going
Yeah,
on.
dual size 8, and then you've got the turret, man turret, you've got some remote turrets, you have the ability to carry 1 Banu Defender, or 4 arrows, or 3 Gladius, or like 20 fucking Merlins. Then you've got the huge cargo room, and it's a capital ship, and it's a med bay. So anyone that bought it for $250, you got a capital ship, a med bay, a mini carrier, a mini battleship. For $250.
So
Fucking
they
mental,
kind of
man.
utilize the system for
Hey,
resources,
Pepsi, how you doing?
and then when
Yeah,
they
and
kinda
it looks
tap
really
out,
good,
they sort of
yeah.
left, and that's when all the sort of squatters.
What a
There's
bargain, man.
Sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the.
You can
mining
probably ram some
activities
fuckers
and
too,
gas harvesting and
probably.
stuff like that.
No,
but,
that one did.
You know, they just basically left, and then other.
Well, the thing is,
populations
obviously,
started
Idris
slowly
will
moving
still
the system. Criminals,
destroy
squatters,
Banu
fighters,
Defender,
whatever,
Banu
and start to
Merchantments
kinda
because
take over
their
what was left
output.
behind.
Which
But
gives us some
until
unique
we
gameplay
get
comparatively,
Idris's Polaris's,
Stanton and the
it only
the space
fears
station
bombers,
set.
you
So,
know?
With Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned. And then
Man,
so
I'm
players
looking
can
forward
go
to
and explore,
seeing
they can go and see
different
what's
sort
happened
of,
there.
because it's meant to be
whether it's been
older, like
hit by an
comrades.
asteroid, or
kind of
if
thing.
it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks.
Yeah, I've got
and be
2
able to,
Perseus. It's kind of like
go and meet new
the
people,
vibe that I'm
meet
looking
the frontier
for in like a
lifestyle,
small
enjoy it.
scale
Okay,
large
so
ship
before we
killer.
go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a
Plus,
bit
it
more
actually
detail
looks
the
like a
concept development
fucking
process
boat.
taken
You know what I mean?
when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon,
Perseus
Principal
on
Concept
Rebuy now.
Artist on Star Citizen.
Looking
The
forward
goal
to
of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited. Dangerous, damaged by asteroids,
Yeah.
and surrounded by floating debris. Hiding place for outlaw looks
Yeah, I've got
old,
Kraken
decrepit.
as well, Seraph.
Lawless,
Again, anything that sort of like
no
carries
security
people and
force
does stuff
here.
like that, I'm really interested in.
Approach at
That's
your
dope, man.
own
Look at
risk.
that.
Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned. Some parts are wrecked, but under
The Orion
repair
is, yeah,
and
the Orion
right.
actually, if you think about it, is pretty scary because it's the size of a javelin, near enough right now. You know, that ain't gonna be easy to take down, you know.
I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try
Number
to play
4
with a
looks
touch
sweet,
of
man.
color to
Kind of
define more of the
big
commercial
metal
portrait.
parts.
We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light in some contexts around the sketch allows to see the scale of thing and properly view the silhouette.
Yeah.
We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter Harpoon and at different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel
Eve,
the
yeah. You know the
arrival
funny thing
of
is,
the
like, CIG
asteroids
totally
and
copied the
dismantling
nebulas and
or
stuff like the backdrops
destruction-
from Eve. You know,
destruction
when you
zone.
warp into like a
We
10 of
also
10
need
plex or
some
something
top
like that.
angles to properly
Because we used to have
showcase
truck
the
stops
size
just out in
and
the
scale of it.
black with
With
the stars,
all
and then they added in that
elements
cool
place,
nebula effect.
We can now build a nice plate of the entire concept. For
Yeah,
the
but obviously
asteroids,
it's
Harpoon without
the
the piece
the
together.
stations and stuff like that are
The
still amazing
Shantytown
to look at,
module
Seraph,
habitation
in that
is
game.
a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the
I'm so glad
outskirts of the
CIG
space
went
station.
with that route because it
So
makes
here,
their
I sketched
The truck
those
stops and
shapes
locations like that
to create
pop
something
as you
very
warp
modular.
in.
From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice.
This is
Playing
so
with
fucking
warm
cool, man.
and cold color
Where like
contrast is interesting.
houses and stuff are
All those
connected
different
together. This
angles
gives me
help
like Player
define
One
and
vibes,
expose
you know.
the different elements of the
Station is
concept
no
to
longer
properly
habitable, so they've
illustrate
built
it.
everything on the outside of it and
Now
stuff like
we
that.
have a nice board.
Exactly,
of the
Glitch,
sketch
exactly, yeah.
phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create
this,
a
man,
color
like,
sketch to
This
see
is
what
this
it
is
could
something again. This is where I always talk about things. I'm not like a Star Wars, Star Trek kind of fan. Cyberpunk. I really, in my mind, humanity is not going to ever achieve these things because of how destructive nature we are, greed, all these sort of things. This has more kind of vibes to me that this is what would happen, because obviously the station would go there, right? It would be built, it'd be all pretty, it gets new, shiny, and then eventually it gets abandoned. And what do people do? Instead of maintaining it and having a station, you know, that looks gleamy kind of stuff, they strip it down, take as much as what they can, and that is what I feel humanity would be like. Dread, Battlestar Galactica, fucking dark, gringy, industrial sort of vibes. The beginning of Titan AE, where he's salvaging out in that complex, you know what I mean? That just feels what we would actually achieve within 900 years, you know?
We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes,
I've not seen the
tanks,
expansion yet.
angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept.
Depends on the cost of
Using
resources,
3D
if it's
is
stupid to
also
build.
very useful
Yeah, but
for
if
level
people are still
designers
living
to
on the
validate
station, just on the
size
outside of it, you
and
know what I
shape
mean? So.
of things when creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about the big repair machinery ID. This machine could be used to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids, inspired from
That's
the
cool.
heavy machinery that we see in mining. Nice
I
to
mean,
see
like,
the
this
overall
just
add-on
looks
IDs
more
brought
realistic
together
to me.
on a single
Just
board.
large
It
scale
gives a
fucking
great
rusty
look
metal.
and makes you want
looking.
to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots. This shows how lighting is used to set the tone of the environment by giving different options and color palettes. Finally,
Yeah, I
we
do
provide
need to
some
watch it,
options for paint
the expanse,
of the
but
exterior
it's like
surfaces.
everything, you know.
We work from a list
All
of
in
brands
good order.
and faction that we need to
Rough
incorporate
ready.
to the design. We started from the narrative things, worked to build the visual identity of the different brand, exploring
Yeah,
different
exactly,
ways
Glitch,
to
you know,
represent
like
them and the
cartels
environment.
and stuff like that.
Stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen.
I'm just gonna say this. I kind of think this guy looks like Mikey Blue, the fucking porn star. I'm just saying it right now. It's the way he like poses and he's like, I have done this and I have also fucked her. You know what I mean?
The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Paro system.
He's got a
and we
quality
hope
accent, man.
This first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we had fun to create it.
But yeah, he just literally looks like
Thank
Mikey
you,
Blue.
Eric. Looks great.
that's the exterior. So right now we're going to go from the outside, and we're going to
Inside.
Before we really started exploring anything, one of the core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now, we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have, right, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat
This
lamps be?
when
And
I
then,
saw
okay,
this
where would
last
the
year,
light
this
come
just
from?
gives
So
me
just
Levski
the
vibes.
principal concept of
And I loved
power,
Levski. Levski was so
heat,
dope.
creating light. That was
Especially
pretty
when you
much
went inside
the core of the
Levski
start
to
of
the
visual
bottom,
development process.
and it was
So when we
just
started talking about it from a design
like it
side,
felt
we needed
like
to make sure that we were
shantytown
covering
kind of stuff,
certain
you know,
shops,
like this.
just basic
Little
needs for the player.
stands,
Everything's
buy your
bare bones.
clothing.
It could be that
know?
it used to be
I
a
really
clothing
like
store,
this
now
idea.
it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So
We're gonna find out about this
they're the sort of local law,
today. They're talking about
in
gangs.
the area. So you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent.
Again, this is why I'm watching
Or
last
even
year's
picking
one,
up,
because
like-
pretty much last year's one
yeah.
and this year's one coexist with each
Not-
other, where sort of like an
So
update.
when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other things, other factors that we had to cover. Habitation, clinics, players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players need a way to get themselves healed. And then
Okay.
we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the main market area, and started to take it into the hubs and how they were possibly repurposed, or the clinics. And
I
how
love
those
these
were
concept
possibly
art
repurposed.
ones.
So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are.
That's true, to be
And
honest. When
this
you
is
actually
where
look at,
we're
if
gonna
you think
start
about a
introducing
truck stop,
these
you
areas,
barely go
and it
anywhere in
opens
a
up
truck stop,
new
and it's a
opportunities for the
massive
players
fucking
to go explore
complex.
and do new things.
Or
But
structure, I
it's
should
also
say.
areas that
We
the
only
gang might
get
want to
a
protect.
tiny
There's often
part
a lot
of truck
possibilities
stops.
for mission content. Whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself, or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of drive
Easy
you deep
hubs
into
are
the
just
bowels of the thing.
rentable
Okay, so
hubs.
that's a
It's
little
not
look at
actually
the
your own
inside
house
of the
kind of thing.
stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept
Deep
development
dive,
process.
and of a deeper dive.
the
Deep
inside
in
of the
dive. God, they love the word deep dive, or deeper dive. Let's go a deep dive
Hi,
into
my
the
name
deeper.
is Christian Doratz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there is pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off, or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs can traverse all of those interesting areas that are, in the end, pretty ominous, right? So think about, there are some people just screwing off side panels on the wall, or they're screwing off ceiling panels, and you would see all of the maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging. So those were the very first sketches where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then
Yo,
slowly
Wyverax,
with some
how you doing,
loose
Chief?
3D
Welcome
sketches.
inside.
So getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time where we could talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures.
Well, PO
and,
still
then
needs to
getting
be
them,
redone, right?
into 3D, and we were just
PO is
changing
not
up all
meant
of the
to look
props,
how it
all
is.
of the
It's meant to
side
look
panels,
at.
all of
It's
the,
like the size
whole,
of a truck stop.
the environment.
It's
So
not.
we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt.
Hey,
we could
Monkey
introduce
Nuts.
some
How you doing,
damaged
Chief?
panels,
Welcome in.
side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright.
On the
They are,
weekend,
family
yeah, I know how
friendly,
that feels.
But now we want to make it
I
ominous.
got a
We
bottle
wanna
of
make it
hooch
dark mood. We
for
wanna make it
today.
super dark with the
Which is gonna be-
players
I can't
like
remember who
always
was talking
feeling
about it
kind of in
yesterday, but-
danger, and especially with the gang members in mind.
Got
right?
it.
So this would allow us to create one of the very
few
earliest,
people
or one of
had
the
that last night,
earlier
Monkey Nuts.
3D explorations, which then
Hope you're
lead
recovering
to
well,
one
though.
of the final concept
cooked
arts, or
breakfast,
the final
tea,
implementation of this.
sugary
so
drink,
when we were at the
salt and
point where
vinegar
we were
crisps,
kind of
chocolate bar,
okay,
banana,
where we thought like, okay, this is
all
an
you need.
environment that we want to see.
line of
Then we
cocaine.
took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this
Hey,
case
Mordors.
means having a final render.
4 p.m.
and,
for us,
painting over.
Mordors.
So we were
4
just
p.m.
painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting.
done
We were
hatch, nice.
painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there, more or less. And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts or different types of concepts that we then could cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro Space Station's interior.
Thanks, Cristiano. Looked appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot about the insides of the stations. We've been looking at a lot of the concept art. But now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name's Josh Van Zorlen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games. Today, we're going to be going through the Pyro Space Station's visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown/outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are gonna, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now. I'll go into them a little bit later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're
Minecraft Rain, let's go!
Adding in some cables. Right?
Yeah, but he's got to add it in
really
first, mate. You got to
not
add it
only
in.
to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene.
It's the
right?
Pez.
We have a couple
the
of
Pez
design
effect.
constraints
It's
within
not
this
really
space
rain.
as
It's
well.
just
one of those
virtual
being
rain.
we have a gang and then a general civilian population.
A
right?
gang.
Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a kind of class type system, right? So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of that. One of that being that like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help.
This is like a segment today that I'm looking forward to. The power play gang stuff they're talking about.
And nothing is final. So don't read too much into it.
Don't read.
From here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're going to solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm going to turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so
here. The new underground.
Here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like it was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So
fucking shit.
Like here,
what's the AI got to do?
To make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, look
The cool thing is, right, at CitizenCon 2019, CIG actually did a food court in the event where you could walk around and get food, check out like people and stuff, stalls, and it was kind of like this sort of theme, and it was really fucking dope actually.
Gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting before.
Like JRDF stall and everything like that. Game glass
lights that we've got so far, and you'll start to see.
Like I like that. Like this again for me. I don't mind neons, right? I just don't like bright, colorful, fancy shit. This is dark, grungy, sci-fi,
This is already starting to look quite nice.
Lanterns on the table to heal you, not heal you, heat you up and stuff.
On the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of.
I need a 4, yeah.
Extent. And we're also getting these areas.
We'll need a 4000 series to run this,
which is not fun. So
it's really more just CPU to be honest
as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly
see that, man?
We've now got a lot more thickness within the environment, and if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool.
I love that. So I love the heat wave going across, like, you know what I mean? Like
we're getting all of these heaters coming in now. Heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up.
It just reminds me like a bigger Levski, and I love it.
Ones that are over in the corners and stuff like this, right?
Black lights.
So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now.
Yeah.
Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So, yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station, and when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. This is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food?
It's free real estate. That's all I can think of with that meme.
That sort of thing. It all starts to rise.
It's prime real estate, mate.
And it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp.
I hope that they get like walking through water where there'll be like splashes on the foot and stuff. That would be cool.
Weird kind of event. Now the rain as it
Mayfair Park Lady, you heard it? Exactly, dude, exactly.
From Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today, learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and you know, just a little bit more of that earlier process and problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh. That was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system.
This is like, some of them I really love.
One of the things we thought would be interesting to talk about is how to design a system from the ground up. As with all of this,
so different to what we have in Stanton.
Narrative, you know, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about player experience, we always start from, you know, the world that, you know, Dave and others have kind of built.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's also the thing of, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about, to flesh it out more, because we kept it intentionally kind of vague, because we want the art team to, you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important, because it describes everything from, you know, continent breakup, fundamental palette. So right from the get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, then we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1, because, you know, David described this wonderful picture.
That's
and it was
sick,
already clear
man.
in our minds about what it
Lightning,
wanted to look like. So
gloomy as fuck,
and, you know, we wanted
aliens,
hostile,
xenomorphs,
we wanted something hazardous. Also, as part of this process is we knew our current tech limitations, but
like we need something where you go to a location.
Of our future tech, you know,
you can't fly around because maybe it's just like
weather, you know,
not possible to do the flying, right? And you have it where literally you're fighting waves of bugs or aliens or something like that. You got to push towards an abandoned outpost and shut the door, get on the mounted guns, you know what I mean? Like the Star Trooper kind of like scenario I would love in Star Citizen.
Of color, hue,
then you got to call an evac in or something like that, you know?
Composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety, you know. That was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space operation.
Hey, Solibus, how you doing, Chief?
But now we're going to a completely other system.
as well, how you doing?
So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art.
It's such dope gameplay,
then,
like.
From there,
there's no other game that would build to like compete against that. Then.
This is where when we're talking through with design about, you know, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across? What are the minables? What are the harvestables? And then from there, we start to build out literal breakouts or almost asset packs that will go to the team. Now from there, like,
the funny thing is, when we actually get Pyro, since it's like 3 or 4 years in development.
What we did is we put it all together on a
if
single
I see
board
one person saying I'm bored with Pyro within the first 6 months of it being released, I'll be like, you've just not played at all, you know?
Chris, we showed it to Todd, and
yeah, exactly.
On one sheet,
exactly.
Like
again, I would love to fly through like deep canyons, and for me, trenches, lightning, being shot at maybe from like, you know, sentries or something like that, and you got to get in, get people in and out of a scenario.
Mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up.
But from a giant crab, yeah, I forgot that that's actually on Pyro, isn't it?
A sizzle video
the crab
created by the art team.
And it's meant to be like a world boss or something like that. That again,
planets and moons from
this
Pyro.
Gameplay kind of idea just gives me good vibes, because I don't really like doing missions in Star Citizen, but if you were just like, all right, go here and fight a giant crab, but you can't use your ships, but you can use tanks. It'd be dope, man. I'd be doing that every fucking day, like. We got Stanton pretty much piece by piece, so Pyro is, yeah, exactly, like, Pyro is one where, you know when people are like, oh, there's no expiration in Star Citizen. The moment they open the gates to Pyro, if somebody says there's no expiration in Star Citizen, I'll be like, you have 6 months of just going places and doing this shit, right? Because nobody will know. Nobody knows apart from the developers that built on it. You have no idea of what Easter eggs they've thrown in. That looks sick as fuck, man. That's the kind of shit I'm looking for. Dark, gloomy, barren. Welding. That's cool as well, man. I love this sort of like yellow, toxic kind of texture. I'll be playing for hours when this ever comes out. There'll be so much to do. This is where I kind of hope that there's persistence in the game. I hope I can literally mount up in the back of a banner merchantman, few ships, and just live out of the merchantman whilst I travel everywhere to have a look at stuff, you know? Or if CIG released the Kraken, that would also be pretty fucking dope, to be honest. Can we have the Kraken, please?
Awesome. I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video...
Awesome! Great!
So as a continuation now, we can...
The script is really good.
And we'll talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome.
You'll be able to play it solo, boss? Are you getting a PC upgraded?
And Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we
exactly, Metatron, exactly. It feels very like wherever you go, it's the same sort of shit. You know what I mean? Like, mountains look all the same in Stanton. The rocks look all the same in Stanton. The forests on Microtech are bland. The forests on Hurston are bland. They're all just copy and pasta throughout the thing. So I'm really, really hoping that since they've had all this time to work on it and a different team to actually do planets and stuff, that we have different looking, you know, alien kind of textures and locations and geometry and stuff like that. It's gonna be really cool, man. If they've done it, obviously. If it's more copy and pasta with just a different color tone,
I'm a principal environment artist on the Planet content team. I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric cloud.
Yeah, so my Warp Spider. I'm really, really, like, for me, I love this stuff. I know everyone goes the hopium copium kind of stuff, but for me, it's just really nice to just see what they've been working on that they've not really showcased to us. You know what I mean?
What is better to be avoided?
It's like E3. When people, nobody goes, oh, look at this fucking copium at E3. They go, oh no, that game looks cool. Or, okay, that new technology looks cool. Alright, cool, that graphics card looks new cool. Nobody said it. Like, the Star Citizen community are so fucking cringe at times. You know what I mean? Just enjoy an event. Even if it doesn't fucking come out in a couple of years, who cares? Just embrace it.
We also needed all new workflows for it.
Having something nice to look at is really, really healthy.
Tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better,
Everyone's
more complex
just so
results
bitter and sad these days, like. I know obviously that's COVID and stuff.
From a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little
to no visuals are. I mean, that's the thing. There's always people complain about, oh, Star Citizen graphics look dated. Shut the fuck up.
Subject to change.
I'm sorry. What other game can you fly around a fucking planet without loading screens? And it's got semi-decent clouds. Like, I would say the cloud tech that we have right now is pretty decent. We're about to move into Gen 12 clouds in 3.18, which is meant to make it look more like Microsoft Flight Sim. You know, what you're seeing just now here. And it's just like, oh, man.
The shader works.
people will moan for the sake of moaning, just because maybe somebody spat in their tuna roll or something like that, you know? It's so sad. Sysagon is like a huge development update. Yeah, exactly, man. People, I've never been upset with a Sysagon. I've always been like, wow, man, holy shit, that's where you're going with this,
For most
you know?
use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds.
Yeah, I'm hoping with this stuff, right? This stuff's really important because I really want
and is named accordingly.
thunderstorms,
the cloud type
lightning,
to control the cloud density and the impact of the two
stuff that fucks your ship up when you fly through it, and maybe you have to go through like really bad storms to get to locations and bring people in, and you got fucking turbulence or something like that. I really want this in Star Citizen.
In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape.
Exactly, yeah. What impresses me from SE is that you can alter zoom closer. Exactly, because they do an 8K textures, you know?
Whatever shape we want.
And we're not even optimized. They might allow you to go absolutely nuts.
You can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense clouds.
Could you imagine if there was actually a fucking wall of cloud?
And then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in
dense and lightning, please.
The last
dense
of the
and lightning.
Channels
I want to go into a cloud and be like, shit, I actually can't see where I'm going.
The purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with less definition. Black values add details in the way the tiling noise is authored, while white values invert the noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like cumulus clouds. But by changing it to a different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud formations in the future. We've been advancing this approach with Pyro 5, another gas giant, which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants.
So cool if like spiraled up to not make into a big cloud and there's lightning going through it.
There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed, over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises, to parameters that drastically change what
I'm hoping that like tanks and vehicles get the ability to fire out smoke bomb canisters to kind of hide them and stuff.
The best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of more epic cloudscapes. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Max and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry.
This was so cool. I remember this last year now.
We chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets.
I remember.
In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry grass. After that, we add slightly bigger assets.
It just gets fucking bonkers, like,
to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations.
Yeah, and I would also like that.
Some of these limitations
wouldn't
have
mind
since
like a
been
Wild
solved.
West
For example,
sort
we
of
are now able to render
area you go
assets much
to.
further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system.
Fuck me, just let me fly through
and
it.
distribution of clips.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Like, we just don't have anything as athletic as this in Stanton. Stanton's so flat and bland and bleh. This is sick. Like, this is like flying Daymar, but I've got rocks that I can go through, and it just gives that verticality to the game that we're missing so much right now, you know?
Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be
it's better than what we already have.
Look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot,
they
they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of the
It feels like
cliff.
how, you know what I mean?
But
like,
we are
Daymar's so
excited to add an even more
flat, and
architectural
oh
scale
god, I can't wait for this shit. Just give me this. No joke. This is like a low flyer's wet dream, having things to fly through like this.
That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some ice.
But this is going to be a planet update, or is it Pyro? It's starts off in Pyro, Solid Boss. They'll go through and redo Stanton. You know what I mean? They built the tech, and they're testing the tech in Pyro, but it'll go back through for Stanton. So you see Daymar being updated. You'll see like everywhere in Stanton being updated. This is just obviously they're showcasing it for Pyro, because again, when it's a blank canvas and nobody can play on it kind of stuff, they can go fucking wild, you know. Hey Master, how you doing? This is done for low flyers like you, it's great. Well, I think it's done for everyone, right? Like, obviously low flyers will enjoy it the most, but I mean, any pilot flying around, you know that they see a fucking hole through a rock or a tunnel, you know they're gonna be like, fuck it. And go through it, right? You know it's human instinct to try and do that shit.
Areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more.
Everyone will do it.
When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for
this
all the elements
this gives me is it Death Standing?
So we get more information
Draft Standing or whatever.
What kinds of rocks and vegetation
vibes to it, you know? I think it's Death Standing or something like that.
In relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet, but also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we can see from the concepts is the acid and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the acid packs.
Of that game, for me, I just like watching it. I don't know if I would actually enjoy playing it, to be honest.
We can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger.
I love the peaks that you see in the distance.
Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific acid to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, And we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh.
I think it's a really cool color to do moss, you know what I mean?
Easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise,
there's something about like the black sort of like obsidian ground and then like a bright color, and it's even though it's just for moss, like you can make it where it's red or like pink and stuff, and you've got this sort of contrast in your eyes that makes you sort of hyper focused on things.
So we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten. And we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety.
So cool, man.
In the end, all these things
I love this. This
we were satisfied with.
Is
the usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest strands that integrates the biome. We realize ground cover like
if you look at that, you got color, dark obsidian rocks, and then it just goes into like fucking snowy peaks in the background and stuff like that, and I love that so much about it.
As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
Again, the mountains just feel like mountains. They feel so much higher than what we have on Microtech.
Started looking at outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there. The player can approach it in multiple different routes. There can be combat encounters. There can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah. We've had outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from on our side of what the design requirements were going to be.
Hey, Pepsi.
Fundamentally thinking about
that area looks so damn similar to mountain trails in my old hometown here in Norway. The grass is yellow. Really? Grass is yellow?
Specific, then, you know, already like the mind was going of like, okay, we're going to need a, kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel like?
I can't wait.
You know,
I just can't wait for the upgrades that we've got, because no joke, outposts and bunkers to me are so unathletic in Star Citizen, and I know they're just placeholders, right? But they just don't feel like when you go to an outpost to refuel or drop off some cargo, it's just sort of like, oh, there's a fucking landing pad, douche, down you go, and there's nothing to it. It doesn't feel like anybody lives there. It's just dead and bland and ghost towny. And even with like things going around, Levski always felt more alive because there was like gases and fire and stuff like that on the go.
And towns and
outposts and bunkers just feel dead. No soul to it whatsoever. So this is going to be a huge upgrade.
And so we needed to think about how would this expand? How would the players be able to
actually, it wasn't that bad near the end of it before it got taken away.
Homes or outposts or even in businesses feel unique.
They're not that high though. Like the Master. Like when you look at them, yeah, they are high, but
in order to actually be able
I kind of feel like the ones that they're showcasing in Pyro are a lot higher, you know.
It worked much better than what we did in Stanton, because with those we had to have
grass and tall grass lose all color during fall. It's yellow and greenish after winter and turns lush green. Ah, that's cool, man.
These modules together, how do we get something
it's like some of like our ferns that we have here in Scotland, where they go kind of yellow and then they go back to green and stuff.
In particular, Andreas and Dan came up with a long list of things, you know, okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs, here's what we'll need, you know, for
it's currently limited because
for defenses here.
What Pyro brings is everything in Stanton. They can't dig into the actual surface of it. Now they can with the new river tech that makes canyons. It's the first time it's been added into Stanton. But Pyro, you take the sphere of the moon or the planet, and unlike Stanton, you can actually dig it in deeper. So you can make it where the ground goes down, and then you can put like a mountain on, and it's like double the size. You can't do that right now on our current tech. The first time we'll be starting to see this tech is in actually 3.18 when they bring in the upgraded rivers, which allows us to dig into the spheres. If you allow me, I can post an image of how it looks. Yeah, dude, just give me 2 seconds to give you a permit. If you have it ready, permit. I wish there was like a button I could just press. There you go, dude. Let's have a look.
Here's what we'll need for power and some oxygen, life support, so on and so forth. So there was a very long list, and then it's how can we take those and make them feel unified and visually unified together.
Oh yeah, that looks good. I
Fundamentally,
love the little
thing that
red sort of
probably
like
got us
mossy
the
flower.
Most excited is finally we're starting to think about these as
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hiking
like
through that.
unified
That looks dope,
settlements,
dude.
You know, base building. So as you can see on some of the concepts, we deliberately presented early exploration shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, you know, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of, tie together? And it kind of got the team excited. And finally, we were thinking, all right, these settlements are going to be more than just, like a single outpost, but more like a collection of modules. So just to continue on,
that's the easiest thing that they can do, right? So if you actually go to a location and you have the basics of this grass looks like this, it's this color, and you go to another planet and it's a different type of grass, but it's this, you know what I mean? It's the same height, it's just maybe a different model and a different color. You generally don't care about it because you're so distracted by colors that you're not hyper focusing on like the small detail of it. You're just like, wow, this is different. And it's trickery because all it is different colors and maybe certain different edges of the grass, but it works. It makes it easy for CIG to mass produce different planets, and we have a huge range of colors that can be used. But what I love about this Pyro 1 or whatever it is that they're using vibrant colors in a lot of their things. So vibrant moss, vibrant grass, but then on the backdrop of obsidian, dark rock. It's not like sand, or snow in certain areas. It's quite like Prometheus. If you look at the beginning when they land in with Prometheus, that fucking setting is just one of the coolest things that you can see with the movie. They're flying in through the clouds and it's just poof, rock, water, a bit of foliage here and there, but that's what you would expect from like a barren kind of moon planet sort of situation. It wouldn't be like, or like an early planet, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be full of fucking trees and stuff like that. And that's something that I really wish we would see in Star Citizen, is locations that have had no life to them yet, so to speak. And you don't see that in Stanton. It just feels all the same, which is very, very boring.
We can jump to Christian. And Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the visual development process we did for creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
Like when we start getting huge amounts of fauna and flora, it's going to be a really cool thing for Star Citizen.
Now I'll show you a little bit more about the modules.
Because again, if you go to Yela, Selen, Daymar, Lyria, Walla, maybe not Aberdeen. The other ones. When you go to every single fucking moon in Star Citizen, it's just a color change, but there's no verticality to it. There's no depth. There's no it's just barren shite, basically. Flat fucking moons with the odd hill here and the algorithm and stuff like that, and I find that very, very boring. Now, I would understand Daymar to a certain degree would be just flat with like deep crevices and stuff like that, but everywhere else is just sort of the same sort of vibe to it. And I'm really, really hoping that this new technology opens it up where we can start getting a reason to look around a bit more than just flying over going, all right, this is just the same sort of shit,
First thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of
is so
variety,
important,
right?
because whenever, sorry for pausing it, every time I compare Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous is the size of an ocean, the depth of a swimming pool. And Star Citizen is the size of a swimming pool, the depth of an ocean. It's got more ability to be deeper with smaller amounts. And I prefer that method where I would rather have less locations to go to, but every location you go to, you're like, I didn't see this yesterday. Wow, I didn't even know this was part of the city. Whoa, there's an NPC around this fucking corner selling rare guns. I didn't know about that, and I've been in this area like 6 months or something like that. You know what I mean? That's what I want from Star Citizen. I want the depth. I don't need 100 solar systems of blandness that you get in Elite Dangerous. I want it where you go to a location and you're just like, dope. I can actually spend a couple of weeks here, real life weeks, and not get bored. That's what I'm looking for.
There's the cylinder coming in.
Doing missions in the area, not really going far.
Over here, and I duplicate it and move it around. I could just.
And I think CIG can actually pull this off with the way they're doing it.
Later on, that this is one of our archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for for those NPCs or for the players, right? And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here and you see these buildings.
Right now, the technology that they're wanting to achieve Warp Spider is technically every year they're going to be adding in like 2 or 3 solar systems, right? Full solar systems flushed out, because right now the algorithm builds it all. You know, this is what the tools are so important about. The idea is that eventually down the line, CIG guys are just going to basically do like a color palette, fire it into the algorithm, and it's going to randomize and do shit like they do in No Man's Sky, and you'll be able to build like a full solar system within 6 months, basically, because they want to make it where it's only going to take like a week or 2 weeks to build planets, moons, and stuff like that. And then you just have an artist spend like a week or 2 going around just to make sure everything's in place, and then fucking punch it out, you know.
On the back, in the background.
Because you gotta also remember that for locations to start wars and organization stuff on it, they don't need to add in other outposts. They just need to add in like the materials that people land and build their own outposts like this, you know? If they give us the assets, let us build the content, you know what I mean? And they only have to build solar systems for that, and maybe storyline kind of stuff, and that's actually a lot easier. But they want to pump out like 4 solar systems a year once they get this technology down.
Concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top mounted.
Maybe they can do even more, you know?
In the background,
I would never look on 100 though.
Nice,
I would say if we get 10 high def
and
fucking solar systems, who the fuck cares? Like, there'll be so much to do, you'll never notice that it's only 10 solar systems.
Small buildings for
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings like those radio towers. If you imagine you're in the
because again, if they were to do like 4 major solar systems a year, they could focus on 1 out of those 4 that has like mission hubs and stuff, and then make the other 3 for players to build on, you know? Super easy at that stage, you know? I think they're creating a part of the systems for Squadron 42 that will be added. Yeah, so actually Patis is right. So obviously I've got no proof on this, but we know that Nyx, Odin, and Terra are done for Squadron 42, which means that Pyro is connected to Nyx. So you have Terra goes to Stanton, which we already have. Stanton goes to Pyro, Pyro goes to Nyx, and Nyx goes to Odin. So technically speaking, in next 2 years, they could actually release 5 solar systems by the time Squadron 42 is out. Because when Squadron 42 comes out, they can release Terra, they can release Nyx, they can release Odin, because it's part of the storyline and stuff like that, or those locations. So in 2 years' time, say for example, in 2 years, we get 4.0, and we have Pyro. A year later, we've got 5 solar systems. Before this even goes to beta, launch, whatever you want. And right now, we know that the Montreal team are just fucking cooking planets and solar systems right now. That's their job, is to cook locations. They've literally built a team that is designed to make planets and stuff out of all this tech that we're seeing here and what we will see today live or pre-recorded, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? And that's sick, man. We actually could, technically, have 10 solar systems by the time that this game goes to beta, depending on how long it takes them to cook and stuff. Hey, Noobifier, how you doing, sir? I'll be lurking in and out. Yeah, I totally understand it. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're well, sir. Hope fam's good. So yeah, like again, the minimum is 5 solar systems in the next 2 years, because of if they do actually release Squadron 42, that adds in free to our category. We'll have Pyro, and then if you think about it, in 2 years' time, how many solar systems can the Montreal team come out? We could have 6 or 7 solar systems, easy peasy, in the next 2 years.
Colonist on a planet, right? There are multiple.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
How would they communicate with each other?
Exactly, dude. Like, if you again, you have to think about it. If they release Pyro, now Pyro is double the size of Stanton in travel time. Not locations, but the fact that it takes you double the time to fly anywhere. So if it takes you 6 minutes or 10 minutes in a fighter, you're going to have to be bouncing around. It's going to take you like 30 minutes to move around and stuff like that. Time consuming. You don't want a game where you're spending people going that amount of time for them to go, all right, we're here. Okay, it's boring. Let's go. You want it where somebody goes to a planet and a moon and they're like, wow, this is dope. Wow, this is dope. Wow, this is dope. Yeah, mom, I'm still playing the game, you know, kids. Stuff like that. Or it's like you're calling to your partner, yeah, I'll be through for dinner. And she comes through, he comes through, and like, I made dinner fucking 3 hours ago. It's like, yeah, but I've discovered this and stuff. You know, that's what you want from a game. You want it where you get involved in it, and then with persistence, you can log out, come back to where you started off, and not really start and stop like we have in Stanton. And we know that Pyro isn't exactly the biggest of solar systems. There's a lot more. So when people, like you said, naysay about this thing, you don't need 100 solar systems. You just need 10 solar systems that are full of depth, and you will never get bored, because if you actually play it correctly and don't rush around, you could be spending weeks at the same outpost doing missions, and every time you approach, you could be coming across something different that you've never seen beforehand, you know? People just don't have the patience to play Star Citizen.
Cooling devices.
And this will change when persistence is in, because right now when you log out, you reset back to where you saved area. Imagine if you never had to do that, you know?
Very sensitive data.
You save at the outpost that you landed, and you wake up in your ship or whatever, you know?
Kind of a farmer.
Persistence changes this game to a whole new level.
Is more cylindrical. There are some storage.
And we just need to be patient till we get to that point. Which is difficult for a game like Star Citizen, because there is no other game to copy.
From our side. Going over to the next one, this is more pyramidical, so we were looking at also again.
Exactly, Warp Spider. I don't care about 100 solar systems. I don't care about that promise that they made. I'm more happy with in-depth locations than having to fly around all the time, you know?
It is again looking at.
That's why I don't want Super Cruise in Star Citizen.
Storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility, but it's divided into smaller parts. So you have to walk around your settlement and see, like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So this was just one of the very many files that we created. So
I hope with this kind of technology they actually bring it and redo the jail area, because it'd be so dope if you could like do a jailbreak.
This main architecture.
And you have to fight through this big complex, and you can't land because they got AA everywhere, and you got to sneak in through pipes and stuff. It'd be so cool.
In the end, was given us the opportunity to just cherry pick the best ideas that we felt appropriate for this specific.
And again, it doesn't look future
right?
Star Trek-y fluff. It looks like what you would expect from an outpost placed on a location. Minimal amount of resources to place it down.
This was pretty much the concept development for the colonialism modules. I hope you have a great time, and wish you all the best for the next panels that are coming up.
Awesome, thanks, Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work.
This is why I'm very excited for the first panel this year, because it's a relook at all this stuff that we're doing.
Follow that same ideation.
It's basically a look at Pyro, and I'm very, very excited to see what we're at now.
Slightly more simple, we knew there was a few key areas that we needed to design. First, it was the social space. You know, this is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen, seating areas, windows, an area where people could kind of hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units. But again,
like for me, I'm not excited about,
you know, pre-manufactured
building my own location, like TheDarkLaw's fucking outpost or something like that. I'm very much looking forward to when players have the ability to build their own things.
I could see myself living there. I could see
you go and visit it, and you're like, wow, this is actually a pretty dope idea or something like that, you know?
Soft shapes.
Because for me, I want to live off the back of a ship.
Fairly integrated.
I don't want to be bound by a location. I want to be like a trailblazer or something like that, you know, just somebody that keeps moving.
In the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really within a technical bracket. So this one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age. It would actually be pretty cool, you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few, you know, visual cues, like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like a modern technology level, you know. And then the last major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces. It could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable us to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of
again going for the grungy look. I love this is again this is in my top favor of things for the kind of like way they're doing outposts and stuff like that. Is
themes that we wanted in
it would never be super clean. The only time it would ever be super clean is when it's first created. Hey, Tough, how you doing, Chief?
There, and so we sort of came up with like, we call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate, and you know where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And
I'm
it's
not
also
a pirate,
too,
you know what I mean?
You know,
the master. I'm just a killer, right? So I don't class myself as a pirate. So I would rather be mobile, always on the move, hard to detain, kind of thing. You know? Yeah, TDL's low flying skill, that would actually be pretty dope, no joke, right?
Mainly because that was
having like a place for people to come to, and it's just there's no resources. It's just literally a hangar, a fucking Top Gun school. That might be something I do, but that would be on an alt or something like that, and it would be in a location where nobody would ever attack it, because it's like there's no point, right?
It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable. Kind of similar to if you went to like a historic ruin or a historic pot that you'd never.
And if you attacked it, you'd just be doing it for clout, you know.
Exactly. So we did a lot of
maybe something like that in the future. That'd be cool.
Like, what type of artifacts would you find there? You know, how did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes. In these independent
TTL's dungeon. Why the hell would I have a dungeon?
Yeah,
game that
early versions of modern technology, so you could see that, you know, oh, this is like the mobiGlas I have, but it's an older mobiGlas, or just as an example.
But also when we were, even just to back up a little bit, when we're talking about the planets, we have a certain style.
Well, it's not started till 5 o'clock your time today, Game Daddle. I'm just re-looking over last year's to get it fresh in the memory for what we're going to see today.
And others sit down and talk and say,
we're probably going to be streaming for about 9 hours today. Pizza, some beers, stuff like that. But it's more cider for me.
It helps to inform Ian and
yeah, we're currently watching last year's SysMcom to refresh our memories.
is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it
and see
an
what a
outlaw
year has
theme?
done for improvement.
So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, you know, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting from that sort of original Précis sentence of the planet, was the idea, was like that was a heavily mined out planet.
What was the NPC system called again?
Resources. So there would be
NPC system,
remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate
Quanta.
Back in the day.
You're thinking of game data, Quanta.
Independent, or now even an
You
outlaw
call it the low-flying
setting.
school,
So,
the
and then there would be
boneyard,
the
if
ones
you're
that would
not
just be a
flying
straight
low enough.
independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said, you know, we
Again, I definitely feel that if they have the flight model sorted out glitch, I will definitely do
when we're thinking about the theming,
like flying schools
we
and flying,
wanted,
you know, stuff like that.
like
but they need to give
catalog,
me a ship
like a
that
furniture
literally
catalog.
can train
So,
somebody,
I
you know what I mean? Like a fighter that has 2 seats and it's athletic, you know? We just don't have that right now. Maybe the Super Hornet might be like that in the future, but right now, no.
How could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for the developers to be able to dress and world build, but you know, eventually maybe it's a way for people to decorate their own spaces, you know. When we're thinking about the outlaw versions of these outposts, again, the process is very similar. You think about the visual rule sets which would turn this into an outlaw outpost, namely, you know, has it been taken over?
Like
by
how they
hostile
always add
intent?
red,
you know,
for like an outlaw, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this is the player stuff, nice green, blues, and calming colors, and it's like, this is the outlaw place, red.
One of these outposts of the
Stress, warning, anger.
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, you know, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then lastly, on with the corporate, you know, it's something that we really want to advance out into in the future, but that feeling that this location is owned by a corporate umbrella, you know, that would tie into the branding. You know, maybe it ties into
where they got the red idea
costumes
from.
that you'd expect the NPCs to
I
be
don't know.
in there. You know, so there's a huge amount of
Black
visual
and red,
world building that we can do to, you know, present these outposts in
I would
a few
love,
different ways.
have you seen the Pisces red and black skin, or black and red with red trails? I wish there was more ships like the Arrow or Gladius that had that.
Relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags. Like, maybe you've just come from one of the space stations that, you know, was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you to a settlement on one of the surfaces of Pyro, and clearly it's been, you know, tagged by a different gang. So you basically want that read and that consistency throughout. Now, one of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of a trading outpost. You know, we've been talking about,
when it goes live,
buying and
I think
selling
it'll be about 6 to 8 hours subs.
Thinking about it in a
But obviously you'll be able to do
frontier
like what we did,
context.
watch on YouTube. You don't have to watch it live.
You know, it's almost like the money's kind of worthless, you know, but it's more about the ability to barter or you know, trade.
And they're usually pretty good, where once a video's out, it goes live on YouTube pretty fast.
Kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, you know, it's where, you know, people would kind of, you know, trek to and, you know, barter or trade components and then go back. You know, we was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like, would I want a load of credits, or would I want that one component that, you know, kept my farm going, you know? So so we did, you know, we took that idea and we ran with it, and we did some visual exploration into what would a trading post be like on one of these frontier outposts. So as you can see on the images, we wanted that feeling of
potatoes and bread.
The majority of the stuff around this outpost is pretty much junk. You know, spaces isn't at a premium. So they just keep it outside, you know, maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's, you know, getting overgrown.
Thank you very
but
much
I love that idea as you're approaching one of these settlements, it's very easy to understand.
No, Sobs was asking like the total length of all of it.
Hodgepodge around the outside.
So, like I said,
well, and
last year's was like 6 to 8 hours.
The characters who inhabit it, because the sort of general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional. This is what we've done so far has been a lot of franchise stores, actual companies that own, that are selling wares. Who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished. Exactly. It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with, the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that dynamic supposed to work and feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now. And he can go into a lot more detail into the visual design process.
I hate the parts where they've clearly been talking and then somebody's gone cut. And then it's like, right guys, reset. And then it's like, read the script. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, cool. That was a load of shit, but let's continue. You know what I mean? It just gives you that vibe. It's like, all right, cool.
I'm Eric Daniel, principal concept artist on Star
Fucking
Citizen.
Crazy. Like.
Today I will present the interior.
Here we go. It is, I have built more concept images and I've also fucked my wife, This guy is definitely a porn star.
Concept and explain a bit how the pre-production.
It's just this whole posture and stuff. He comes off very, very confident.
For the homestead colonialism outpost.
I made this whilst I was making love.
To create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something
I've got those fucking brushes.
With a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interior, we have a specific zones. Social area.
I hope they aren't so... Yeah, that's true. Yeah. They do feel very much just like, hi, we're talking about Citizen COD. Turn my head to the camera. Wink, wink. You know what I mean?
Place to relax. Have a proper personal space. And of course, sleeping. The engineering room.
Yeah, well, Jared's done it for so many years now, right?
The possibility to survive there. The technical.
Jared can freestyle live.
Appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements.
I was inspired by my wife's curve for this art. Exactly.
And stuff.
That's how this guy comes across to me.
At the beginning, we had an overview of the plant. That's helped.
Whilst I was making my social hub, I was also painting a naked lady,
To organize the zone. To create all of those areas,
especially with like the background he's stated,
exploration and design.
He just feels like a porn star to me.
Sketches, we want
it's the posture, it's the hair,
could be a light,
it's the background, it's the confidence,
We feel the curvy shape of that space.
Hey, Artem,
here on this sketch, I play with a very contrast value.
It's like, it's like what he just says there. I play with, I was sitting naked, and I painted this, whilst also with one hand on a grape,
And a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As you see, this 3D blackout
I like this idea of like circular eating areas and stuff.
From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting come from the windows. Cozy mood give a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production.
If I ever had the money to build like my own house, I would like a kitchen that's like this right now. Like, there's something really, really fucking cool about, like, half-moon workstations. So you got your cooker there, you got your sink, you got another sink, you know what I mean? Maybe bring it a bit closer, because obviously it wouldn't be this size of room. But I do like that sort of idea, instead of straight and stuff like
Follow
that.
lighting people, food is there on this.
And where you can walk right through the middle of it.
Specific zones of the radial kitchen counter. Some explanations are had to properly convey the intent of each part.
Not sure about number 3, like.
All the details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom area, the process is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is as you see here.
What you don't get to see is the private sketches that he made.
Shots, we get a validation
that he only himself and Chris Roberts got to see.
And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering room, we again go back to the painting technique. This process again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of
that explains the train as small patch of grass with mountain peaks in the distance. Yeah.
Of the room. And also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came true. Again, the same process.
Yeah, I really like these scenes.
Manual painting
and it's
to
just
set
not
the tone,
too.
and then deep dive into color.
Like that one's really cool. That's totally Star Wars ripped, like.
To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen. The goal of the homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to
Alien
and set the
movie sort of vibes
ambience
where you
of
go
the
into
place.
that room
A huge
where they were all
thanks
eating and
to
stuff
all
like that.
for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homesteads.
It's definitely the kind of
Thanks,
scene
everybody.
I would want from Star Citizen.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into the game and show off what we've been working.
The bedroom doesn't have a mirror over the bed. I'm not interested.
Kind of.
If they're going back to this guy's room, right? Let's just quickly go back to his room, right? So we can see clearly that there's a shit ton of fucking mirrors in this room. And especially like doors and stuff like that. So either he's in the actual studio. I'm kind of feeling this is his house. You know what I mean? It just sort of has that sort of vibe to it. So I would be very disappointed that there's not a mirror system above the bed, because I kind of feel like this is the kind of guy that would definitely have mirrors above his bed, you know? Yeah, it has like
So
Star Wars retro. Yeah, exactly. It's not bright and colorful. It's very much, you know, as it is.
Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission.
Again, I like the 400i. It's not 600, right?
From here, we'll go to the cockpit.
But this is what I hope for, like a 600i interior when they redo it, or we might actually see some of it, you know.
We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3 is
flashes. I've never noticed that actually. There's flashes over here, like there's lightning.
Breathable atmosphere.
It could
but
just
it's
be.
still pretty.
Oh no, is it? There is lightning storms. Holy shit! I never noticed this last year.
But yeah, very, very pretty looking. So this is the first time we're actually seeing clouds above.
No, the cloud tech is different, apparently.
We went through quite a few iterations of forms. What we ultimately ended upon was something that felt quite
stunning view,
quite dramatic. Still believable in terms of how the wind would have shaped them. But yeah, like it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech that came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is kind of like a prelude to, you know, future weather features that will be coming on board, you know, and how this will tie into, you know, storms and ship handling, you know, due to the turbulence. And it's great seeing the, you know, the rain hit the canopy glass here, you know, when you go through these cloud banks. Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities, so as you're flying through, you get a glimpse of the terrain beneath you. But you know, it feels
how
really
it
quite
just
exhilarating,
makes
you know,
depth
to fly through.
to could even be a bland
also, as well,
location,
like,
you know.
It's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, you know, it's a lot of optimizations been going on. So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on higher spec machines.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these.
I've not seen it in high quality. I saw it in
sandwiches.
720. I still need to see it in the
cloud sandwich.
big quality.
Yes. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're the meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out of the cheese, another really big feature that was important for me was, you know, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the clouds. So you're actually seeing, you know, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain. It's
yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to upload it in 4K. That looks so dope.
In a frame. And you know, when you see like these dark overcast clouds and they're hovering above the mountains, it
you see this already. If you're flying around Hurston, you can actually see like the clouds affecting light underneath, which is really cool.
So James Cameron, who's doing the run through, yes, that is his name. He will be taking us down to the outpost. The goal for us is
the battle on the end is so dope.
Basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
Hopefully we'll see this a bit updated today.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. Jeez.
Ian's a tough grader.
Yeah, I go 6 at least.
No one's ever got a 6.
Gotta watch me land, man.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck.
Why do people always have to be cringy in their videos when they're doing this stuff? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I guarantee you pretty much all of these developers can't even play their fucking game correctly. You know, they just build the game. That's what developers do. But it's just like the extra fucking script. Who writes these scripts?
Show the cargo area as well as the climate controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out.
Whilst we're here, this thing there is the most pointless thing in the ship. Because it's so stupid that you have to land the ship, go outside the ship, lower the ramp down to get your bike. Why couldn't you have literally walked through here, got on your bike, and the lift going down? You know what I mean? It's so stupid. This fucking ball thing that sits in front. What a waste of space that is. Just doesn't need to be there at all.
So you'll be able to learn more about the
like, look at this. Look, this is so pointless.
With Ben, Paul, and John. I think the team did a great job on this. I think this is
just
one of
get
my
your
favorite
bike
skins.
thing down.
Yeah, they did a new skin, just something that felt a lot more, suitable.
Exactly,
for Pyro,
like this is where like whoever thinks these things are cool just needs to stop.
To fit into
completely
these climates, and what we're seeing here is first boots on the ground, on Pyro. I think it looks great, especially in contrast to what we're seeing here is like actual AI on the terrain, walking about, going about their business. And is that an AA turret there?
It is. And radio
is that an AA turret?
All these other elements that we want to make sure that
somebody wrote this in the script
and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with these different items.
Here you can see like various outpost modules, to the right there we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module.
But it's still bloody airlocks.
I think the airlocks look great.
Like why? Nobody has a helmet on! This is what I don't understand with their obsession with airlocks. There is literally breathable air. The guys are walking around with no helmets on. Why does this have to be a thing? Why wouldn't they just have it where both doors are down? Why do you have to fucking air cycle? It makes no sense.
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the day, and then here you can see it translated.
Like they would just be open.
In-game, I think it absolutely.
You can have the thing in there for future outposts. I'm not arguing with that, but you would just walk through.
Quite special to this art style.
It's like the outposts on Hearthstone and stuff. It's breathable atmosphere. They would all be fucking security protocols taken away. Where you just go through, the door opens and then you go through and the other door opens. There would be no need to cycle airs.
If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking.
Because you don't even get a cleansing, so none of it makes any sense. Like you literally just siphon out the air. There's no like spray that fucking cleans you, just in case there was like diseasable bacteria or something like that you didn't want to bring inside.
So they allow you to.
You don't have an airlock in your house? I do. Shut the fuck up. No, you can't fucking go here. Not allowed. No.
We also got a quick shot.
You've not been cleaned properly.
That James is playing, so it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new.
Backpack.
Also, some of the new hair as well, which is rendering much nicer.
So here, the player will make their way out to the training post, go see the dealer, acquire the artifacts.
And for the trading post, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside as well. So the player.
I fucking hate. I hate airlocks in this game.
As many
There's
tops
just too
as
many.
we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader, so these are reacting to the planetary wind. The same.
Hey, KB, how you doing, Chief?
The tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to as well.
Again, this just makes an outpost so much better, right?
Trading post is
instead of just a landing pad, a fucking airlock little cabin thing. This makes it feel
depending on
homely, livable,
in the solar system,
interactive.
Are they close to,
I'm moving around and actually looking at things, not just running through a door. Trade, pick up, move. It's
very rural area that's.
Here we go again.
More about.
Time to cycle the air that is breathable.
Survive versus money.
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there. That's the local diner for this outpost. Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, we wanted this, kaleidoscope of colors and shapes.
Alright, actually,
like it's just literally the.
You're
the
miserable. I woke up.
All the wares, everything they'll have outside.
Did I hear elevators? No, they're airlocks, dude. They're airlocks. Hi. Welcome.
Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
I've never gone into a store where I've heard somebody say that. Nobody has ever said that to me. Have a look around. I think we've got what you want, but we'll probably have something as well. You know? Like, fuck. Or whatever you just said, you know? I've never heard that. Anyone, a store clerk, ever say something like that.
Thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standing within
Space
the gang,
Dad casual
they want
player
to deal with you.
Method.
And then what's the dealer
law-abiding,
going to do? What's the dealer
not
charge you?
getting any dangerous.
There,
no,
we have different ways of actually showing,
no fucking
this, and we can
literally just edge walking everywhere. That's this gameplay loop.
So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a
murder
way of entering into the trading post.
I like the guns blazing version personally.
Demo 1,
that's how I'm probably gonna do everything, you know? I literally can't be bothered to do the edge walking RP method. I think I'm just gonna guns blaze, you know? Blaze those guns!
Directly onto this courtyard.
What do you think about the airlocks on breathable plants? You can die from the air cycle? Yeah, I know, right now. Hey, Cinema, how you doing, Chief?
Grill master would be
stealing an artifact after asking to look at it.
Still full of wieners.
Right.
So with this area again,
time to
we
steal
just
it.
want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy.
Drones.
It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
I've never heard any store clerk ever say that to me.
The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling.
15 million for an artifact. Like, that's not bad money,
so
actually.
Here, we decide not to pay the price.
Holy shit, that guy took 2 shots. Here we go, boys. It's game on time. Stealth went out the window.
And
what a waste of time. You could have had these guys all down, you know? The pressure would have been off. Let me quickly grab it. Oh my god, look at that slow interaction. I could have been headshotted by now because I'm having to scroll through the list.
So here we've got different routes for the players to
They need to make a store button, like
to flank, and also
flanking. 11 ammo.
Each area will
Here
have
we go.
different,
He flanked really hard. Oh, I forgot! I forgot he fucking missed!
Scare him there.
He just fucking shot behind! Obviously this developer's never played a shooter game. He fucking didn't even lead the target, he shot behind the target!
You'll see another. It's super cool.
Oh my god, look at my unaffected gaming!
You know, do they actually want to interact with the
fucking Coda, a pile of shit pistol.
You know, does their conscience
I forgot how bad this was! Oh, this is priceless. Yeah, Coda, 6-shooter.
When you see the
he missed the second target because he's probably out of ammo.
Like that, it's fantastic to see. It feels really great.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Wake up to you and as you're trying to exfiltrate.
Man, the fucking AI are priceless in this game, right?
You know, combat stress.
So this is what it's like when you're watching a fucking space dad play the game. Ah, good stuff, man.
That's how I play.
It's so unathletic, like.
So here, James.
The head bubble makes the interaction list. Even yeah, I know they need to take that away from it. Every thought and decide you take 5 seconds. I know it's like. So yeah, why doesn't the AA turret start fucking wrecking this dude? Right? This doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't even power management. Look at this shit. No power management. Oh wow, cinematic.
So we slightly hinted to in the first walkthrough. This is where the AA turrets will come alive, and
well, whilst you fly away.
If you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures, then they'll take you down.
He's also got the cargo lift down, you know. God.
So what we saw there was the player went in.
Yeah, there's AA around. What do I do? Go above the AA,
And
yeah.
based off their actions,
right.
The faction changed
the
against
next one.
them. Last and what are different
here we
ways
go.
that you can
See, this is the way I would do it, right? I would just destroy everything.
So here we are in our last walkthrough. Since you're all by yourself, we wanted to show the player take a stealthy routes versus if you're
it's
with
the
friends,
stealthy
go in
route.
guns blazing. But this allows the player to come in, access the outpost from a different side than what we've shown.
Vinny getting shot down by AA. Yeah, exactly, Vinny Vega.
They want to
He tried to take a screenshot or a montage video. Got taken. Faileros, thank you very much for, or Faileros, sorry, thank you for the follow. That's exactly it, yeah. See, I don't understand when they say stealthy, like.
That was a great shot.
This gun
also one thing we
can
did
be
as
heard
well
from
was
so
that,
far away.
We changed the time of day. The wind is slightly stronger.
We're just gonna skip through this a bit. Oh god, again, Coda with a silencer. Like all the worst weapons to ever choose. Like
different areas. You know, they'll be.
I do love that sunset. That sunset is literally dope, man. That is heaven to me.
AI is
look at the colors.
To the text of what's inside, so the player can continually keep context of what's inside. The player can continue keep context of what's wrong. You know, so the player can continually keep context of what's inside.
Oh no, he didn't! Oh man, it looked totally like he fucking shot to the right of it.
Have context of where they're at within the actual outpost, and that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of possible routes.
Alright, skip.
So with them, they might have ladders on the outside. Some
again, this is going to be so much more fun than what we have right now.
This is just one. So here and then
like,
from here,
FPSing will be so good with this shit.
Interactable. Maybe you need to go or therefore, and which will turn off the layer to interact with a little sandbox for them to play.
Yeah, this is what I like. I like this idea where we can fucking.
So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these are just kind of empty. These could be maybe customizable, or they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on. We tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
Shipped with and
loot system
global to this location is and then help they
will also be, now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being.
So here, but what I would consider possible.
And then you fall through the map.
The outpost. These are really fun to play and allows for many possible, ways of
game tools, and it's make
probably the routine.
I'm just skipping through this. Like, I hope this is actually going to be a thing, right?
You know, throwing an item to distract the god.
Allows them to. It's a behavior that we're still working out. Working properly.
It's like you can cycle, and there is, you know, potentially some infrastructure large module.
But it gives you a very good boxes, like explore in every new post has for them.
I like the garages,
Vehicle
man.
spawn points.
Cool.
So just laid out there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of believable and realistic.
And very grungy, you know.
Again, off of, you know, just how we want to build the outpost, not for these or to make sure
does look good. How you doing, Bucky? Welcome in.
And this is just
stealth
one
mission. I'll use an M134 rotary gallon gun. Enemy can't notice. Yeah.
And if you take out,
literally all you need is an arc. An arc pistol with a silencer and a delta. That's it.
When we was designing
no other weapon required. Just literally is so powerful.
Sort of like view,
hey, Vilay, didn't
like
you?
Pothole on them. See if there's any bad guys on the other side.
Hey, so yeah, thank you for the follow, Chief. I can't wait for this stuff. I know we have it to a certain degree. Or no, you just interact with it. We don't have the cutters, but I'm looking forward to cutter. Again, I'm skipping this, guys, just because stealth gameplay is literally
work out
very slow.
And what you're seeing here,
hey Toma, how you doing?
Okay, that's where I think back, like, but you know, they're easy to navigate. The player would have to.
In stealth,
you know, making a decision.
I just don't
like,
feel like you would be having a fucking flashlight on. They
like
need to get night vision and stuff in the game.
Going into prone or
space that's on the other side of the garage.
Again,
on the opposite side of the outpost.
Whatever. It's just a video. I kind of feel like you would have just done a normal takedown, you know.
And so, and adjust the way that they look so that they can walk around the outpost and not be a certain work, but leeway.
I wonder if this will actually work, right?
Won't notice you as quickly.
Social space, but this time on the other side, obviously on the outside.
Again, wherever.
Here, actually, they're gonna have to look around. You know, is there a way? In other cases, and then you'll need to figure out a different.
And you'll notice the what's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI being taken out, but holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
And then here we got a little bug. Be able to do whatever they want, use it somehow. And
again, you gotta scroll through it,
like,
man.
But now, like, sort of well thought out thing. It's a
different ways on shout out because that wants to throw
Really
it
at the end of this.
I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm a senior environment artist too.
Is it Bucky?
for the EU Sandbox team.
Yeah, I don't read that
So
stuff.
after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we
These
move into
things are so
pre-production.
scripted, they might as well be a
This phase allows
sandstorm.
us to spend some time
A sandworm
testing
in the
concepts
bed?
for
I know,
in-game
folks.
viability,
Hey.
that rough version
I'm just gonna
also
skip this through, guys, because obviously we're at the end of it.
One of the great, which means concept art. Like there's a
I've seen playing down concept art.
The idea wanted to show not only the age of the output, how
variation between.
Yeah, I can't wait for this stuff. I'm hoping that we see a lot more of it today.
All the way building first can be attached to a system's link content creation template directing the tool.
Form of ancient power or technology into the asset. That's until we had a candidate that everyone was at from a concept. I mean, they need to follow us just taking the conformance, the visual target content, and they need a team to actually balance between it. Need to actually set it in as well. Achieve with some quite of this. We create with some of the factors.
All the hard floor. So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and
2 years from now. Okay, so we've got Ship Talk Gen 12. I don't think we really need to do the Ship Talk stuff. I think what we'll do is skip to Gen 12, because obviously we're going to get updated Ship Talk today. So it's kind of like irrelevant, you know. Crafting worlds, probably not. I think what we'll do is Gen 12 and then into server persistence. And that sort of gives us the main sort of idea of what to remember on, you know. Because again, I'm just literally using last year's one to sort of get an idea of what was discussed and
Hi,
see
I'm
about
Ali
this
Brown,
year.
Director of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games. And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself, we'll also be hearing from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about the need for our new renderer, the architecture and how it's built, Vulkan, which is the back-end API we use.
Yeah, that's the idea, Tomo, you know. I think a lot of people are going to moan about it. Yeah, CitizensCon is today, dude. Why do you think everyone has in their title on the stream CitizenCon Watch Party, you know? Oh yeah, we're all just watching last year's CitizenCon for fucking shits and giggles. It's today, dude. It's like literally in 3 hours time.
So to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer, we first want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new renderer will differ. So
this is going to be so good. We get a lot of Gen 12 in 3.18, by the way. New clouds, stuff like that.
And this is what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer.
But the list, so what we have here for the list is starting off with Journey to Pyro. So we just literally watched a video about Pyro. Join us on a guided in-engine tour through the planets and moons. So right at the beginning, we're going to just see an update on what we just saw. Then we move into Journey, Design Brief, Investigate. Like for me, I'm not big on this stuff. It's sort of like a filler for me, but I'm interested to see where they go with missions. Then we go to the new underground, which is basically because they're now able to dig into the ground of a planet and moon sphere, we should start seeing like big bunkers and stuff like that in the ground. Need for Speed is the one that I'm mostly interested in because obviously with flight in general is what we cover on the channel a lot. Very interested to see where they've gone with their different modes. It's also got a really good team to be part of. Then we're going to see Lorville redone. Basically, they've upgraded Lorville, you know, redone it basically. So very interested to see where we go with that. Power Play obviously talks about like multi-crew and power management. Then the final one, which I don't have it on my image, basically talks about the upcoming ships, and then obviously we might see some leaks and stuff like that in between it and stuff like that. So again, apart from the missions one, everything else I'm looking forward to.
To do this, to manage this process.
Because again, I don't really care about missions in a sandbox. I'm more wanting to do stuff with people, you know, freestyle, you know. More FPS is always great. I really wish they would fix FPS shooting though for this game.
Represented on the diagram by these switches.
One of the major things in this game that really depresses me is when I have to actually get out my ship and shoot some guns.
Certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object. But the reality is actually that the objects and the renderer both end up extremely complicated because they have to decipher this list of instructions and distribute these objects through the various pipelines and stages inside.
I'm gonna work out if this is even
or a build in red.
Is this a filler? Yeah, this is probably just like not what anybody wants to watch right now.
Latest and greatest. On screen at the moment is a diagram that shows currently.
Yeah, I think maybe actually this is
state. So the idea is that we want.
We'll go back here. See, the funny thing is like. The one at the beginning, which is 2 hours, is like really the main thing, yeah. This is 28 minutes. We'll watch this. I might go back to the ship talk one. Again, I'm just want to look at anything that may have a talk about
server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has
today's live stream, you know.
So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple.
server meshing and the state of persistence.
Hi, my name is Paul Reindel and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CIG. I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph
definitely the
database that is
networking
powering
around first-person shooting definitely needs to be changed.
Hi, Paul. Hi,
Or
everybody.
helped,
I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool. Let's get started. Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one
how recently did you start
every
playing,
single
Tomo?
object inside the solar system, from the sun to the
Obviously,
meteor
this was
rock,
just last year in
and this one large
21,
map.
the video.
Since this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into hierarchies.
Look how fucking fast that is, holy shit.
If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all
6
starts
months?
as one
Oh,
solar
nice.
system root object container.
Still sort of in the
This
like
object
honeymoon
container
phase then.
contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at a moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container. For example, a space station orbiting the moon. This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container. Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities which bring the universe to life. NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players and spaceships. Most of these entities are made of a hierarchy as well. For example, a player has his body, an undersuit, and armor attached to it, and they are all child entities of the player. The streaming system treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure that an object like a spaceship is always streamed in as one unit.
This is your prime. Oh, shit. This is your prime example of how fucking crazy Star Citizen is to any other game. We're talking about, look at the boxes in here. So the pink is a box that's attached to the lighter, or the purple is attached to the pink. That's a box to the seat, which is a box, to the ship, which is another box, and then you have the ship flying around in a box that's then connected to another box. It's mental how much stuff goes on in Star Citizen that I genuinely feel most people just don't even take into consideration. You know what I mean? And then they bitch about it. Why isn't there server meshing? Why isn't there persistence? It's like, it's a fucking mess to try and make this shit. You know what I mean? Don't worry, Miss Cinema. Don't worry,
That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the
So we used to load all the data of our solar system into it.
Any object container.
And this is so dope that literally you only take in the data where you're going to.
On the server and then replicate it to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane
Exactly,
is larger
Tomo,
than 5
exactly.
pixels in distance.
There's no other game
So
that
while a
does
large
all this
object
at once, and
like
that's
the
the
moon
hard
will be
part of
considered
it.
inside the
Especially
bubble
for
from far away,
multiplayer.
a
If this
small
was single
object
player,
like
it'd be a
ship will
lot
only be
easier, right?
considered inside when it's much closer to the player. When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which causes the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively
Crazy,
streaming them
man.
in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated.
But I don't think until all three things have been added, so PES, persistence, and
This
meshing.
model
I don't
works
think
quite
we'll
well on the
notice
client.
too much
However,
until
it
all of
doesn't
them are
scale well
online
on the
and
server.
stable stuff, you know?
While we do stream entities on the server, if no players close to them,
Exactly the
the
mess,
poor
yeah.
distribution of players will
problem
cause
is
the
people
DGS to
just
load
aren't-
most entities, and the
they
more
don't
clients we try to
have
match to a given game server,
a lot
the
of
likelihood a player
patience.
being at every
They're like,
single
I want
location
this game,
increases.
I want this game,
And
I
that
want it
basically
now, you know? And
unifies
you
the
just gotta
benefit of
wait for
server
something like this crazy. Welcome back.
So how do we solve this? The
Starfield
answer
is
should
a
be
Star
simple.
yeah,
Allow
no, that's a
multiple
fucking
instances
joke.
of the
that
game
one.
server to work together. so
Starfield
they
is
can split
something
up
you'll
the work.
play for a couple of
Well, it's
fucking
not
weeks
quite
and then
that
get
simple.
bored of it.
Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are
RDK!
The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation cost between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize.
I may know a guy who broke this entire segment down to 4 minutes. I know it. I'm also trying to pass time to 4 o'clock, so
and the overlap, this would require a lot of
I can't take the cheatsy route.
Node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state
replication layer,
we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server. This server node
it's a completely different game. Like when people say this game is going to kill the other game, there's no such thing as that anymore. Like, oh, this is the WoW killer MMO. No, it's not. It's not, because there's going to still people want to play WoW, you know?
And it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client,
well, I generally feel like they've had more issues with certain things that maybe have held other things back. We don't know if meshing's completed or not. You know what I mean? Meshing might actually be fully completed, it's just PES is, or like persistence is just fucking with it so hard. And they weren't expecting it to just be an absolute
may
meme.
Be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple.
Yeah, the only way you kill a video game is when the company kills it themselves.
The same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state.
Well, again, it's not actually that fancy. What it does is prevent the game to feel like you're always joining a server. You know what I mean, Cinema?
Basically, you can see a game.
The idea is you want to join Star Citizen, play Star Citizen, and never notice that you've 30k because the server's gone down, basically.
For example,
and that's what this thing does. It basically transfers you around the game without you knowing it.
Next server node that has this entity,
but you're still connected to like a 100-player server or something like that.
Between server nodes on demand in order to load.
Exactly, Pepsi, yeah. Because that's the worst thing. You're always having to leave the game to join another server and stuff. And eventually down the line, you don't want to do that. You just want to play Star Citizen.
Shared state of the universe. We no longer call
but obviously, a certain amount of people can be on certain servers at a time, and they'll probably have it prioritized where you can play with your friends more on a shard and stuff like that.
However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel.
I would imagine that when they bring it out, you'll probably have
the universe to become a true MMO
about 200 players server or something like that when it comes out.
And for this, we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and
if it's holding with 100 players just now, to a certain degree, we can go a little bit more when it's been separated.
Game server. And besides some selected persistent player items,
look forward to today. I hope they're not. Well, that's what CitizenCon is about, Tomo. Like CitizenCon is like E3 or Gamescom. It shows you what is coming in the future. But people take it literally to fucking heart, where they're like, oh my god, this is amazing, and then they realize that it's not necessarily that way, you know?
This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online,
you just got to look at CitizenCon as this is possibly coming for us.
As player connect,
but there's no time limit on it.
Start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins.
Obviously, CIG fucked that up by always putting dates and stuff like that
does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Benoit is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph.
Here we go, deep dive. Fuck, that needs to be on a bingo board or something. Deep dive. They've said it a lot.
The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today.
Again, it depends on the tech.
Items you
you could be like, in the future, 1,000 players per shard.
The replication layer,
you just don't know.
All entities in a given universe shard in order to provide a truly
look at it this way, right?
World.
We're on a 100-player server right now. And when the server 30Ks, you have to then join another server. So the idea with sharding, meshing, persistent pairs, all that stuff is that eventually down the line, you'll never know that you've moved server, basically. And what they can do to a certain degree is start making a server for every location. So right now, it's where a 100-man server is for every location in Stanton. But in the future, what this tech allows them to do, if they so wish, is make it where there could be 100 players on Daymar, 100 players in Grim Hex. You know what I mean? And then if there's 100 players at Grim Hex and another 20 turn up at the exact same time, they can create an instance of Grim Hex on another server, and then eventually when there's less people, it meshes together. You know what I mean? This is what it can do with the technology. But it will most likely be at the beginning where a server is still just a solar system with maybe 500 people, and then what they could do is, as tech goes on, as things think, they can, again, like I said, start shrinking it down, you know? Yeah, exactly. They can literally be generated anywhere, anytime, and your progression isn't lost. Your people that you're playing with isn't lost. You're not 30k and having to restart. So basically, when you load up the game, you just click on Join Star Citizen, and you go into it and stuff like that. That's the idea of it. But everyone takes it like in the idea of EVE Online, where all players are going to be on one server, and it's never going to be that way. And this is why they're splitting the regions. So when meshing and persistence comes out, anything that you do on an American server will stay on an American server, and all your assets on EU will be what you bought with real money. But if you have bought a Kraken on an American server with in-game money, it won't be there for you on an EU server, because they're going to be splitting the databases up. And right now we've got EU, we've got NA, and we've got Pacific. And what they're actually adding in is Asia as well, which was confirmed this month, or last month, at some Asia bar citizens and stuff like that. So when you've got split organizations and stuff like that, you may want to decide on where you're sort of going to, you know, main region or something like that. And this massively splits the load on certain things, because instead of having one database that has everything where it can go to other things, it allows us to go crazier and separate it, take the load off things. And this is where performance just goes up and up and up and up, because we're separating into different pockets, so it's not all stressed under one system. And eventually down the line, I would imagine it where they take NA, they take EU, they take all these servers and they put it together, and it will just be this big global fucking server thing where when you go to different locations, it'll just like work out where people are to go and stuff like that. But that's really down, like far down the line. I would imagine all it starts off is we've got 100 people on a shitty server right now. I would imagine when this all works and they've tweaked it, it'll be like 500 people on a server. If the server goes down, you automatically mesh in. If you're with a group of people, you get prioritized into another server together, and you'll never know the server's gone down. You'll never know you've 30k'd because you'll be seamlessly transferred between the servers because of the replication layer. The replication layer means if you do something on one server, it's sort of saved in all the other servers that are in that sort of pocket at the same time. You know what I mean? It gets quite complicated, but obviously it is easier to follow if you just think of it as you play Star Citizen and you never need to server
the
hop,
entity graph,
basically.
as the name implies, stores game data.
There is going to be a lot of bugs,
This
yeah.
representation is native for the game engine.
That's the best way to look at it. Look at it that you join Star Citizen, you join NA, you join EU, and you don't join a server to disconnect from the server, you just play the game.
We're basically
Because every time you leave to go to menu and come back in, you're going to come back on the same server because it's remembered where you are. Unless it 30Ks, but then that replication pushes it to another server, okay? So when people Alt F4 to escape, you're not going to be escaping in the future. You're just going to be sitting in front of my screen until you die or eventually time out.
Of several game entities linked together in hierarchical structure.
I think they'll probably like pull you. So for example, if you have like a friend that's playing the game, Bucky, and you join their group before you click play, what it'll probably do is pull you towards that shard, right? That's how I imagine it happening. And it'll be the same thing with the mission system for bounty hunting. I would imagine the bounty list will come up and it'll prioritize people that are closest to you, but you're not going to be able to server hop and find players like you do right now. So if there's like a big known streamer playing, people go back to menu, join server, back to menu, join server. That's not going to work in the future. You will literally be wasting your time with that shit, you know? And that makes it more organic, where when you meet people and stuff, it's only going to pull you together if you preset things and stuff, which is basically people in your organization, people in your contact list. This might pull you into the same shard, you know?
Holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold
multiple shards. That's what they're wanting to do, Pogs.
Territories. For example, a ship.
Yeah, exactly, Gore. Exactly. It's super advanced shit, like
the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties.
I mean, just look at this. This is one fucking ship
the class
of entities.
Is, the item type, its legal owner.
It's not even funny, man. It's really not funny how complex Star Citizen is at times.
The game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship.
This is just one ship.
Small graph of
it's bonkers, man.
Because it is a whole movable
absolutely
unit.
Bonkers.
The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe
how they do that, Pox, dude. Depends how they do it, dude.
This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to the ship root or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with,
CIG
like
can never
elevators,
fix lag.
beds,
This is
guns.
again when people complain. I've had a lot of people or read a lot of people complaining about the fact they're going to split the regions, where you'll have all your stuff that you've buyed on NA, EU, and wherever, right? But if you play NA, when you move to EU, you won't have your progression and in-game stuff that you've bought on EU. You have to make another character. But look at any MMO that's like this. You play World of Warcraft, you have NA, you have EU, stuff like that, China, all that jazz. And when you transfer between the servers, as long as it's in the same region, you keep your shit. But if you play on EU, nothing goes to NA. And it's going to be like that in Star Citizen because there's too much data when this kicks off to have it where you've got millions of players. Because right now, if you think about it, we don't have thousands and thousands of, like hundreds of thousands of players playing at once, like you get in other MMOs and stuff. What was it for Lost Ark or something launch was like 1.7 million players playing at once. CIG's servers would die, absolutely fucking die, if we had that right now. We barely have more than like maybe 5,000 to 10,000 players playing at once. And that's me being super, super generous, right? I would imagine, if anything, a good, 2,000 players per region at one given time. Maybe more in primes or something like that. But no more than like 10, 15 if we're lucky. And the servers are already bad at that stage. When people are like, oh, this is going to... Well, again, I'm just sort of spitballing numbers heavy, Bob. You know what I mean? But if you imagine any typical MMO launch with like 500,000 plus, you're talking about queues on the current system and nobody playing, servers crashing to shit, frustration, and people quitting on day one. This is hopefully what this thing avoids. Because again, you bring in big content creators that bring their community and they download the game within minutes and start fucking playing, it'll shit the bed so hard.
And others. In addition to object containers...
And this is what CIG know, because whenever they do these free flight events, you see how bad the servers get. That's only adding in a few extra thousand players to try it out, you know what I mean?
Same goes for turrets, which are changeable.
It's bonkers how much this game collapses under stress right now.
For each of those,
so you have to split the regions. You can't keep having it all in one
this
shit.
Document contains all the runtime values.
This is where I'll most likely never see American or Australian people playing on EU, because I doubt people will do like, split regions.
For example, damage state and health data.
You eventually get bored of doing it.
Document of those ship entities. Storing and retrieving data in graph form really have some awesome properties. It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly, and the dataset can be sharded across multiple database instances reliably. One key element here, and one big advantage of having a graph data is also that we can reduce writes. So, in order...
Exactly, Heavy Bob. I mean, like, obviously I always say this with the kindness of heart. I let Tough Mudder into QQOP because the idea was that eventually when this game comes out, he would be retired, he would be able to play in the EU time zone easier. But we generally don't recruit Americans or Australians into my organization. It's why we're so small, because I knew, literally fucking knew, this is the way CIG was going to go. There was no way they were ever going to do the EVE Online route that everyone was hoping for. It's not possible. So yeah, I'm so glad that you like what you brought up there, where people will start fucking being like, you know what, I'm bored playing on EU server with this organization. I'm going to go to Australia and play with an Australian organization, you know,
which is a very inexpensive operation.
And this needs to happen.
A nice side effect of this is also that it's the same.
Or Australia goes to like Southern America servers or something like that. But again, it depends on ping and stuff.
In both cases, the single edge must be erased in order to perform the detach. rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist.
Yeah.
That is good because that happens very frequently.
Thank God, like,
compared to
no joke, thank God we actually have Australian service, because have you seen how brutal fucking Amazon is with doing servers for Australia recently? And there's a lot of games that obviously Australians can't play because obviously like loot boxes. I don't know, Heavy Bob, do you have a law in Australia for loot boxes? Like for gambling and stuff like that? Because there has been a few games that have released recently, like Gundam Evo and Lost Ark, where you guys can't play it because of whatever reason. I play with a lot of people in the EU. I do it mostly on weekends because normally I'm at work, stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine. No, our country is 100% corrupt.
The columnar approach, where index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate root, this is really a great performance. The same properties apply with the attach command, which will only have to create a single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy.
I wonder why.
Be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic commands that the Entity Graph API proposes, allowing to express a mutation to the graph. Other examples of the different commands are create, possess, transfer, stack, unstack, change location, change snapshot, bury, stow, and unstow. One important change and addition that comes about with the entity graph is also how mutations are applied to the database. Each mutation is composed of multiple commands which are executed in sequence but committed transactionally to the database.
When you look at this is a constellation. Can you imagine how fucking complex other bigger ships are?
This
like,
ensures
no wonder they
that
take
the
years
changes
to
the
come
graph
out.
are always consistent, and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption.
As much as we all love the fidelity, I kind of feel like Star Citizen is just too complex
only if all three commands are applied
for a video game.
The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are in queued and durable queues to ensure that no message is lost.
Back when I was taking care of my dad full time, I could play for way too long.
It's important
it's the same with
to
me, dude. I
understand
used to
that the
play.
graph
I
does not only
used to
cover
do
your
18
ships
hours of
and
EVE a
items,
day
but the
because I was getting paid
game
money
world
to
is
play
made
it.
of this way.
An FC.
Your ship is actually
I couldn't do that
attached to the
anymore.
zone host location you travel in. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it.
I turned 40
just like
this year.
planets are
I
attached
don't
to
have
their star system route.
like, I mean, I could do a 24-hour stream, no problem. People are like, oh, do a 24-hour stream. Like,
the game world,
to me,
though,
it's
must
not trying to
exist
prove
to be
anything. It's
persistent
like,
before it can be replicated
I can literally
and
do, what we've done, like,
This
the
is part
longest
of a
was
process
19
called
hours.
seeding, where a new
And it
database
just
is
killed me
created
the
by
next couple of days where I had no energy or
It is
mental
during
health
that
and stuff,
process
so it's like, I
that
just
millions
don't bother.
of entities
you know?
are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity, from planets to doorknobs, are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that
I do
the
think SE
designers
is
decided
planning
was the
for Beyond
initial
SE,
state of
which
the
is
world.
not just gaming.
This process goes down from the universe root to the
For me, I always feel like
into the different areas
they're
of planets,
building
into their landing
stuff
zone,
to
their
sell.
buildings, their rooms, down
You know what I
to
mean?
the
Like, we'll get Star
smallest
Citizen, we'll
possible
get Squadron 42,
There are
but
multiple
this
types
is
of entities
definitely
that are created
funding the ability to sell this tech to
First
other
are
companies. I
unstreamable entities,
guarantee
which make up
you
the skeleton
that's
of
what
the
it is.
universe.
And we're
Those are
fucking
entities you
free
do not get to
Q&A
see but
test
are part of
pilots, you know what I mean?
Always present on every worker node in the mesh.
So
It is by
we
looking
pay to be
up
Q&A,
unstreamable
you know?
entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities
actually,
that others entities.
That's a good point. I think I'm gonna crack a cider open, guys. I'll be
make up
back in
the
a second.
game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you, as a player, can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game. Of course, during seeding, all object containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and inform the shape of the loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple minutes to complete.
Start with
Once created, this
some
newly seeded
hoochie.
database represents a full
get this
dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is
some
itself
hooch.
part of the Django graph, and your location and state are persistent.
Anybody from
by
the
the
UK
replication
remember
layer
this stuff?
Scribes to the entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state of that
Imagine if
entity will
CR
not
sells
until
this
it is
technology to someone who wanted to build a huge Gundam. I'll be dead before that ever comes out, but yeah.
There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting richer.
I don't remember if that's actually what it tasted like. Like, I've not had this in 20 plus years.
Multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session.
You know, also, this is the first...
which shard?
This is the first drink of alcohol in over a year for me, by the way. It kind of just tastes cheap and nasty, but maybe that's why I drank it 20 plus years ago.
Still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard.
Oh, we'll move into cider afterwards. I'm not that impressed, but it's palatable, you know?
In order to provide a
You ready on the hard stuff? No.
It would be terrible if you lost
Dixie,
items.
I've not drank alcohol in a year, okay? I've literally been pretty much teetotal for a year. But I wasn't going to go teetotal for life. I'm Scottish at the end of the day. So we're starting off something very light and palatable just to sort of induce the alcohol effect back into the body. Because I didn't want to just start with a fucking bottle of Jägermeister. I'd be on the hospital bed again. So we're working our way through. And we were talking about this yesterday. This is something I used to drink a lot when I was like between 17 and 19. Because it was cheap, right? Smaller bottles. And I'm not that impressed, to be honest with it. So definitely my palate has changed over time. So, but we'll try it, and then we're going. We're gonna go for some cider. We do have some Jaeger. So we'll see how it goes. You know, I might do some sneak Jaeger bombs. Who knows, man? We'll have some fun. I've also got lots of pizzas as well. So yeah, just sitting back, chatting. You know, all these things. We got a couple hours before it starts, so let's get a little buzz on the go. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Are player-owned entities.
How are you doing as well, Dixie?
Inventory containers or location inventories.
Cheers!
Those
I need to make apple pie shots again.
Entirely called the global.
That sounds nice, actually.
A large cluster.
What do I got? This is my collection of drinks. Fuck it, eh? Let's. I've not drank in a year. Let's fucking go out hard, you know? Cup of, like, fucking, 8 cans of cider, a bottle of Jaeger, and some fucking hooch, you know what I mean? Awesome. This is where we're going with it, you know? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with a Thatcher's Haze. Because obviously these are very easy to consume, right? So we'll get through this, and then maybe we'll crack open the cold Jaeger later on for a couple of shots, you know. But I'll do the Jaeger once I have like pizza and stuff like that. Right now I've got like eggs to soak up. So. But we've not seen DarkLaw in a year, so
that is unstowed in a shard.
we might, okay. We might see DarkLaw. We'll see how it goes. Again, I'm not going to drink fast and furious. Jägermeister with energy is good. Yeah, but I don't have like any fizzy
your
stuff,
playing
so.
character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process
I'm sure it'll happen at some point. It's been well over a year for me as well.
To the shard database.
Yeah, I was waiting for Sizzling.
Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes.
It's very fizzy,
and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents.
You got your bingo card? No, again, like I didn't want to do something like that, like a drinking game, Heavy Bob, because again, I've not had alcohol in a year, so I didn't want to go straight into a drinking game of craziness and stuff like that. Just want to keep it nice and casual, you know, nice and casual. have a little buzz, have some laughs with you guys. We'll see how the show goes. Obviously, again, anyone who's a subscriber will be able to join me on Discord. We have a channel set up for it. Yeah, let's just eat some pizza and hang out, you know?
When a ship gets despawned during parking at a rest stop,
it's fully active when DarkLaw starts showing the crime moves.
Making it available for unstowed.
I can't even remember
The global database is where all of your...
Wait. Maybe if I look at, I Am Riles might have sent me the clip. I think... Is it still active?
You know what that's called?
What's this?
You know what that's called? Beta. That's called beta.
No.
What you just described as beta.
This was the last time I was ever invited on this show because I was fucked, absolutely rat-arsed off my ass. I was so fucking drunk. I don't even know that I did this, right?
You know what that's called?
But watch Astropub's face. Watch.
That's called beta.
No.
What you just described as
No,
beta.
because our beta is alpha is when you
He didn't know what the fuck to do, man. Did not know what to do. It's fucking baby, man.
Will always be available for unstow in any shard if they're not already.
Yeah.
The process.
So yeah, we're not doing that
and
today. We're
unstowing
not doing that.
Also
No,
helps to alleviate problems.
Just a little bit of
related to
drinking,
entity
that's
authority,
it.
so that only game worker nodes in the
Who have I met? You know, that was the last time that Paul ever asked me to be. Oh no, Paul has asked me to be on the show, but I've always declined afterwards because I'm like,
in that the state of the entities
no,
are being
you know what I mean?
persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard.
Because I don't
or
even
global
remember
database
that
to
shit, you
stowing,
know.
A single service.
The legend Kung Fu Law, I know,
should no
man.
longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems.
I can't remember is a good answer, dude. Like, no joke. I knew.
From the right.
So a year ago, why I stopped drinking was we blacked out on the stream, and seriously blacked out. But this is the confusing part. So when I blacked out on the stream a year ago, I drank a whole bottle of Jägermeister in 45 minutes. I was fucked. But blacked out DarkLaw or blacked out Law for some reason muted the microphone and turned off my camera so that the stream couldn't see it. And I just went quiet. And then obviously I passed out on the floor and stuff like that. And eventually the stream went down and stuff. So you couldn't get in any trouble because there's nobody there, you know? But yeah, that was the last time for me. But with Paul's show, I can't remember, like I could remember that I blacked out like a year ago. I can't remember Paul's show. So we were in a stage of DarkLaw just isn't at home at all. And somebody else is at the helm. So when you see that Kung Fu shit,
the global graph exists.
no fucking idea who that is at the helm. Because it wasn't me. I can't even remember the show. Jameson Online was a New Year's Eve thing. I do like drinking. I don't like.
Let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits.
I'm not like for me, like most people won't understand it, but it's a kind of like a Scottish thing. We grew up around this kind of stuff, so you know, party hard is in our blood.
Replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities.
That's why I would never say I would be teetotal. Or for example, I used to take a lot of drugs when I was younger, and I've been asked recently, you know, if somebody offered you drugs, would you take it? Yes, I would. You know what I mean? Because I respect these sort of things. I don't go and blow crazy amount of monies, or I'm not drinking every day kind of situation. I always use it for fun, recreation kind of things. You know what I mean? But even at 40, if somebody was like, do you want something like that? I'd be like, yeah, fuck, come on, let's go. Who fucking cares, right?
Streaming and replication.
We wake up the next day, we wake up the next day.
Can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance.
Yeah, people do get reckless. Like, that's not my kind of stuff. My reckless would be is I drank that Jaeger way too fast, and I think it's because I was quite happy and bubbly that I just didn't realize how much I consumed. That was a mistake on my point. But whenever we've seen like DarkLaw and stuff, it's just always funny. You know, but like for me, alcohol, anything really is a respectable thing where it has to be like for a good reason. And for today, to break a year of not drinking for CitizenCon sort of feels good. And we're starting again on really, really light lemonade, alcohol, hooch kind of stuff. You know what I mean? This is the piss water of piss water when it comes to alcohol.
But as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just...
No, I don't smoke weed.
Well,
so the only time I ever took weed or smoked weed alpha was to bring a downer drug into the uppers that I was taking. So whenever I was on like cocaine or ecstasy or stuff like that, that's where I would smoke weed to balance myself out. But I don't I've never enjoyed smoking weed as just a main drug. It's not for me.
There are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static
4-day blackout low? No. I've never been 4 days.
This will reduce...
Actually, okay, wait, no. I take that back. There has been. So the very first time I went to Amsterdam, I was 17 years old. And again, I don't really smoke weed. In less sort of situations, and to be honest, I hadn't even really considered smoking weed at this sort of stage. I went to Amsterdam for the first time, landed, went to the hotel, went to one cafe, and woke up on, this was on the Friday, and woke up on the Sunday, ready to leave. And I don't know what the fuck I did in Amsterdam for 3 days. So yeah, if you call that blackout, but I kind of feel like that's Weekend at Bernie's law kind of situation. Somebody had a great time in Amsterdam. But not me. You know what I mean? I was somewhere in the body, but somebody was at the helm having a fucking great time doing shit. You know what I mean? Because again, the guys that I were with saw me around in the street doing stuff. So, fuck knows. I could have been pegged by a chick. I don't know. I could have had gay sex. For me, I just don't know what the fuck had happened, right? But again, what happens in Amsterdam stays in Amsterdam. So that's the only time I would say.
That game code has to address.
No. All the tattoos I've got have been ones that I've actually won for. Yeah.
Game services and game features.
So that would be the only time I've had like a 3-day blackout. But I kind of look at that as like like a Weekend at Bernie's law kind of situation.
Architecture. So any gameplay features that
somebody had a great time.
Of a server,
It wasn't me though.
To a game server, we know what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send.
I've never been back to Amsterdam actually. Like I kind of wanted to go this year for CitizenCon, but yeah, because of COVID and stuff, I was reluctant to go. So.
Or unsubscribe dynamically to players.
But now I've had COVID. You know what I mean?
So
like,
you can imagine that this will affect things like.
Because I'm not boosted, but I got COVID this year for a couple of weeks. So, but when Amsterdam CitizenCon came up, Amsterdam TwitchCon, I hadn't had any boosters or ever had COVID, so I just didn't want to go in case I got hit hard. You know what I mean?
Concept of a shard. This also goes.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Yeah, I walked away from the stream for a second, came back to pegged by a chick. Dude, right? Okay, so I'm always honest with you guys. There has been a time in my life where I've been pegged by a chick because it was for a great reason, right? It was so that I could have a threesome with her best friend. Okay, so I just accepted it. I had some red wine, I had some cocaine. I said, "Fuck it, let's go." Okay. I'm not gonna give you any more details on that, but it did happen. But when I was in Amsterdam, obviously, I don't know what the fuck happened. So, yeah, for a good reason, exactly. It was for a good reason. It was a great night of pornographic kind of sex, you know what I mean? So I kind of feel that justifies what I had to induce. And to be honest, you know, I did get called a bitch a couple of times. Did have my ass slapped a few times. But you know what? It was for a really good reason. You know what I mean?
Extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, exactly. Okay, so yeah, that's the only time I've ever been pegged by a chick.
Now need to change their features
I know
to take into account the meshing technology.
Fuck knows what happens in the blackout stage.
Server, which has been
you have to pay the toll. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Snack. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in.
Yeah, exactly. So I also want to shout out to the network team who's working on the replication.
Exactly, had fun.
and
Yeah,
culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this.
It's roughly about.
Thank you for your time.
An hour and 40 minutes or something like that until CitizenCon Flying Wombat. It's 3 p.m. UTC. 3 p.m. UTC. So yeah, an hour ahead for the UK too, if you're in the EU and stuff. Right, I'm gonna look at Ship Talk this time because it's a good hour one. Again, this is just sort of refreshing my mind for what we're about to see with the live stuff.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
However will I name that Twitch? DarkLaw got pegged. Like again, I'm open with what I've done in my life. I don't care, you know. Again, I got rewarded afterwards.
Yeah, it's a really good job of kind of showing off what I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah.
That's how I justify it.
This is.
But I don't know what happened in Amsterdam. That's what I was saying. I could have been pegged by a chick. I could have had gay sex. I could have been thrown off a bridge for all I know, you know?
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the Vehicle Art Director at CRG.
And I'm Paul Jones, Art Director.
But if you think about it, it technically didn't happen to me. It just happened to the body that I inhabited with the other guys, you know? Law is there for ships for sale after CitizenCon. We know that there's a leaked buggy or something like that, which is like a Cyclone remodel, personally. We know that there's meant to be 2 other things, but there's no hints on that yet. So I don't know. I actually think Flying Wombat, they're going to save their stuff for IE, for the ship sale kind of stuff in November. Yeah, is it the STV? Or SRV? Whatever it is. It's basically a Grey Cat upgraded whatever, you know. I've got a picture of it here. If you don't like leaks, guys, look away just now. I'll give you a few seconds to look away. Close your eyes. Make a wish. Where is the picture? Yeah, here it is. There you go. That's what the leak is. No joke, CIG. This is just a fucking Cyclone reskinned. This is cheap, personally. You know? This is definitely a reskin. Who thinks this is a reskin? To me. This literally looks like a Cyclone reskin. And I personally don't like that kind of stuff, you know? But whatever. Release the banner merchantman? Yeah. Anyway, that is what I'll keep that up on our list of things that we've got here. That is what we're one of them, you know what I mean?
Across the board, we have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the
a defective Hot Wheels. Yeah, you pull it back and it goes fucking fast. I don't know what it's for, but whatever, man. My issue is that they nerf. Right, so here's the thing, right? Oh, it drives me nuts with this whole they've nerfed the cars and stuff. They've not nerfed the cars, guys, because what everyone is forgetting that is they showed off the changes coming to vehicles like a few months ago in Inside Star Citizen, where for 3.18 and onwards they're changing the behavior pattern of vehicles, right? So yes, it's nerfed for 3.7.3, but when they add in the new system for the vehicles, you're not going to be able to drop at any height. Vehicles are not going to be able to climb up walls because they'll slip down. And this is just the beginning of it, which people are forgetting. It's not a nerf. You're about to see changes to land vehicles that will probably make it more sense. And right now in 3.7.3 is they're adding it in to get feedback to maybe make adjustments for 3.18. So whilst everyone, I'm not saying you're going off the wall reacting, because a lot of people are like, oh my god, Demo Rally is fucking ruined and I'll never be able to race with my mother again and all that shit. I've read lots of stuff. People just need to sit the fuck back, take 2 steps back, fuck your own self, and just chill the fuck out until they bring out the patch that will make it sense, right?
But also, it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big...
It will make sense when the new system comes in. But we have a patch, technically one patch, for them to do tweaks and changes because of it. Again, you're not going to be able to drop a vehicle out. Ballistas sitting on the side of cliffs without sliding backwards like this is so fucking thing. If you don't like VODs... Or, sorry, ads. I'm sorry about it, dude. But, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm a full-time content creator. I need money. So...
Finding a space for this.
$4.99. We'll stop the ads.
The gap quite nicely.
And you'll go to one of our things here, you know?
Normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist. And we start the ball rolling, so it's really just
I heard Demorality is going to be pre-recorded, the show, and speeding up the footage. That'd be funny, yeah. That would be pretty funny, man. Hey, YverX, thank you very much for the 5 bomb a piece. Appreciate that. Brand new sub into Euless. Cloudy, 69 sus. Roy, thank you very much for the 4 months. Subs, thank you very much for the 5 months. Cinema, thank you very much for the 2 months. Can we get some vibes in chat, please? Thank you so much for that, dude. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me just change this up to our next goal. And just continue. Thank you, dude.
Always that pressure to get
Appreciate it so much when people drop the bombs.
Sort of key points, and so at this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey-goosey in terms of.
Thank you, Duff. Blasty, Vinny, Glitch. Appreciate you guys.
And sort of
Warp Spider,
not locking yourself into...
Gonna grab some breakfast? Yeah, grab some breakfast, guys, before you start having any alcohol or whatever.
Some will be more influenced by
that would be a sensible thing.
Some more by the 100i, and then we'll sort of do a mix and match. And so, like I said, sometimes you...
Holy shit! Where's that one? God damn it! That would have been so much cooler. The top one there? I would have bought a 400i if it looked like that.
Don't quite hit it on that sort of, I think like right at the
Tomo! What the hell? What's wrong with you guys? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs as well, dude. Caleb, thank you very much for the 5 Aeolia? 82, I think that's right. Dry B, thank you very much for the 6 months. Gore Asia, thank you very much for the 3 months. M8 for life. I hope you're not talking about the motorway. brand new sub, welcome. 500 plays? Maybe they'll do it. Appreciate all the vibes, guys. Thank you. CIG design doorstops. I know we'll get the 600i rework coming very shortly. Thank you so much for that, dude. We are literally one thing away from hype train. Hype train needs one more point. If somebody drops 100 bits, they'll activate the hype train.
It certainly stands out.
I think if they just connect the nose to the body and stuff like that. Woo! Dude, I said 100 bits, I didn't say fucking 5 subs. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Far too energetic for me. Far too energetic. Romulus, thank you so much for the 5 gifted sub. Hyro Kinks, thank you very much for the 3 months. Og. Brand new sub. Papa Freedom, thank you very much for the 15 months. Paddle me daddy. Awesome. Thank you very much for the 2 months on that. And Krasa, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Cal Sonic dropping the 100 bits. Appreciate that, guys. That puts us up to a level 4 hype train. Does it actually tell us what our previous one was? No, it still doesn't show us an all-time record, even though we hit 8. Technically, we've not really hit anything because it doesn't show us that. Man, that's shitty because every other channel I see has their total amount and I don't have it. It says 0%. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that. Whew. Right. Let's calm down, alright? Calm the fuck down, please.
The brand also develops over time, so we have like a double
But end up drinking too fast, too furious under the pressure. Law, are they changing ships as well as they changing the cars and buggies? Yeah, but that will come next year, Flying Wombat. There's actually going to be a very important panel that most people should really look into today, which is this one. This is all about flight changes. Now, what we're doing with so what CIG are doing next year is they're bringing out the master mode or the master guide, which means that once they've created this new flight model, right now we have a few ships that don't behave in the flight model currently, which is the Banu Defender, Hercules and stuff like that. So thank you very much for 100 bits, dude. Woo! Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Very, very kind of you. So yeah, once we've got the master guide, it means that Arrow, Gladius, Buccaneer, everything has to go under this system instead of having their own sort of weird stuff to it. And obviously this brings in aerodynamics, control surfaces, nerf to back strafing, all the sort of like exploity stuff taken away, all that jazz. So yeah. And you won't be able to go as fast as you did beforehand without engaging what they're calling quantum boost, which is pretty much just cruise control or something like that. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much, guys, for the bits. Again, let's go through it. WiverX for the 5, Tomo for the 5, Romulus for the 5, Cal with the 100 bits, Soj. I hope I'm saying it right, Soj, with the 100 bits as well. Please let me know if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm more interested in learning about quantum boost. Sounds, yeah, well, I mean, like everything is appealing. I hope they bring back like a landing mode as well,
even though
just to make it easier for people. So, because again, you get a crime stat for crashing into things. It would just be easier for people to go to landing mode, and it slows them right down, you know. Because a lot of times people lower their landing gears and they're going max speed, you know. There should be so much drag, especially in the atmosphere for that. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. We are 4% away from completing a level 4 hype train into level 5. Thank you so much for the love, guys. I can't wait to quantum boost RAM people. I doubt it will be like. Hey, dude. Thank you very much for another 100 bits. That's us 100% completed. The hype!
Yeah.
It's a great shift.
I still don't have boosted. I forgot that was going to happen. I still don't have boosted train on this channel yet. But there we go, guys. Level 5. You've got 4 minutes to complete that one. And this is where we're going. Moto. Also, fuck, I need to adjust this.
We often show them in Jump Point magazines.
You guys are crazy already.
Released. You see all the early sketches, and people probably.
Oh no, we're not. Fuck, you've already gone past it. Jeez, you guys are nuts. Right, I'll just do that.
But then it's come round for this.
Thank you, guys.
You never know what might happen with.
They said the Corsairs. Oh, fuck's sake. Gore. Oh, cool.
So,
2 more. Okay, thank you very much, Gore. Dropping a 5 bomb. Paint It Forward from Tomo. Veshkan for the 5 months. Fetch for the 4 months. Pultine for the 6 months. Lenny Hard and Kestrel, welcome. And thank you so much for that, dude. That's very, very generous. Crazy amount of subs, guys. Appreciate ya. And that puts us up to 83% level 5.
People can understand.
Mental stuff. You guys are mental. I should really drink every time this happens.
It was a luxury,
to refresh.
Luxury explorer. And so you can see here that's why there's a swimming pool in there.
This is actually
and a deck.
Becoming a little bit palatable. I mean, it is like alcoholic lemon brew.
And Chris was quite.
I love how it says drink responsibility on the back of it. What is that actually? Lemon from Concentrate Lemons.
Scale party ship. It was, it needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
You sure of what this is?
A lot of interior investigations.
It started off bad, but it's definitely
just sort of looking at,
I don't know.
Looking at ways of arranging.
Becoming less like nasty, I suppose. If you want to see TDL get annoyed, keep gifting whilst he's trying to make a discussion point.
Everything that now Star Citizens expect.
Yeah, that pisses me off massively.
All the components and all the.
Or like, Senalaya always times it where, like, say for example, I'm in combat and they'll start doing the 100 bits like stuff. I thought you said no drinking games. Did I make a game?
Maybe get the pool.
What game did I say,
Sal?
Sal?
This process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished,
I said that every time maybe a sub or something like that came in, I would refresh my drink. I didn't say I was going to make a drinking game. Refreshing your drink is not a drinking game. Vinay, thank you very much for the Prime for the 2 months. Well, guess I'm gonna join in on the fun. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. More vibes, guys. Appreciate it. That puts us to what, or have we completed it?
It's actually going to fit, making sure the components go through, and like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time.
I agree. Everyone should join in on the fun. Is that all right? Cool. We're level 5. We're into level 6. 0%. This is going to be our highest one, I think, because hopefully it will stick this time. Since my channel just doesn't seem to get
the balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that
level 6. Yes, yes. So again, I'm refreshing my drink.
Or it might be just that. Yeah. We think actually
cinema.
It'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it, because it's kind of the perfect.
Remember, guys, if you are dropping bits,
but that wasn't.
You can put a wee message behind it, which will come through my Japanese translator, and she will educate me in Japanese numbers and Japanese English, which is awesome. Thank you so much for the bits, guys. 3% in. They'll start getting quite difficult now, so cool your beans.
Once we kind of get that white boxing game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also,
I'm thinking, will you break down the panel once they put it out? Yeah, I'll talk over it, dude. No problem, fine moment.
Including Chris and
fuck. Why did I mention something?
And
first we have to refresh our drinks.
Really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller. Try not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
Soge.
It was just a
Soge. So it's Soge.
Platform just for the
Kappa. Soge Kappa.
The whole area was quite.
Is it Soge then? Soge. All right, cool. We're going with that because obviously she is a Japanese translator. TTS, she will be able to help.
I think on the concept, you walked in through the dock.
Soge Kappa. Yeah. Awesome, thank you very much for the bits, dude. Appreciate that. She does, whenever you do like numbers, she'll do it in Japanese, and then it's obviously like the translator in English and stuff. I think if there's words that are not in English and Japanese, she says it in Japanese.
Not marble staircase, but that sort of idea.
I don't think Chris Roberts is going to be there, dude. Chris Roberts wasn't there last year, Heavy Bob.
Had some knock-ons to the kind of interior.
I don't think you're going to see Chris Roberts, dude.
Yeah, obviously making a one-person.
Sorry, guys. I am going to have to belch in a bit.
It fits in a nice tight space, but when you've got a set of stairs that need
this is so gassy.
Have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber you walk into, and rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship. And I think it does, like I say, just that initial entrance feels quite nice now.
We don't have a lot of ships like
that.
Yeah,
very gassy. Very gassy.
Go up the front of it in.
I got the lore correct. Wasn't this the identical Japanese translator the once enabled? Yeah.
Most of it.
And we kept her.
It's like cargo.
We kept her because it actually is pretty cool.
And not really.
No, I think you guys done a great job on this because it was tricky. You know,
no.
At the time
No. Oh, you're talking about but again, this is not. It's not live, Heavy Bob. That's just pre-recorded like last year did.
I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which has.
What a jam it was, yeah. For fuck's sake, tough. Come on, dude. Calm your fucking beanies down.
I mean, everybody knows.
God, I gotta read out more fucking names. Here we go.
After a short amount of time, but
Cash Shop, thank you very much for the 2 months. Pinkosaurus, welcome in. Broods for the 14th month. Woo! Fuck me. Myth, welcome in. Kerbal Turbo, welcome in. Dustin, how you doing, Chief?
Kind of like the addition of the bike garage.
Yeah,
It was a bit of a
that puts us up to 73%. Nice, dude. We're about to end. Thank God it's about to fucking end.
At the back of the ship, next to the cargo, or within.
They made the notes that neither CR. Yeah, exactly. Well, to be honest, like, see if they take away CR and Tony Nubifire, you can cut like 8 hours of the stream down, right? So last year it was like what, 6 to 8 hours length. If you add CR and you add Tony in, it literally puts in an extra 4 or 5 hours to it.
Yeah.
You'd get off.
So it's a good move to do it.
Drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the
then
stairs
just look at your bike.
opening isn't exactly like a super quick thing. So if you, it just felt kind of like.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully that will stick now.
And you're like, oh, click that. Right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh,
Level
yeah,
5
okay,
hype.
A minute later.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that.
Ready to fly.
Huge amount of
So that was
support
one of the
today.
issues we kind of hit. And then the other,
Also, I've got a bloody update this thing again, man. Come on.
It started eating into the cargo space.
Right,
So it
what
meant
we
that
on?
you couldn't, once you had the
Put it
cargo
like
fully loaded, there was very little space for you to traverse around the
you guys have been
cargo
cheeky.
hold. Basically, you know.
No, there's no Quanta talk, because again, it would take quite a while, you know. And all the promises. Well, it's not all the promises, like, it's more, you know, the crazy amount of hopium and copium that comes out of those two guys' mouths, you know.
It's a nice use of that kind of spine that was there originally.
There was nothing really.
Well, we don't know. So last year obviously wasn't a part of it, Glitch, but he is in the UK. He is beside
Still tucked out to the side a little bit, so
Jared, Disco Lando. So maybe there might be like a little segment from him or whatever, you know.
Weird that you had to go
Check
through
this out. What's
the
this?
airlock to get your suit and then back out. So yeah, taking up that space was much nicer. And the other really good thing is all the controls for getting a new ship and doing this. They're all right next to you. So you go, open this, and put your bike away.
Yeah.
And go up.
And I think that's one of the kind of like the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship and it's just there. You send it up straight up. Fuck. So yeah, that was one of the other challenges.
Oh man,
to be honest,
the
most
King
of
Charles memes already, boys.
Went pretty much to plan in terms of what was on concept. I don't think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different. Obviously, we've made changes during development to other ships, and shields have changed. So it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size. And the other cool thing about engineering is
Thank you for all the love and the retweet as well, too, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, they're climate controlled, so it's another nice little thing to play with. Gives all the teams
So we're
something
going to have
extra.
full dry ice and everything.
Full dry ice, yeah.
Like
You
it's
can get
gonna come in and it's
the
gonna
light sticks out and
flow out.
A little bit of party mode in there, yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. That was one of the things I think you established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space. I mean, you need space to put all the components somewhere, and just thought, well, let's just turn it into a feature.
Yeah.
So
and it kind of fits with the Origin kind of family
Much
as well.
more of this do they talk about with the Origin?
Too simple for
too wedged off.
They talk about any other ship.
But then, like say, you were saying about like, the bows of the ship and how that's
might be. And I love doing this sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, actually, let's do the Liberator here.
Carrier. Yeah, like well, actually, it's about
pounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's.
Yeah, here we
so
go.
we'll move from the 400i to.
This is a ship that I'm really excited for because it allows multiple organizations, multiple people, not just combat, to be able to do more with the game by moving people around.
Ships. So we want to do something properly and sort of provide that entry-level spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
It's a fairly regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and I have chatted before, these ships are often described as berths, easy berths, hard berths, difficult
I don't think it's not can be bothered glitch, it's just doesn't need to, you know what I mean?
Worked on some Anvil stuff.
But then obviously there's that other thing where I should be doing more of the letter for the chairman, but again, depends what schedule's like, you know?
Yeah. So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got we've got the modular kits. So in terms of a concept process, theoretically, it's sailing. And in terms of our process again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has a sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out with the exact same date with the exact same manufacturing processes. It kind of all.
Yes, yeah. And I think I mean that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen is we've got this sort of rolling kind of like design. It's sort of design everything is being up.
I hope they do this one. Again, this is in my like 5 that should be released. So we've got Vulture, Vulcan, Liberator, Legionnaire, and the Expanse. I feel should be the 5 next ships to be released, unless there's other things obviously on the go.
Popular designer art,
top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
But I hope it would be nice actually, because the final panel is the ship stuff.
But basically, this
if
is
they talk about,
because we're working with a contractor.
yeah, they talk about the Liberator. I think would be a really good one to see if there was any update on it.
So it's always okay. We've got our metrics. It has to fit within this. Like whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its. Otherwise, John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah,
because
I know I'm so tired of that, man.
Is the maximum bounds that the ship can be.
I genuinely feel that set up CIG for combat in the worst way, right?
And that's
that punches above its weight class. It's like it just needs to be a ship. It doesn't need to punch anything,
So
hopefully they sort that one out.
You just clip
Again, I still feel like you can make light fighters with size 2s and it'd be absolutely fine. Leaving medium ships to be size 3, heavies into size 4. Done deal.
Got 3 of them, so at this point in the
just redo the Cartwheel and the Talon.
Small ships. By the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in.
Funnily enough, the Ion and the Inferno still work really well, Heavy Bob, for what they were intended to do, which is kill capitals. They do the job well.
Start funneling yourself into.
Yeah, and I think you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American. I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like. I mean, people will see straight away.
Still looking forward to this one.
The two and the sort of influence, but it also makes sense, right?
It's a very
functionality.
I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? So and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
Yeah, definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at some of our exterior options and.
Warped Wade still managed to crash Endeavours.
It's quite difficult when you have something like that reference.
I think the whole thing with like the Ares is that people want to be able to shoot fighters with the platform, and that would just break the game, right?
Stuck in that thing.
Yeah, you can land some shots, but
my job is also to sort of push the concept artist.
It's too much, right?
Okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think it's always it's always a sort of.
And the only thing that the Ares needs work on is the countermeasure system, because obviously Ares fire out Gladius-sized counters, which doesn't work unless you have a certain extra amount of numbers. So they just need to sort out that, and that'll be it. Anybody that moans after that sort of just is using it or trying to use it for a vehicle that it was never intended to be.
Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but doesn't really speak of Anvil to me. I mean, but it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting things.
Certainly very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for
too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. We've got that massive tank on the side. What it does, I'm not quite sure at this point, but it's it's just visual exploration. We've got the.
I'm glad they went with the other one. These just don't look good at all.
Stuff. At this point, we're starting to push.
Yeah, Romulus.
Into like Terrapin territory, so we've got.
Again, this just.
Essentially, like
It just doesn't look good. Normally, some of their concepts before the final choice, I always say look better than the final one. But I have to say, with what I've seen here, or remembering, like, I mean, look at this. This just...
has some pros and cons.
It's horrible.
Design-wise, well, because obviously we have the XY metric.
It's like a treadmill? Yeah, exactly.
A lot of our hanger metrics are quite tall. So the problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall.
Speed nerf has made fighting light fire. Well, you're not meant to in an Ares. You're meant to have escort. That's what it's designed for.
And then here is like.
See what I mean? Like, starts looking way better.
I don't know where the decision was made, but you know, it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you know, you've got two tanks lying side by side, which, you know, is cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
Yeah. It was around this point where we were looking at the double layer thing and trying to get these.
CIG makes a new ship to counter big ships, and the first complaint about balance is that it doesn't hit small ships. Exactly, because unfortunately CIG have also made it where light fighter meta is so powerful right now, Warp Spider, and it needs to be dialed down.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small, so that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that.
CIG, funnily enough, create their own problems. Players just discover them faster than the developer can actually think them up, though.
Vehicle metric, there's like a meter difference in height,
which is why, no joke, CIG need the player bases to get this game completed. Because I generally feel with the crazy amount of depth and size of Star Citizen, if this wasn't done the way it's done, it would be released as an absolute pile of shit. Because developers don't think like players. They just go, oh cool, you know what I mean, it's this, and then it's like, no, well, it can't hit this and can't do that, you know.
We know what the players are like.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looked like
I think they'll probably buff the Prospector and stuff in the future. I still think that one of the best features they could give to Prospectors and industrial ships is give them 5 times the radar size. Or like distance in radar 5 times.
You know, an exterior that we were happy with.
So that they can actually see hostiles coming towards them. 5 times the notification that they have right now.
It's 2 crew.
And just take the weapon systems off them.
Flying the thing. And then
make them a little bit more tankier in HP, 5 times the detection range of hostiles approaching, and let people actually escape. And if they don't escape because they're not watching the radar, then yeah, that's on them, right?
It's not really a ship that's a combat ship, it's a transporter ship. If you want protection,
man,
you need to
I am almost full, or through, I should say this, and I already feel like
you come under attack.
I'm having to break the seal, which I don't like with alcohol. It's one thing I've not missed from drinking alcohol in a year. Breaking the seal. And then we have to constantly go to the toilet.
So, yeah, basically we've moved on to interiors. Again, it's
depends if CIG actually allow that kind of stuff, you know.
We've got our
right, I'll be back in a sec, guys. Quick bio break.
But you know, in the last 2-4 years, definitely the last 2 years, like our process has just been a lot stronger in terms of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy
mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship, so the pipeline wasn't in place. I mean, spaceships interiors was like, I don't know. So I mean, there's been a lot of learning going on, and so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what experience do I want? Like, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to H to get to B. None of that business. So as we look at these interiors, we just sort of looked at sort of different flow, basically different ideas. So it feels quite good, and we sort of worked on, again, just flow. So if you're in the garage, you can easily get from the garage into the living quarters. You know, the elevators just run the full height. There's one for crew, one for passengers. So if you're under the ship, you can just easily get up and down. And so the whole process is a lot more streamlined. And there's even if you're in those top rooms, you know, and like it's, you know, there's a call to action. You've all got to get out. We've even put a nice little set of stairs that just run down the side of the ramp, and so you can just run down, get in your whatever vehicle, and then off you go. So I feel like a lot of thought was given to just improve.
And I think it's really nice as well, the fact that you've got, like say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say, you were saying about the bows of the ship and how that's sort of all that technical stuff's like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and you know, because you don't want passengers just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice that players could make of that the cargo is stacked down, either down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the pads, so you could.
Oh damn! Who was that?
Then decide to.
Basically,
Kutival, thank you very much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. I got some nibbles, chat. Some chips.
Yeah, it does look cool.
All right, John, can we have this?
Coming to a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this.
What's got?
This thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room.
Cloudy. Cloudy cider.
Good sort of.
That'll be the next one.
Well, we want. I mean, you know, for me as an art.
Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate it for the prime.
Feel like they can take those.
It's green, yeah.
Off if they want, if they've got a good idea, and you know, luckily this time it's panned out. And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big.
Invisible
so
cam.
Then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think
that's so dope.
Everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of. I call it selling the dream.
Again, I can't wait for that ship. It's the same with like the Kraken.
What a player's experience might be, and I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got, you know, fully loaded carrier.
And the core of what that ship is for. Like you have these smaller carrier-borne ships is what Chris likes to call them. Like they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems. Like Pyro is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug.
Thank you, Kinker. I appreciate that, dude.
In your Hornet, that's going to be.
No, it's not easy at all.
50, 100 little stops, whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on.
It was a good one.
It's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think your team's going to like that.
That's pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator. Ship transporter at its core, 2-man crew. Designed for hauling 3 spaceships and some ground vehicles long distance. Very cool. Let's talk about the Banu Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
a long time.
For a long time now.
I think fans of.
This will be old stuff because obviously we've seen new
we haven't really shown
Banu Merchantman.
A huge amount of it beyond.
Look and stuff.
Concept images. So.
No, and I think you know, this is my second round on this. So I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept round.
Around the time of the Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah, but sure. Let's. I think fans are going.
So there's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman.
This ship, we
A lot more elevators, eh? This cargo room is nuts, though. So you'll be able to put land vehicles in. We know that this space will allow you to take 4 arrows, free gladius. 4 arrows or free gladius. Then you've got like the ramp, right? We've not seen these areas yet. We've seen conference. We've not seen the guest rooms. We've not seen the market area yet. Docking collar, cargo control. Not seen the elevators. We've seen engineering. Seen the turret. Seen the sanctuary, which has the sort of bedding area. Med bay there. Yeah, there's still quite a lot to the ship that we need to see. Obviously, I'm going to skip through this because obviously with the Inside Star Citizen, we've seen way more flushed out than it is now, because this was last year, right? Talk about the town. What other things do we have? I kind of feel that's sort of everything for last year. Years. Do they have 14? Do we have 13? I don't think they recorded 12, did they? No. It was at GDC. Let's do 13. This is gonna be difficult to watch, like.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. I'd like to show you something I've been
What a fucking meme, man. Look at all those dads.
Please welcome to the stage, Chris Roberts.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to build a universe. I'm going to do a PC game like the old Wingmans I did. But if you've got a great PC, this is really going to show it off. You're not going to be able to get this experience anywhere else. I'm hoping that a lot of you want to be in this universe, because I do, and I want to play this game.
I want to play this game, man.
Apparently, our site is having millions of hits and it's overloaded, so everyone out there, please be patient. We'll try and get it back up when I guess we can.
I think this is what we're talking about this for. We were completely overwhelmed by the amazing response we got when we announced Star Citizen. But unfortunately, our servers were even more overwhelmed than we were and went down for a few days. So we're just at the tail end of getting it all back into order. But in the meantime,
Listen to the quality.
To help out. We'll be
The quality is so shit, man. Wow. Is he using a webcam mic? Possibly.
Tracks calls are on the run. Welding much longer. We have two big targets left. 6,000 clicks out. Alpha Wing, being the hit kickstart. Beta Wing will be swarming the RSI pledge side.
His kids are all grown up now, which is crazy.
Tell your pets if that's what it takes.
Obviously, his dog passed away. That was Chris Roberts' dog.
Whatever gets us over the top. We have 1 week left.
I was there.
Alright guys, going in. So new office. Check it out, we're moving in Saturday actually.
All these guys have left, by the way. These guys couldn't handle where Star Citizen was going. And Chris Roberts' vision that they all left and made that fucking shitty game that flopped hard. These two are gone. Fucking clown squad. A remake of that fucking cave flying game or something like that. Didn't believe in the vision exactly, eh? Well, that's a fucking kicker in the ass, eh? Wonder what the wages are right now, eh, Heavy Bob? The Aurora is revealed. He's gone. He's gone. He's still there. Pizza. It's just fucking cringe, like. You fight any of these guys in PvP, they'll call you a cheater.
2943, $300.
Spicy. Wow.
This is the best job ever, and you're...
This is the best job ever, but I don't believe in Chris Roberts, I don't believe in the project, so I'm going to leave and build a shitty video game that will flop.
The reason why it's the best job ever.
Great idea. Hey Astro, how you doing? Hey Anu, how you doing? Wow, fidelity. Hanger. 17 million. Whew. Wow. This is actually 2014, I think. This one, Romulus. It's only chips, Anu. Shut up. I've got alcohol first to consume. Wow. Oh no, this is 2013, is it? Oh no, it's 2013. My bad, sorry. Woo! It's Chris Rob, Steve Jobs! Woo! Why is everyone in brown? Brown, 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 brown. Is this the brown trouser gang? Or the brown shirt gang? Brown, brown. Oh dear. Brown is the new orange.
It's been a pretty amazing year. So 1 year ago today, we launched, and I think our delay at the start of the live stream probably
If you watched the Newify review on microphones, or Redlia review back then,
thank everyone for persisting. It's amazing. We have a huge amount of people here that are part of the team that are making the game, plus a good amount of people that are also part of the community that are helping enable this game to get made. It's actually really nice. So we thought that the idea of today, and we'll do this every year on October 10th, is to create a get-together to sort of celebrate the game and the universe, the team.
There's Chelsea.
We've been part of the community. We thought that the idea, because only so many 10-foot.
Where is it? There she is. There's Chelsea there.
A get-together to sort of celebrate the game and the universe, the team.
She was one of the best support staff. So good for concierge as well.
Citizen Con, so to speak, is smaller. It's the smallest it'll be. Next year will be much bigger, and we'll give people more warning and allow more people to be able to join. Here, obviously, we're fairly limited because we've got a lot of team members, and there's only so many seats we can have in this fairly small venue. So we're going to have to find a bigger venue than this. We've grown much bigger than we were at the beginning. It was fit, I don't know, 10-foot by 10-foot room at the start. So I thought one of the nice things to do on the 1-year anniversary would be to have the various departments and groups of people that are working on the game talk a little bit about themselves and sort of give a little anecdote so everyone gets to sort of meet them and see them because we've got an incredibly talented team. I mean, I get a lot of applause, thank you very much for that, but I couldn't do this without the team that's working on this game. I've got incredible good people.
I just need to change the title. This is gone cringe. Watch, rewatch. Because that's what it is, man.
So it's definitely the most, no offense to my past teams, but I definitely feel like the team I've got now is the most talented team that I've ever worked with.
They all left though, that's the funny thing.
And then on top of that, we have this amazing community. I mean, we are really the first game of this scope or this level that is 100% funded and backed.
Do the pixelation before.
By
it's
the
so
people that
bad.
love this kind of game and want to play this kind of game. And I think that's an incredibly special thing because there's no, there's no other agenda. The only agenda we have is making something that is as cool as possible, that is as fun as possible for everybody. Because we're all game players, and everybody that's backing. You guys are, everyone out there on the internet, backers we have inside here, all you guys.
Doesn't it sound like a microphone that you would have like a bingo hall?
Help finance it well before it's going to get made. And that is
it's dreadful.
Thing we all appreciate on the team. Your support, and we're going to try out
Astral, yeah.
Space sim ever.
B12. Yeah, exactly it.
So
no, Greg, this is fucking 2013, dude. Do you think that fucking shitty quality?
The design team, which is led by
fucking Chris Roberts got a bingo hall microphone.
There he is. So let's run the design team's video and then.
Yeah, design. Let's see, guys. Let's see what you're paying for right now. Woo! Can't wait.
At the end of the video. Okay, so let's run the video, please.
It started with a dream that Chris Roberts has been carrying his head for more than 20 years.
That I will also take your pay money and fuck off and try and build my own video game that will flop and kind of wish that I'd stayed with Star Citizen.
Waiting for the right time. That time is now. The Cloud Imperium design team's job is to take the vision of Chris Roberts and break it into its component parts, making the set of rules that will eventually lead to the Star Citizen
what's wrong
universe.
with your mic?
Design got started early with Ben Lesnick cranking out material as fast as he could during the crowdfunding campaign.
Chris had a very clear vision for Star Citizen, but because of the crowdfunding campaign, we needed to get information out to our backers as quickly as possible. That meant taking a lot of Chris's ideas and working out specific systems.
Did Ben Lesnick have a stutter?
Sooner than we might normally do in a game development.
He sounds like a South Park character in this video.
Process. My job, along with Dave Haddock and Chris, was to take some of Chris's ideas and create specific systems that would be public-facing, especially the planets that you would be visiting and the ships you would be flying and pledging for.
Has he always talked like that? It was it was brand new at this time. Okay, confidence then.
Which meant that when Chris had an idea like a multi-person crewed ship, we got together and turned it into the Constellation, or a luxury ship.
Dude, he sounds like a South Park character in this video. Yeah, Butters, fucking D, Butters.
Became the BMW of space, the 300i. It was a lot of fun. It was a crazy time, and we laid down a lot of the fiction for our game in those days.
Take a look at the Star Citizen website, and the comm links in particular, to see just how much work Ben and Dave did in those early days. Meanwhile, our community was growing very fast.
All right!
So Pete Mackey was brought on board to help Ben. What happened then was the initial design of many of our systems, including the Star Citizen economy.
So for the economy, Chris knew that he wanted to create the most detailed economy that he'd ever seen in a game. And so the first time that he had come out to Austin, we were at a bar, and I asked him if I could take a crack at some design work on it. And he said, sure, but you know, don't feel too bad if I don't like what you give me. But apparently he did, and so...
A fucking bar note sketch. Hey, Chris, I can do your comedy. Silo 1, Silo 2, Silo 3, it'll go to good.
So we've kind of moved forward on that, and...
You work for Lemmy now?
We have,
Awesome.
in the last few months, really started to work on supply chains. We have started to work on mining mechanics.
Aluminium, tungsten.
We've even gone up to Montreal to work with behavior, and they've started working on our new simulation tool. It's not really what you would see.
Wait, did that actually?
Started to work on supply chains. We have started to work on mining mechanics. We have even gone up to Montreal to work with behavior, and they've started working on our new simulation. Even gone up to Montreal to work with behavior, and they've started working on our new simulation tool. It's not really what you would see in the game, but it gives us kind of a sandbox that we can play in to see what the different kinds of values and numbers and
I don't remember it being this bad, man.
The economy will do.
Big economy, big universe.
Also, Toma, thank you very much for that. I don't know why we didn't get the notification on it. But I appreciate the gift of sub to Captain Cole. 30 months as well, Captain Cole. Thank you very much for that, dude.
And Nate Blaisdell was soon added on as my second in command. When we finally brought Pete over full-time, and then brought in Blake, the design team was complete.
So we've got a lot of stuff coming up. We've got starships, we've
He reminds me of Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox.
got bringing the world to life, we've got hundreds and hundreds of systems, and we've got some stuff coming up more immediately for the hangar.
Over the last few months, we've been doing a lot of iteration.
We got lots coming, guys.
Point now where we can actually take stuff out of the spreadsheets and get them into the game. And to help speed that process up even faster, Dan just yesterday built us a really cool weapons testing wrap.
Is that Teen Wolf? Yeah, that's what I said, dude. This guy works for ILM now. Jesus Christ! Are you a stalker, Noobifier?
And Squadron 42. First big task was bringing the hangar to the citizens.
So after the artists and the programming team had the hangar up and running, it was on the design team to start helping to optimize it. That was our first chance to really start learning the CryEngine tools, and it was really a collaborative effort among every discipline on the team and all the different studios.
So look forward to seeing a lot more ships, weapons, and staff.
Where?
Artists and the programming team had the hangar up and running. It was on the design team to start helping to optimize it. That was our first chance to really start learning the CryEngine tools, and it was really a collaborative effort among.
Wow, this is impressive, guys. Aren't you impressed with this black screen?
So look forward to seeing a lot more ships, weapons,
hi guys,
and stats in the upcoming months. Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten our roots. Under Chris's guidance, Dave Haddock and John Schimmel have been working on the storyline for Squadron.
They came up with the storyline. It's like a fucking B&B bedroom.
42. So stay tuned as we head into space and beyond.
Oh man, I need to start watching this a lot more.
You out there, hundreds of thousands of Star Citizens will have helped Chris bring epic space gaming back to life. So happy birthday, Star Citizen. We'll see you in the verse.
We'll have these videos up. I actually believe that there was an output error on that video because there was actually some footage. We weren't deliberately redacting those black screens. But the design team should stand up, and Dan, let's have Dan stand up first because we were so rushed getting all this in, we didn't get the all the footage, and Dan was he wasn't there when they shot the footage in Austin because he was in LA, and then he was out here at our modular design. They shot the footage in all the footage, and Dan was he wasn't there when they shot the footage in Austin.
Fucking just having a fucking snooze in the background. Oh man, this is some good shit. Like, this is definitely good to drink alcohol to.
He's doing some amazing work. Dan actually used to work at Crytek, and he's really helping us a lot with using the engine. But everyone from design should stand up. All right. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. All right, so we have another equally talented group of people that is going to come up in their video. Hopefully, we won't have as many black screens in that one. So let's meet the programmers.
I'd like to give you the story of engineering here at Cloud Imperium. It all started when...
What the fuck is the state of that PC at the back there?
Chris had this vision of Star Citizen, and he did
so shit now.
He evaluated engines. He chose CryEngine, and then everybody knows the story of the prototype and the crowdfunding.
The fucking laser fire.
That's when many of the engineers joined.
Hey Chris, how you doing,
There,
Chief?
we implemented the hangar module. Many engineers worked on many different pieces of this. Jeff Uriarte did the procedural hangar generation, where the hangar expands and contracts depending on the number of ships you have.
I'm Jeffrey Uriarte at Cloud Imperium. I'm a senior programmer. I already knew about the project. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. That it wasn't something I could pass up, and I'm really glad to be here.
Are you still working at CIG?
Naturally. A lot of people have noticed that after
where is he working now, Nubifire, if you know?
The first patch, a lot of the lighting in the ships changed. It turned out all of the lighting files from all of the ships were being completely removed from the build for the final build system.
That's Teen Wolf's dad, dude.
And I was the one who managed to find that and fix it. After that first patch, it was someone who said something along the lines of, it's almost as if someone found the light switch and turned it on. And I read that and sort of thought to myself, I was the guy who found the light switch and turned it on.
Paul Reindell did the
oh, he's still working.
Customization and inventory system, including the hard points for weapons and holotable.
I was pretty impressed when I
oh my god, the holotable, fuck that.
Chris made for the initial prototype, because basically he was the only guy who worked on the initial prototype.
Yeah, this guy's elite, yeah.
And I was pretty impressed that one guy could achieve.
He's actually aged pretty
all
well.
This in probably less than a year.
My name is Brendan, and I work at Cloud Imperium Games here in Austin, and I'm a programmer on the engine team. So I help to create new features in the engine, just advance the look and feel of the game, and work out what we need.
Brendan Jackson did the optimization and profiling with CryEngine, so we could display all of the ships and all the components.
I don't know, I couldn't read any of that text. The quality of this video is...
That's it, I'm leaving now.
Tom Sawyer did the server backend, so you could log in with the game client and receive your ship data. Kyle Rockman implemented the launcher, which you all see when you first start the game, and it patches and updates all the game and all the data.
But we have to download the patch every single time.
Behind the scenes is always building our code and data, do our official builds that we test and send to the public. Jeff Zhu joined us towards the end of the hangar development, and he helped with lots of ship animation and character animation.
This guy's got the typical American accent that we would hear in like the UK, where I kind of feel like he needs to have a cowboy hat on.
Trying to shove asteroids into Bengal carrier bay with a Hornet.
just to see if I could, and exploding horribly.
Jared Jacobs also joined towards the end of development as a web developer, and he worked with our external web developers, Turbulent, on website fixes and improvements. For the future, we're working on spaceflight, and specifically the dogfighting module, which is the next big release you'll see.
Probably better than the current flight
engineering
state.
team has grown with lots of great engineers, and we're working on things like weapons and shield effects and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it worked so hard, man.
Together
Yeah.
With our engineering team,
Yeah,
partners, we're going to bring you an
Here
awesome
we are,
dogfighting
Texas.
experience. Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
Und an alle deutschen Fans am Ende noch, dank für eure Unterstützung. Wir machen das auf jeden Fall, wird ein gutes Game.
Would you be able to say that now with a straight face? Or believe it?
Programmers should stand up. Let's hear it for the programmers. Stand up, programmers.
Woo, programmers!
Get 1, 2, 3. So it's actually quite telling that most of the programmers are in the back. They don't really want to be in the front in the limelight, but they do amazing
Damn
work.
it, who did
You
the
guys are
audio?
great. So the last sort of, well, actually we've got...
Anytime there's any fast motion, whatever camera they're using can't capture this for shit.
of the game. We'll run up now, and obviously it's the artist, and I think we've got an incredible.
Is
group of
the
artists
audience
who are
just
amazing
CIG
stuff.
staff?
And you know, it's always cool to look at like great imagery. So let's run the art reel.
Ted, Chris, Elijah, Jeff, Daniel, Ryan, Forrest, Mark, and all these other characters that couldn't make the movie. Wow! Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad this turned out in the game. Look at that bounty hunter armor. Oh wow. Oh wow, look at all this shit. Awesome. I am Groot. Awesome stuff. I'm so glad all those armors made it into the game. Those characters in the next match.
These ships, man, I mean, you guys have seen the ships. They're crazy daunting. I mean, so many moving parts, so many little things. I mean, for all of those to come online the way they have has been really satisfying for me.
Squeezing out of the fucking Aurora seat. Predator music in the background. Old freelancer, best freelancer. None of these ships ever made it to the game. Unknown. Redone. 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 What the fuck is this Predator music? No, Mark's still not CIG. No, he left a long time ago, I think. Need more T-posing? Yeah. Damn. Wow, what's that? Camouflage technology? Holo? Wow, where's all this? Wow, where's that? Where's this? Dun, 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 dun. I ascend in my hangar. Awesome. Squadron 42. Oh man, do you think Chris Roberts looks back on this and goes, fucking hell, like, those dopey motherfuckers paid a lot of money for a load of cringe.
Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
Happy birthday.
To
Star Seas. Cloud Imperium.
thank you.
Robert Space Industries. I don't what the name is. We changed it in practice. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. It's your 1 year mark, and may the force be with you.
Is he taking the piss out of Chris Roberts? Weren't that desperate for money back then, were they? Oh, thank God, everything has evolved so much better, guys. His mic's not working. They were making a small game, that's very true. Yeah, they were making a small game. How long we got? We got about half an hour, guys. Did they make this video? It's 2013, Chris.
I will definitely say that it makes it very easy to...
This is like the first CitizenCon cringe. CringeCon. First CringeCon. We didn't actually start getting normal CitizenCons until like 2018. For a few years it was just literally CringeCon. And bad camera work. Especially the next great Starship. That whoever they hired for the fucking camera, the fucking camera guy fell asleep. He's just like, fucking drop the camera.
Conceptual work on the Gladiator, which is pretty awesome, very fully realized. I think you guys will like it. So this is the
Red one, yeah.
premiere of the Gladiator. So let's roll.
The Gladiator. Woo!
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah. Woo! Woo! Well, yeah, the interior doesn't look like anything like that now, eh?
So,
yeah. Time for some more millions, guys. It's only like $100. If 2 million of you guys spend $100 on a Gladiator, we'll be able to hire some more people for our cringe team, you know? Yeah, I know, exactly, like. But like for me, I bought into the idea of what Star Citizen could be, but no joke. Until like maybe 2016, 17, all their live show were so fucking sketchy and cringy, like. And finally they started to mature as a company and start doing it more professional. You had Jared, you had everyone. It was much better, right? But at the beginning it was literally run off fucking D Squad, you know? Literally like the wedding photographer in the local county or whatever, local town was hired to do this kind of work, you know? And then obviously they got more money so they could hire better teams, you know?
Know their work because they're doing some really great stuff for us. So the first is Behavior, who are based in Montreal, and they've got an incredibly talented team. So we're the Behavior guys. We have a few down here because they came from Modular. You want to stand up really quickly? So there's a few more people from Behavior that are down here, but we were actually taking the opportunity of doing this 1 year anniversary. We actually had a summit, which we were calling the Modular Summit, where we were working on how we're going to...
The Modular Summit.
Essentially build all the...
I think they still do that every year, like at the start of the year. They do it.
There's a fair amount of stuff where there will be some modular architecture that we can put together, and then there'll be some unique stuff. And we had a summit where the key teams that are both from internal and external that are working on this came together over the last 2 days to discuss and share ideas and push forward our thinking on what the pipeline has been. So we actually have, that's one of the reasons why I have a lot of our partners down here, which is fantastic. But let's roll Behavior's video and we'll hear a little more about what Behavior is doing on Star Citizen.
I like how somebody laughed.
Hello Star Citizen, welcome to Behavior Montreal's office. I'm Mathieu Beaulieu, one of the producers on Star Citizen. Well, I'm here to present you my team.
So one of our main mandates here at Behavior is creating a vast amount of planet for you to explore. We have hired the best talent in Montreal to deliver rich and breathtaking environment for you to explore and interact with. Concept artists, 3D artists, environment artists, and level designer are all working together to define the best pipeline for the planet creation process. It is important for us that each environment has a unique feel to it. We want you to be able to quickly recognize which planet.
To be honest, Orson actually did come out quite like the
you land on
concept
it.
images.
Architectural style of the buildings.
What the fuck is that desktop, dude? Oh man, I hate that shit.
Are few of the elements that we study.
Like, make folders, please.
At the same time, we don't want you to get lost or having to use a map to find your way on a new planet. We want you to be able to find your way to a specific merchant easily. Planet layout, store configuration, pathway schemes, and landing sequence are all being worked to achieve that goal. But that's not all. We're also working on the economy system as presented by Chris Roberts a few weeks ago. We're also making good progress on the avatar customization system and planning for a social hub where you'll be able to gather with your friends and plan for your next mission.
On behalf of everybody up here at Behavior Montreal, we want to give a big, huge thanks to all the fans and backers of the project. It's because of you that we get to work on such a cool game. So,
happy birthday, Star Citizen!
Did any of their stuff actually end up in the game?
Behavior is working on some really great stuff. We haven't shown you all the stuff yet, but I think everyone's going to be quite excited. The next development partner that I want to introduce is Void Alpha.
No, the studio they disbanded, yeah.
Tasked with working on the various planet-side environments. I may have said this before in interviews, but I think Rob can correct me. What are we, 105 systems, 110 systems on the initial build? And then, of course, each system can have multiple planets, and each planet potentially can have multiple landing locations. So I believe we're about 50 or 60 different locations you can visit down on
105 solar systems, eh?
So,
let me just quickly get a fresh up, guys, alright?
Figuring out what our pipeline is. So behavior is a key part of that, and
on the initial build.
Key part of that. It's a company called Void Alpha, and
oh, guys, you smell that? That smells. It smells like your hope being drained away.
Mark Day, who worked with me on Wing Commander 3 and Wing Commander 4, and also did Prophecy after I left the Form Digital Envoy.
Hey, Divas, how you doing?
Have a lot of working history.
This is from 2013.
Making some pretty
Captain Nuts.
Decent games.
It's hard, eh? It's really difficult to deal with something like this. Obviously, like what we've got now is so much better. But you can see why people thought this was a scam, right? Because look, it's a fucking, like, university studio. It just feels so sus, man.
Greetings, Star Citizens. We are Void Alpha. We're located in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco, the iconic city by the bay, cable cars, the waterfront, all of which we can occasionally see from our offices directly across the bay in beautiful Emeryville, California. Here at Void Alpha, we've been working on planet-side environments for Star Citizen. Our designers create a rough 3D model of an environment called the white box. The concept artists add detail and sometimes color. The concept art is then used by our production artists to create environments to be used in the game.
Let's go!
Let's meet some of our talented
This
staff.
never made it to the game.
Hi, my name's Miranda, and I'm a 3D artist here at Void Alpha. What I like best about working on the Star Citizen project
That's
is
a
the use
thick
of the
pen,
new car
like.
engine. It allows the artist to work more in detail and not have the limitations of technology that we used to have in the past.
What I like most about working on Star Citizen is building the planet-side locations that players will be running around on, and then seeing concept and environment make those locations look even more amazing than I originally imagined. I'm Gabriel Galaz, and I'm a level designer at Void Alpha. In the past, I've worked on the Resistance and Ratchet & Clank franchises, most recently Star Wars 1313 and First Assault. What I'm looking forward to the most about playing Star Citizen is flying around in spaceships and killing people with my friends.
We call that griefing now because the community couldn't handle it because they're all soft.
What I like best about working on Star Citizen probably is because I'm such a huge Wing Commander fan, and it's a new universe incorporating all the things that I liked about the old games. I'm Dennis Renshaw, and I am Senior Environment Artist. Well, working with the CryEngine, I'm actually enjoying a lot. You know, I played around with it a little bit, but never done it in a professional capacity. So.
You fucking what, mate? What was that?
I'm actually just enjoying everything, actually being able to do that now. I'm actually with it a little bit, but never done it, and I'm actually enjoying a lot. You know, I played around with it a little bit.
I've played around with CryEngine, but I've never done it professionally. Come join Void Alpha, dreams made real. No professionals here. Just fucking people that walked in off the street to play with CryEngine.
Capacity. So I'm
oh my god! Holy shit!
To do that now.
He's never played with CryEngine before.
The best thing for me about working on Star Citizen, getting to work closely with
And he's not a professional.
We've been friends for many, many years, and on a professional level.
God, they keep throwing this word in professional.
He's always had such a strong vision. Really, the most fun and exciting times in my professional career was when
I'm gonna drink every time they say professional.
When we were working on projects together.
Because we've had it 3 times already, man.
I can't believe it's already been a year for Star Citizen. It doesn't seem that long ago that Chris came to me with a demo he'd been working on and telling me about a Kickstarter. So I guess it's happy birthday, Star Citizen. But you know, I think the best is yet to come.
I hope we're still employed by CIG. Oh, wait. Oh, fucking hell.
I think the Void Alpha folks here, do you want to stand up? We're missing something. Where are the artists? There you are, in the back there.
The camera just pans to the dark. Holy shit, man. I did not realize at the time this was fucking memes. Like, the cameraman points to the darkest part in the fucking room. Oh, holy shit, this is so good.
The Void Alpha folks here, do you want to stand up so people can... There's Mark over here.
Where's fucking Mark? Mark's in the depths of hell. And just darkness. The void of space. In the fucking studio. Oh wait, no, there he is.
Where are the artists?
Oh, there they are. Holy my god. I don't remember it being this good.
So the next group that we're going to run a short video, and I believe there's actually a lot of dialogue on it, is CGBot, who some of the members are here. So
this is fantastic. Michael Bay level shit, dude. Holy crap, man! I forgot how bad this was, but it's so cringy good.
And we have Rita, who I guess you're the sort of business head of there, and also who has always done amazing work. And we have Rita.
Rita?
Who, I guess you're the
I
sort of
guess.
business head
Rita, I guess, sort of does some work. Oh my god! Oh, I guess does something in this place.
Great to work with both you guys again. It's great to have you here. Tara, sitting next to him, is the producer at CGBot, and she worked at Digital Anvil with us all too. With Jason Decker, who is not actually at CGBot, but we worked at Origin and at Digital Anvil. So,
and I bet you none of them said.
Very successful.
Yeah, I guess they all left. Yeah.
Pocket Legends, right? And you've got there's a sci-fi one too, I think. I forget now. Anyway, I'm too busy making games now, making this game. So do you guys want to stand up and say hi? Great. And so there's an incredibly talented team that's actually down in Monterrey, Mexico, that aren't here today, but you're going to see on the video. And they actually, CGBot actually worked on all the prototype assets that were in CryEngine. So the Hornet and the Carrier.
I'm going to quickly go for a bio break. I'll leave this running for you guys whilst before the show actually starts.
Prototype and the assets that I demoed with were actually built by CGBot over the previous year of me working on the prototype, and actually, Sergio was kind enough to do a bunch of that stuff on spec and then a bunch of it at a reduced rate, so we could afford to have something looking great and not have to spend so much. So this is actually the team we'll see in this video that's doing it. So it's pretty brief, but let's just run it and we'll see everyone working on Star Citizen spaceships and characters.
Oh, holy crap. Right. What do we have now? Let's quickly get the fucking Twitch thing set up. There we go. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to put this down like quality wise so it doesn't lag the stream. Stream starts 4 minutes. Awesome. Hopefully my internet can cope with this sounds.
Martin and the rest of the CGBot team that are back in Mexico, if they're watching.
I thought this DDL silhouette was part of the video at first. Oh.
And since actually CGBot are one of the major partners that's building a lot of our spaceships, that sort of brings us to the second spaceship reveal, although this one isn't an engine, but it is a final conceptual. It is the Retaliator, the Aegis Retaliator.
Really? So it was Aurora, Gladiator, Constellation, then it was obviously the Retaliator.
So let's,
I don't remember it being in that order at all.
You guys will like this as well. I like that shot. even a luxury apartment module you get for it. So this is if you're on a desert at a nice.
When? Oh. I was gonna say, we don't have that location. Wow. The enthusiasm in this crowd is stellar, I have to say.
And again, like the Gladiator, for this weekend until I don't know exactly what time on Monday noon.
I recall correctly, I was sitting near. You were at this event? What, in America? Liar.
We're going to make a transition here, but I wanted one room we don't have video from, but we have a few members here.
I don't remember this at all, dude. I'm trying to remember if this was live or just a recording.
Crytek's help and support and their engine, we wouldn't be here. So I know Sean's here. Who else from Crytek is here? Yeah, stand up, come on. Stand up.
In the UK? No, it's not the UK, dude.
So we're actually quite lucky because Crytek just opened an Austin office here.
It literally is just CIG staff in the crowd.
But I have to say, even during the prototype, everyone was awesome because Paul in the programmer thing said that I did all the programming, which is kind of true, but not fully because I had a huge amount of help.
Right. Have you noticed this, right? So Chris Roberts has two shadows. One of his shadows has really spiky hair, and then the other shadow just has really soft, bland hair. You know what I mean?
And they did it fair number of times. So thank you to the Crytek team members here, but also if there's anyone in Germany watching, you guys are great. We're super happy. The engine's amazing.
They're trying to disprove the moon landing because of shadows. I just don't understand why one head has spiky hair, the other one is soft, CGI Chris Roberts. Yeah. Awesome stuff.
Slightly different than obviously the sort of more game-centric stuff. It's the team basically building our whole web infrastructure and the back end of this Turbulent, who have done an amazing job. So from maintaining.
We're at 10 minutes now, guys. How long does this? Wait. Let's go.
And rolling out all the features because as
here. What do we got? We got some memes. Let's finish off the last part where. Yeah, we'll do here.
So I'm gonna run a little video.
Oh wow, he took his jack off.
Robert Space Industries, the next great starship, which is competition that will be, I don't know, kind of like some of those competitions you see on TV, and we'll actually do it that way. But let's run the video. Michael, will you run the video, please?
Oh god. This fucking
Hey
meme.
there, citizens and civilians. Welcome to the quest for the next great starship. Star Citizen is calling all you modelers, textures, and riggers for the likes of a modding competition that you've never seen before.
We've already seen some amazing spaceship designs on our forums, and we know that's just the tip of the iceberg. So in the spirit of Star Citizen's open development philosophy, we've decided to create a competition to build Robert Space Industries'
He's looking thin, yeah.
starship. If you're an aspiring modeler, or just a conceptual designer, or artist, we encourage you to enter this competition. If you're accepted, you'll be mentored by various members of the Cloud Imperium team and judged
the giant face angle, I know, man.
And the community to find RSI's next great starship.
Tune in every week to see these teams
It's like,
battle it out.
alright guys,
Challenges.
tune in next week.
And judged by
We're gonna be making Star
The show
Citizen.
goes on until one team wins, taking home the grand prize of $30,000.
Oh my god.
Your spaceship in game and the title of the next great
Hey
starship.
Unlimited, how you doing, Chief?
So if you find yourself dreaming of vertices, polygons, or thruster arrays, don't wait. Get the details at robertspaceindustries.com.
What was that? Man.
We'll sort of do.
Big fucking brass band, man.
Anvil Aerospace's
Anvil.
Hornets have faced Vandal, Xi'an, pirates, and criminals.
And griefers.
They've logged more combat time and kills in more theaters than any other ship in the history.
If only
of
that
space
was
combat.
true. The Aurora would probably kill it now. Wow. That pirate criminal in an Aurora.
Battle tested in the harshest conditions.
Wow.
The Hornet has proven time and again its ability
Missiles
to
that
withstand
work?
damage and still be able to dish it out.
Yeah.
Honey, I got the ice cream you wanted.
Fucking hell.
With all the punishment it handles on a daily basis, don't you think the new Hornet can handle yours?
And all those Hornet owners are just crying in their sleep like... Cringe rewatches, right? It's dreadful, eh, guys? Anyway, that's that. Let's change this. Citizen Con. Let's take off the rewatch and the cringe. Sit. Con. Watch buddy. There we go. Awesome stuff. Right, we got 6 minutes. I'm not even gonna look at chat because actually I'm gonna hide it. These guys get fucking really, really cringy and bleh when that shit goes down. Do I have it? Hey, Miss L, how you doing? Scam, Citizen Con, bingo cards. Might want to leave the cringe. Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be, right?
Hello, everybody. This is an audio test. How many people are watching right now? Oh no. Why are there so many people watching a countdown timer? 5:30, 5:29, 5:28, 5:27. Why?
Oh, well, I said there wasn't any cringe and then Jared had to do it.
You know this is just the smaller show, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the chat's going so fast I can't possibly read it.
So look.
Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not recommending it. I'm saying have the conversation, have the thought, consider it, and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know. Who's ready for Citizen Con? If you're ready for Citizen Con, type John Crew in chat. Anybody who's ready for Citizen Con, type John Crew in chat. Oh, anybody that's spelling it wrong, you're not ready for Citizen Con. There's an E at the end of crew.
Goldberg, thank you very much. 100 bits,
If you're ready for Citizen Con,
dude. Appreciate
type John Crew
that.
with an E at the end of chat.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, I'm gonna hide this again.
That person wasn't even close. That's not how you spell John in any language.
Hey, Fledger, thank you very much for 30 months support. 30 months.
Why?
I just saw what you said in org chat, tough.
What was that weird soft drink
That's
called?
the Vampire Phoenix in the Aurora.
Dandelion Burdock? Dandelion and
Oh my god.
Iron Brew. So there's Iron Brew and
Some good stuff, dude. Good stuff.
They got
The
weird
memes.
drinks here. Alright, that's it. Audio test good. Show starts in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, everybody.
Will they start
Get
on
ready.
time? Let's see. Let's see if they start on time, chap. Hey, Galapia, how you doing, dude? Is Boyd gone? No, I think it's gonna be good. I like the lineup. I think, yeah, I actually think there's gonna be a lot of things that I'm very interested with this. Got your Jägermeister ready? Nice. Let's go. I know. I'm very interested. Obviously, like if you were at the start of the show today, guys, we've been watching a bit of last year's CitizenCon just to refresh our minds. So looking forward to seeing how it's improved and stuff like that. I need hits of copium bad. So I'm hoping it's good one. Again, it's going to give information that is required. A lot of people are going to get upset about Star Citizen, but to be honest, as I've said many times, Gallifear, people just need to fucking relax. Play the game, don't play the game. People care far too much, and they're going to get disappointed throughout. Just ride the Star Citizen line and that's it. I never look at this as copium or hopium. I just look at it as nice to see upgrades on the thing. I quite like this. This looks good. I personally would have moved the font just slightly up so it's on the line a little bit more, but that's just me. Will it start on time? I will be amazed. Amazed, chat. Maybe recorded with phone this time? Nah. They do recordings really good in comparison to what they did in the previous years. Because they've got the money to hire a decent editing team and stuff like that now. All that stuff in like 2013. $5 the stream crashes? I don't know, dude. It was pretty stable last year. Yeah, phones are really good. My Pixel 5 is really good for recording. I treat it like a yearly health check. Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to look at it. Just relax. Holy shit.
My favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive.
Shut
and
up!
the
You
cheers
never
I got
flew
when
the
we were flying
Carrack!
through that wormhole was unbelievable.
No, it was completely on rails.
The effort they put into like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
Oh, so you're still working there?
Watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible.
I love all the memes. What a fucking chat.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy
What a fucking chat.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really,
all
really
the
cool.
games possible.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just
they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
I like that, man. All about the memes,
impacts, our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community,
Brian?
It'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to,
I'm pretty sure he
I'd
was
probably
a
just turn and walk
surfer
away.
when he was younger. He's got all these like surfer kind of tattoos.
Hi, I'm Chris. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hot tub
What the fuck? It's an updated version that's actually good quality.
10 years ago, after 20 years of making
Oh
games,
no!
it turned out
No, my little heart can't take it.
ready to come back.
Oh my god, talk about memes, like, we just literally saw that shit.
But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster
my god!
find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship
This
is.
thing's just
I wanna
so
be able to
fucking
share this
memey,
experience
man.
With my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI.
Yeah,
I want this to be as good
griefers.
or better than any other game out there, and I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community
Oh man, we were saying there was gonna be no cringe.
I've never been accused of having
saved on the budget by reflecting the previous.
I'm pretty excited by
this is so good. This is so good because it's updated as well. Like it's been redone.
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online.
Jesus, man.
And revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space.
It just
games,
shows
and
you
embarked on a
like
journey
10
with all of
years
you
now, man.
To build the most
Crazy,
immersive
like.
universe ever conceived.
See our deepfake? No, I don't think it's a deepfake.
Small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star
It
Citizen.
didn't work back till see when he hit the deck, yeah.
The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in
Chris, we've literally just watched the 2013.
And the first step
it was cringe con and it was awesome, man.
At the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha.
Same black shirt? Yeah, always like me, dude. I prefer black clothing. Nice, basic stuff, you know?
Realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Arras and
Steve Jobs called
Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts.
Hey man, if the guy likes to look good in black, then there you go.
And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017.
I mean, in a day, fair enough. I would have actually liked him to say what it was
playtime of someone that logs in 2022
constantly, you know what I mean?
3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steady.
Crazy stuff, man.
In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming the show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen as it is conceived today that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet. With
Well, that's
no
kind of the
loading
point of the
screens,
game,
all with
Astral.
millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together. At the visual quality, the biggest AAA games is perhaps
I'll
the most
allow
ambitious goal
older
that has ever been set up
donkey,
towards
but
the
let's
game.
keep people's
Both
weights,
humbled
you
and
know,
thankful
stuff
for
like
the
that
dedication
out
and
of
facing my
any,
dream
like,
to build a truly
you know
immersive
what I mean, memeing around. I understand it's just
only
memes,
possible
but
by
let's
building
keep
it
people's
outside the
weights.
traditional publisher
Just
system.
call people
The
old
direct
or something like that,
relationship
alright? I'm
with
fine with that.
you.
Let's not get too offensive.
The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline
Thank
to our
you.
longevity and future. The connections and
We all
friends people have made
gain
along the
weight
way,
and we all
events
lose weight.
organised inside the
Stress
game
is one
and
thing,
outside by the various
puts weight
orgs.
on.
This year we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and
104?
Florida.
Or what did you say,
Chinese Bar
140?
Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship, prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3, launched October 2952, Manchester Starport.
Very cool
Captain
studio, like.
Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay, well,
aboard.
that's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know, I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
This is cool.
Let's do a
This is fucking dope.
Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
This is dope, man.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that as an area. Cheers.
And cheers.
That's dope.
We didn't even plan that. All right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
That's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think? Look at my
I don't know where
jacket.
that's from.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't be a twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh, wow. Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow. That's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up. You're going to sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. I like the desk. We've got a bobblehead. This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side.
They paid money for us? Yeah, it's a studio, right?
All right, let's start the show. Our
We're
first
at fucking $500 million, right?
You
You could literally put 10 million in a fucking bank, and it would create a money
the first of our journey to
to
the day. So
pay for the bits of wood and paint that this is, dude.
We'll talk about it.
Again, they can do whatever the fuck they want with the money that they earn, yeah? That's dope.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf
Maximilian!
of the team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Awesome! Let's fucking go, chat.
So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so
it's
far.
the
So
recording
idea
studio that
behind
they built
Pyro
in
1
Manchester.
is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue.
Yo, Divs, thank you very much for the
as you
free
can
gifted
see, Pyro
sub.
1 already has
Kitty Man for the
some volumetric
14,
clouds.
Premius for the 5,
Not all of the
Tactical
Pyro
Reaver for the
planets
3.
have
Thank you so
some
much for that,
volumetric
dude.
clouds yet. So
Ah,
let's jump
God,
to
now I need to change this again.
one of the blue spots.
Thank you. Can we get
on
some
the
vibes in chat,
planet.
please?
I just tweaked like the
Awesome,
sun
dude.
position a little bit to make
Appreciate
it
the
look
love.
a bit nicer.
Let me just dunk this up
And
to
then
that for this.
you can see why it's blue.
Thank you,
We
Chief.
added like tons of these crystals to Pyro
Appreciate
1.
that, man. Thank you so much. Hope
We've
you're well,
used
Chief.
crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too. We played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plans over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission in on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault.
That's the thing
It's
that a
really
lot
cool
of people
plan
just
set, and I'm
forget,
happy
man.
that we finally found.
Yeah, if you've got
a spot to
rights, you
use
can
them.
come in, chat and stuff.
So this is another spot. I
Open
wanna
comms.
highlight. It's also important for us that we do add.
Obviously, I just require people to push the talk if they can.
In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We try to push the scale of the assets for the
Yeah, like I was saying, it shows you that they've got assets from like 2-3 years ago.
Like the
stuff like
basic
that.
rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of
Wiki
the
rock,
sets that
yeah.
we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass. But I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in-game walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this
Oh,
biome
fuck,
here,
yes!
which has these really cool looking rock formations.
Oh,
They are
that's gonna be
massive in
fun.
scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. It's
Yeah,
possible to
man.
land your spaceship on them.
Those look so
It's
good.
probably really fun to
Hey, dude, how you doing, Chief?
race through here. We can imagine that this
Yeah,
is
it's
going to
pretty
be
good.
like
Just
a
had
nice
dinner,
combat
and
space
now
as
it's
well.
perfect
because
time
they
to
do
watch
provide
this.
Nice cover.
Nice.
Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2.
By the way, if anybody's got rights on Discord, you're allowed to jump on Discord and chat with us, by the way. All it requires is push to talk, so
So now we're on
coughing
Pyro
and stuff
2.
doesn't come through.
In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2.
Holy shit.
What I want to highlight here is the improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was
Perfect
always
place
quite
for some
challenging
low
for us to do,
flying.
to have some natural transition from
Yeah,
the
but also
terrain
just
to
general
the geometry,
flights.
and then also
We've
have,
got,
like,
if you look
the
at any
rocks
mountain that
form
we've
in a
got like
natural
on
way.
Daymar and stuff, it's just
Now
a mound.
we can make
This
nicer
actually
rock
makes it
formations.
feel
It's
a
not
bit
quite
more
there
like a
yet.
mountain in certain areas.
There are still improvements planned for it, but I think in comparison to what we had before. This is a big step forward. Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of assets has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance.
I wish I could see the FPS though, but obviously it's with their in-engine thing.
There, you will see that this is, yeah, like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera editor. So
gauge it too much, Gallifrey, because it is off their application thing. So he's just basically free camming through the system.
In this case,
for me to actually believe it, I would have to see him flying through it. You know what I mean?
These calcified
because this thing's a lot lighter than what we have.
And they spawn in very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but
Wild West? Who was it earlier on today talking about Wild West? Fuck me, like,
angle, what I really
this is like a perfect Wild West scene, right?
The contrast that you have here on the terrain, it's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice
that is a dope
ocean.
basin.
So
like,
this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of bushes and grasses.
So good, man.
So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs.
The color tones in Pyro is really, really cool.
And it's another nice.
I like how it's just not like traditional colors like sand color and stuff.
Terrain. And the dark.
The reds, the yellows, blues.
Really red demo.
What I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone, and then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the result is
we've got yellow one as well, like Pyro something, but these are different biomes. They're different biomes, dude. So on the we're now on the third planet, so we've seen 2 of them.
Now we're on Pyro 3.
This is the one that's yellow, I think,
during last year's keynote demo. But I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of.
I love the double layers of clouds.
We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to
they look so good
to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density. So it looks really nice when it covers
fucking level
rocks.
of detail, man.
And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine.
They've done really good with the grass movement. It's a little bit too choppy, but it also, because we're not hearing any sounds, it could be really windy as well.
Look really dense. So we push the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser.
So when it's the actual gameplay for Pyro, this is still so far away, I feel, but good old stuff. Hoping for actual gameplay? Dude, they're just showing off the planet assets right now. You're gonna see gameplay later on, dude.
The coast biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have.
Hey guys, it goes through panels, right? So this panel is showing off the Pyro technology of how the planets and moons are gonna look.
We added these coral, like coral geology set to have some of the yellow also.
This is very Death Stranding, like.
So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks.
But you see that there's actually stuff in the water as well.
Volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation.
Really nice assets. Whoever's doing the asset team, they're really good.
To make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation.
Because again, you got the foliage, but also if you see here, like possible farming could be done.
You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered.
Oh, if they show lava, I'll be good.
Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
Fucking Mordor here. Man, that is dope. Like, look at the clouds shadowing the land. Please be lava.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is kind of coming from.
There's loads of verticality. What are you fucking talking about? There's no trees in these areas.
The terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this.
I love the colors.
Bush set here, which is called.
Looks like Australia. That's what I was gonna say, man.
Yeah, it's kind of
Scottish
like
Highlands. Did he actually go to the Scottish Highlands?
They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things.
No, tumbleweed such. I know, man. Tumbleweed, you mean? Yeah.
These ones here, I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting.
I love the rocks on the top.
We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston,
they're better than fucking Microtech, that's for sure.
Those things almost look like bug hives.
The texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there.
Thank God, because the tree assets.
So what was
really maybe went to 5.
To improve the blending between different biomes.
Yeah, he didn't actually make it to the Highlands, you know.
Simple biomes, so clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass, and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some
that
really
is a nice color palette.
Concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale, and what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big to be visible almost from space, but then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're
man, that's so cool. Look at that shit.
Let me jump in game so you see how big these
PvPing around that would be so much fun.
Massive in scale.
Sorry, go ahead, dude.
You can probably land your space.
Yeah, imagine trying to hide ballistas and stuff like that in the fog.
Small, but I think
yeah, but you could also place them on top, man, which would be cool.
Dark gray rocks against the crimson of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric.
Why didn't he go through this mode? I don't know.
Covering the terrain.
Again, he's
the height
a
map,
planet dude. Maybe doesn't spend much time flying around, you know.
Is so large, we actually get like
doesn't want to
shapes
crash.
of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds.
The fog is really
you can
nice.
probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity.
The rocks don't match the soil color? Well, I mean, you just said that there's texture issues, so probably just needs a little bit of work. I kind of feel like it needs to be a little bit more whiter or lighter gray, though, Heavy Bob,
scattered some of the
to go with that kind of red. I was joking. Oh, I totally can read jokes on the internet.
And some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
This is actually multiple height maps forming.
If we had
lava
CIG.
You can see it all the way out in space.
Nice.
Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global
displacement. Have you seen the race course that they added in 3.17.2?
Of the ecosystems.
Oh, the snake pit.
Yeah. When you warp into it, you get that same sort of vibe where you can see it from a big distance. I like that kind of idea in the game.
Down to the surface.
Oh yeah, that's a huge thing. Like oh, I can see it already.
Yes, spooky and grim and kind of dark. So we have these dark fantasy.
That's a planet killer, yeah.
Trees, which look.
This is
kind of.
This is. I would say this is probably my favorite location that they've shown so far, Galifia. This feels very. You could probably get like some insect or animal creature that hunts you at night when the fog comes low, or shit like that. You know what I mean? It would be so sick.
Looking ground cover acid.
But it's like eerie and dead, you know what I mean? Especially with what you mentioned there, Donkey, with like Planet Killer. Like it literally is like a horror fucking moon planet kind of situation there.
So let's switch it up and look at one of the moons. This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like, like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak.
Maybe a mining spot.
And have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map.
Alright, KB, take care. Jesus, fuck. Look at that.
Bump up, and then it goes down to form
some proper verticality in the game.
Oh yeah, that shit would make perfect death race track.
To get the look that we want.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So if we go down here, you can see we start.
No more De Morelli, just a straight line with maybe
some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here,
more actually for PvP and flying like that glitch, like low flying can be done anywhere, right? But for me, backdrops when you're fighting is really good. Have they sorted server meshing? You're not gonna see server meshing until like late next year, dude. It's not on the list of things to talk about right now.
Just hits the obsidian in the right way, and everything looks like nice and shiny.
Nice greenish kind of bluish hue.
The ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it's
kind of feels like mud. You know when you're on a beach, like, and you got like a dark sand beach and or like a bay basically, and the water goes out in the tide. Kind of feels like that, right? Melted and
so we improved the shapes,
boggy
different
kind of stuff,
just to make it look extra cool. like the way the sunlight.
It is gorgeous, yeah.
hits, these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided
definitely
to add
more
some of these white,
more
light
appealing
gray
than Stanton,
shrubs,
right?
Just so the area doesn't feel
just has a bit
too
more
samey,
difference
and
to
it's
it
always
all.
nice to have, like,
because
the
when you go to
occasional
different
pocket of
locations in
vegetation
Stanton, it just
to
feels
set the
like the
obsidian
same
biome
thing, just
apart from
colored
the rest
texture,
of the
right?
planet.
This
We
actually feels like
went
you're on
with
a different
the
thing,
opposite
especially when you
route
remember when we used to
for
go
these
to
biomes here. So instead of being
Levski was
shiny
at
and
what's it called?
slick, they are more dry.
The fucking asteroid
covered
thing,
in
I forget
dry
the name,
sand.
right? And it had the spiky rocks.
The
This sort of reminds me
vegetation
of
is
that
dry.
location.
We added some of these spiky shapes to add some
Delamar, that's it. Thank you,
verticality
Gallifrey. This
to the
feels like
scattering.
Delamar, you know,
Yeah,
with the
outside
spiky
the
rocks, a little bit more
obsidian
dangerous to fly
crack,
around, walk
this is
around.
what you will find on the
Prometheus
planet
vibes
most
for
of the
sure.
time.
I hope
So
we
I
see
think
some.
they have learned from their
page to show
mistakes
some of
with
the
either maybe
subtle
the
color that
Stanton.
we added to Pyro 5C. So the
Well,
obsidian
they've
crack
also
is, like,
had
kind of
like
just
multiple
dark
years to work on
gray,
this, whilst if you think of
the
it,
desert I
Stanton's
just
just
showed
always
is
been like a
also
planet
light gray.
added, you know.
So we felt this
They'll go
needed a
back and
bit,
they'll redo Stanton,
a
and
bit
which is
of
a good thing
color
because
breakup.
again,
So we
this just
added
feels like wherever you go,
some
it's a
of
bit
these
more
reds
unique, different color
used
palette, but the rocks
to,
and stuff just again.
the occasional
My
biome
biggest concern is
very
that
rocky.
if they don't
You
add
also
like
find the
animals
red sand on the
or
rocks from the
other things like that, it's
bioaccumulation,
just
and it
always
looks
just
really nice how
empty
all the
terrain,
red,
right?
Creeps up into the
Yeah, it's
crevices of
definitely
the
that they
hydrants in
need
the
to
background.
rework some of the things, and they need to add more life to the
We're gonna
planets,
end
like
our
the
show
Yeah.
the
today
animals
on
that you can
Pyro
hunt,
6.
and that
Pyro
they can
6 has
hunt
a very
you,
interesting color
and
palette.
so on.
Like, I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way
The question
down
is,
to
does the
edge of
water
one of those
rise
craters,
though?
so now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here.
So just
You can
teleport
see
to the
that we
edge,
added
like literally we
some
don't need to see the
dramatic
walking down, you know?
looking, coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's
The thing is,
filled
if there's no like
with
fish
water.
or something
We
like
have a
that, you know what I
couple of
mean?
floating
Again, it's
messes
just
here on the left.
CIG make
This is
really good
still work in
terrains
progress.
and stuff, but it
So,
feels
one of us,
empty.
probably
Again,
me, has to go in and yeah, adjust the settings of the
you know, like a
spawning
couple
here.
birds or
And then
something
we're right
flying
at the
around
edge.
over.
I really
Oh well,
like
maybe
the
not. There we go.
color of the water.
The water
and
looks
how it
better.
looks against
But you know what I
the
mean? Like,
backdrop
it needs
of
like
the
some
white
sort of fish or
chalky
something like that to
terrain.
just set in
Then
the scene a
over
little bit
here,
more.
I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger, and he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see
I mean,
how
I would
the
love to see
scale of
like
assets feel,
fish in the water, even if
when
they
you
were
have
just
him
like particles
in
that you kind of
situation, like
interact
he adds
with.
context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the
Very eerie, this, eh?
the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically
That's
the
a
skybox
nice
impacts
backdrop
lighting,
compared to like what you get in
when
Stanton,
you're
where
on the dark
doesn't
side
really
of the
have it.
planet.
You know what I mean? When it
And
gets
the
dark,
skybox is just
you don't see any of that sort of nebula stuff to it. That's really nice.
Pyro system, so you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like
Again, Pyro just feels this really eerie vibe, you know, like Halloween, Tim Burton kind of vibe to it from the location point of view anyway.
I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore
Better than
the Pyro
Pitchback?
system
Yeah.
for the first
Yeah,
time.
definitely. I mean, again, like,
there's still work that we have to do.
it's nice to see a
but
backdrop,
I hope that
right?
you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
There's a blue shoe deep down in my plums. Let the boy watch. Let the boy watch. I'm not sure about the blue one. I like these sort of like T-posing rocks. That's pretty dope. But I would have to say Eerie Land. I think what Pyro 2 or 3? This is really cool. This definitely brings like a bit of verticality to it. Still not that high, to be fair. It would be high like if you're on the ground. But it's a nice situation, you know, if you're gonna like build an outpost or something, maybe they allow in the future. This feels, I would say this is probably their best one. This is Pyro 3, right? This feels very American homeland kind of, you know what I mean? It's really nice actually. But this sort of eeriness further, I think it's in Pyro 3, so it's just a different biome, right? This I love. I love the fogs. I love the kind of color tones. I still think the rock needs to be slightly lighter, but it just brings this sort of like gods have fought here plain kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's just fucking scuffed. But it has that really nice like tranquil kind of vibe to it with the sun in the background. Not snow, but you know. Really good job, actually. I have to say, really good job. That is beautiful, though. Again, this feels like sort of like there's been like fire scorching the land. I was kind of hoping we'd see maybe lava on something like that, especially with like obsidian. You know, a volcano here and there would have been pretty cool. I would have personally gone with that. Interested to see all these like lagoons and stuff, but I kind of feel like, again, CIG can make really good locations, but it feels dead, empty, like nothing's going on, you know? That's a beautiful backdrop. Holy shit. I'm jealous my kids will be able to enjoy this before me. Dude, you're gonna be playing it fucking end of next year. Shut your hole. I saw the cap up, but shut your hole.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He
hey, Taco, thank you very much for the 7 months, dude.
He was sitting in my chair, and he's left.
Thank you so much
I
for
don't
that.
know where he
Appreciate
went,
that.
but he should not.
Pyro's looking beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just
Shit
keep him out of the building.
Did she say shit-a-con?
He's out in my chair. All right, thanks.
My shitty walk.
When are we live? Hi.
Oh, fucking awesome, man. That was brilliant. Thank you,
I'm your
Taco.
host, Jared Huckabee. And yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers. and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
That is a...
How you doing, guys?
Get out of the fucking way. That is Wild Wild West, like American backdrop with those trees here. Look at that shit when it pans out to the middle.
My job hasn't changed. I can't check it. So,
I like your dig.
That's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely. Good.
You like it?
That is a beautiful backdrop. The reds, the mist, the kind of like lagoon, and the trees that look like, you know, if they were cactus, it would be awesome, man.
What now? Like, what should we do?
Now we need some horses. Red Dead Redemption shit.
Yeah, someday. But, we did it.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched
Johnny
Planetary
Carson.
Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're
all the lasso
showcasing here
briefing
today
all
at
over
CynicCon
again.
2952. A brief tour throughout some of the planetary.
I like how he's got an arrow on the desk.
upcoming
I
Pyro
approve.
system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind.
Kind of cool to see Freelancer Max, I think it
basically
is,
went
in the
over to
colours of
Asia
Thunderbird
because,
2.
We wanted to go and visit some of the community over there, and so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning.
These
about
guys got so fucking wrecked
the community over there
in
and
Asia.
what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people,
Especially the
in events everywhere. We went.
Apparently
So
he got
really good,
shit
really educational
faced
for me, actually.
and started spilling all the beans and stuff.
Had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
You can drink? Yeah, I think both of them can drink.
We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So while we're talking about it, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go.
That's pretty cool.
That's very nice.
I got the string in the right. Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back because it's mine.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess it up.
And then from Singapore, we got really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
I'm gonna get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
That's cool.
We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. So, so these things. But anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some of out if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a Bar Citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens.
I'm going to quickly take a bio break.
The world,
whilst we're not watching anything here just now, guys. Give me 2 minutes.
China and South Korea. I know. I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, I'm going to
now that Law is gone,
and
it's time
there's
to
some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something.
There
was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? So something, I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically the middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers.
Snap.
And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something, you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean,
Thatcher's Haze right now, which is like a cloudy thing. How you doing, Reformed? How are you?
I haven't been able to do the last couple of years for obvious reasons.
Hey, Hydra, how you doing, Chief?
Whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally.
Yeah, I thought we'd go with cider because I've not drunk alcohol in a year, so just going nice and light right now.
Watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it. Which is always a lot of fun, and the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. And meeting people, there's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again, and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that, but the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Was it the event after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep.
Sleep in the
sleep in the stage stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite
Aaron's definitely looking a lot healthier than he did
we were at Cologne in 2016. That was
like
a
last
really
year
hard,
kind of stuff. If you if you remember him, he's like
sitting with him on that
with
last
a walking stick and stuff like that.
know,
He definitely looks a lot better.
Partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year.
Yeah, I've been,
I'm like, there's nobody else to do it.
Enchanted Forest is an amazing place to go to, dude.
PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And
I would love to go, but I kind of feel like
2 weeks, like before
it's
and after
like
games
somewhere where I could take a partner or something like that.
I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just. Yeah, it's there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after, like. Share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Journey to 4.0.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new
Fuck's sake, I nearly spat my drink there.
So this is an early look.
I wasn't expecting the backdrop.
Usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have...
It's like a fucking car commercial.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
Let's see, boys, let's see.
So a mission is built out of objective types. And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies.
Yeah, it's a weird way they did the 4.0, Kirill.
So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Ooh.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question.
It's not who you are, but what you do that defines you.
The evidence and find the red herrings and
Alright.
use the right answer.
I'm interested to see where this is gonna go.
We want to build a mission that requires you to have to...
I'm Batman!
You to have to look around.
I've traveled the solar system.
Individual clue.
To find the detective. Because I am the greatest detective ever.
Red herrings thrown in there.
Okay, alright.
Poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to
hopefully devs,
create narratives around our location.
Where's Rachel? She's not stupid.
Why?
I like how the character has a cape though for detective worth tough. Hey, that's dope! Man, that is sick. I want to see more of that.
Their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective.
Giving God
I will give you a story.
God markers on bounty hunting.
little bits of clues. And
this could be, yeah.
Sort of painting. And
like you said, dude, this could be ground formation,
what has happened
foundation stuff for
the rest of the
Bounty.
decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or
mean,
right.
hopefully.
You might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building.
You feel like a detective.
We have to come up with our ideas. How
Isn't like being an actual detective pretty fucking hardcore job in real life? Is it not? And they say they're not gonna give you breadcrumbs. So what are you saying? Like 80% of the backers are never gonna finish a mission because they can't fucking do detective work.
To bring this sort of role to life.
I don't know, like.
And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it. What's the minimum viable product for this experience?
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have their
fucking mystery.
Like work.
Oh shit! Sorry. It's a goddamn fucking mystery. The repairman's gone missing.
Go to that location and.
We need solid detective evidence into why the repairman has gone missing.
And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done.
Oh my
like
god!
They have solved the mystery. And the way we do it is
holy shit!
Scatter evidence around
It's Mr. Gadget.
Clues that lead you to that evidence.
Quickly, where could this possible repairman go? Let's check his fucking PDA thing.
Up to a credible
mystery machine paid for the Pisces? Holy shit, man.
Complete the mission. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, you would perhaps find an indisputable.
Why is the repairman out in this place? What the fuck?
Get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches.
The fucking TV repairman's gone fucking walks.
We could see like how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately
no joke. The faster they get the ability for us to build outposts so we can attack each other, the better this game will be. Because fuck me, missions in this game just feel dreadful, or the ideas are dreadful.
Which is more important than ever because
it's so unathletic, man.
To ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we can make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him, you can find a corpse, get information off it, you can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobile asset in inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way. You know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI
And we're gonna give you 20,000 UEC for spending 10 hours trying to find the fucking repairman that just went to the bar
We're really excited
for a fucking pint.
We want to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking.
Why not just work on reworking like bounty hunting or something like that? Holy fuck, man.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's, again, we're still trying to figure out, it's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story. And so, but because we need to
I'm so glad these guys are not working on Squadron 42. That's all I'm going to say.
Modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying and again kind of a new style.
How many of you guys, be honest with me, how many of you guys
non-combat specific
when you play Star Citizen you think, you know what, I need to go on a mystery
Well, and ideally
to investigate.
It's something that you can't always.
You know what I mean? How many of you guys have said, you know what? I really wish there was investigation mystery gameplay in Star Citizen.
With the.
Be honest with me. I won't take the piss out of you. I promise.
So
I won't take the
We want
piss.
to make sure that it feels unique.
But how many people actually, you know what I mean? Like literally gone.
Like Dave said, I think.
I need to be Batman. You know.
To figure it out.
3 times no, yeah. But you generally just don't go. Oh, you know what? I really fancy trying to find an NPC that's gone on walkabout. You know what I mean? It just seems like a waste of time right now for Star Citizen, as far as I'm concerned. Especially as we've got lots of missions and stuff like that. That kind of feel like they should be more importantly done. Warmind, thank you very much for the follow, dude.
You think it may be going one way, but there might be a key.
Yeah, exactly, Tough Mother. You know what I mean? It's just like, it just feels like this is not the time to experiment with a meme,
I think
you know?
a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Persistent Universe.
Yeah, but the thing though is, you say you missed the ECN missions. Tez told you exactly where to go, Galafier. There was no investigation.
Todd, you're looking at me very
You were literally
intently.
said A to
What are
B,
you
go
thinking right
here,
now?
dude,
Like,
right?
I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
It was never. It's the same with like the one for going to Corvalax and stuff like that. You were told where to go, all that kind of stuff. You never actually did any investigation.
One of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think,
exactly, Kuros. I feel that instead of wasting time with this, that I just generally don't think many people are that into right now.
Climbing up that hill was.
It'd be more important to fix like trading missions and fucking mining missions or commodity missions and stuff like that, and bounty hunting, fix bounty hunting instead of doing this.
We were going to be out
you know what
by
I mean?
June, or not, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. December.
Exactly, Vinny.
We
You
are
know what I
in
mean?
the
It's something that we
global
don't
go-no-go.
need in the game, but we have so many missions already that would be nice to be fixed.
I'm good.
I mean, everyone can admit, bounty hunting fixed would be a great thing for Star Citizen.
That seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it.
And I feel this is just a waste of fucking time.
I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything. We're ready to go. And Chris
Most
goes,
likely, Galafier. Most
maybe
likely,
we should check
dude.
a few more things so Jared doesn't.
Because
have
I just don't think we need it for Star Citizen, personally. You know what I mean?
Sit in this meeting, I'm muted. I'm not.
Because I would rather, like, if anyone was doing any work to missions, anyone was doing work to missions, I would like bounty hunting fixed for the blue and the red.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing.
Exactly, Kuros, you know? This is something that I wouldn't take the piss of or anything like if it was like every other mission that we had already was fixed and flushed out. But they're talking about adding this in as tier 0, and I kind of feel like it would be better to finish off bounty hunting than work on a new shit show. That somebody is going to try once or twice. Because again, in the last 6 months, how many of you guys have done the Corvalax mission, right? How many of you guys have done it?
The kind of the first indicator of
Now, when you do that Corvalax mission, say they randomized it so you went to different locations, right? But it was the exact same shit. You've got to go fucking Batman, you got to find a PDA, you got to find a fucking email, or whatever they decide to do, or it's email first, then PDA. But you know what I mean.
Engaging. I mean,
the moment you've done this once or twice, it's like any mission in Star Citizen, or if you've done Siege of Orison 3 or 4 times, it's dull, it's boring, and you're not going to fucking do it because it's unathletic. And this is where this experimental shit needs to stop in Star Citizen. Nobody is going to do more than 2 of these missions before going, fucking hell, I just wasted 3 hours of my life for 25k to find a fucking skeleton of a repair guy that died in the crash, and oh, I've come back to the same crash site because he was underneath the ship all along, because he was riding on the outside of it. Oh, discovery found. Fucking, where's my achievement that appears up on my Steam chart? You know what I mean? It's so irrelevant to the game right now.
It's time to move on to our next journey to 4.
And that's my biggest gripe with it, is I just feel like fix some other things first, or work on other things first, before you start doing the experimental shit, you know?
Check that out.
Yeah, I know, but diffs, like generally, if you do Siege of Orison more than 2 or 3 times, it's a fucking snooze fest, dude. It's the same shit over and over again, and this is what these discovery missions are going to be doing. You're going to do it once or twice, and then never do it again because it's so fucking boring.
This was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
You know that bunkers was just a testing thing, by the way.
Underground facilities. Now the problem.
These were just a test, by the way, to see if they could actually do it.
Presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized
it's got garages as well
could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire.
Hangars, garages.
You should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top.
That looks cool, man.
Down, it's very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars.
You'll be able to find the repair guy here.
We wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands.
Unless you're going to ship to fly away, you know.
Visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know.
I can see 60 minutes in the current bunkers are considered the smallest version.
Now, what I was saying
depends on what you have to do, right?
A kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below.
I do like the look of that facility.
After the players landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence
from some
before the
storage
player will
chat.
go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
Oh, watch out, Galifir. Galifir is talking about elevators.
Underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting.
Galifir hates fucking lifts, guys.
So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early.
The mule crane looks good though.
Vehicles that could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own.
Hey, Buster, thank you very much for the 10 months, dude. Appreciate that.
Will be shipped up and down. Maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player will kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below, but also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible.
Dude, busted. What are you up to, Chief?
Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the
Thank you so much, dude. Lord Brains for the 2 months. R3 for the 13. Big damn hero for the 2. Skiddy Ass and Pro Evo, welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for that, dude. Dude, that's way too generous. Stop.
As a player, you want to feel like an
no, not allowed.
To the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that,
you do. That's very generous of you.
Verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this, maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside
that is
here,
looking really interesting.
Tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're
it's basically like Lorville inside underground.
So the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also
you'd
from
have
one
something like
theme
that
to another theme. And what
in
that will
Lorville as well.
hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now, going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here, medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now, from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now, as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now, what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room. But there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, you know, pipes, machinery.
These as FPS areas would be so good.
As we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space
Definitely, man.
to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause.
Like the idea I have is
We
like
wanted to play it
when
to
I'm
be
talking about
interacting,
places like
solve
Daymar looking
puzzles,
barren.
seeing that
If
reflected.
that thing was like underground, you go down there and like you
Another
spend
thing
hours down there doing
idea we
stuff and
came
then
up
you
with was
leave.
processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing.
Yeah, I could see,
So we had a
like,
bit of fun
I'd
with,
love to see them doing, like,
ways in which we could kind of
refineries
create
on
these
planets
quite
that they were
interesting
talking
systems.
about
So
maybe
it's
doing in
not
the
all
future.
just industry.
But, like
in the development of
the
these
refinery
facilities. There's
structure,
also gonna
things
be
like that that we
technical
have
areas.
on
Areas
stations.
dedicated towards
Like, slap
the,
that exact
control
same build
of the
set that you have on
location. So what
the
we're seeing here
station
is,
in
maybe
the
it's
underground
the main
facility on a
map
planet.
room. So this is
It
where
would
the
work
control,
perfectly.
the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also
I would also like to see it on plant side as
and
well.
also, as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, you know, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways
An
in which we can
investigation,
kind of spark
looking for a
ideas and
repairman.
conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
Maybe underwater there would be a PDA that when you accept it, you know,
And then lastly, zone 4.
the next
now,
one goes in.
It wouldn't be
Hey,
a
repairmen
missed
are
opportunity
important.
if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of
more food
transition period. So we came up with ideas.
This
about
guy's favorite word is maybe. Well, again,
equipment
it's
or,
kind of like
where the
resembles
roads
it.
kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there.
Oh damn! If I was drinking Tomo, I'd be, maybe I'd be drinking a lot. Maybe.
Interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also
Thank
if
you so
we're
much, Irish Law.
describing, these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible.
That's
and
pretty
what
cool.
this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process.
Underground rock mining.
That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
That was pretty dope, like. Look at that.
I have to say, I was expecting a bit of a snooze fest, but these are looking pretty damn nice.
Look forward to maybe playing there. Maybe one day I'll be able to play.
Also, it's nice that they showed at first the concept art of these, and now they are starting to show the renders.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be dope fun.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 to 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements.
And maybe the elevators will work as well. Maybe
testing out rooms, all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. Correct. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, That's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the Robert Space Industries.
Maltesers, chat.
And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair.
It's a full treat day.
While Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds.
And
with,
here
Rich Towler
we
and Yogi
go.
And, Jed.
This
and
is the one
Johnny
I'm
and
most
Dave from
interested in for the whole thing.
Flight Comp feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting
I'm prepared for the Spectrum salt mines.
We'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt.
Yogi!
I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're going to talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Backdrop is beautiful, though. Loving the pyro backdrop.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time.
Ooh.
So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable.
It's only a fucking banded defender. That's an easy clap for somebody in the blade.
The roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want
you got hit by missiles.
Ships to be like,
you better not come into my channel ever again. You got hit by missiles from a banded
There's
defender.
always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But
Stop it!
The common downside, because obviously light, which means the materials chosen on the ship are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors.
And everything is fine, apart from light fighters.
We basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. but they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be
that's a
less
blister.
about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, you know, over the past, kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Too fast, too furious.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. You know, we've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse.
So what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do?
So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed. We still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap
Battlestar.
you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly
If you're watching the
exceed
show,
this
we're
by
going
using,
back to
boost,
before
but you cannot
3.0 Battlestar.
any velocity beyond that SEM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource, and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space
It's almost like somebody knew what they were about to say a week before, eh?
The space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach.
But
so
your
when you were
shields go
limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a
dead warping,
line.
basically,
Just
guys.
to give you like a
Warping dead space.
Ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes.
Who was it this week that said they would never do this?
Items,
I literally told people
to define ship roles
this week
that can block people
what's
from escaping,
happening,
either using
and somebody said they would never do this. Who was it?
Or devices
Which one of you fucking monkeys doubted me?
Interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay.
And by the way, this is the final time they're doing something. So if people don't like this, better leave now.
Tweaking bits here and there, but we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features. It's there in the game playable, and the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to
Mhm.
make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship.
It's almost like they watch somebody's show.
Thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference.
Fucking awesome,
And
guys.
similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer.
What are my thoughts on the changes? I
turrets
literally told you
much
the
more
changes that
effective,
were going to happen this
turrets
week
become
in so
more
many subtle
important,
things.
And working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has
So
been before.
basically what this does, right? If anybody starts freaking out as, oh, I'm going to be constantly killed by
This
a
is
player,
really exciting
no.
change,
No.
because it allows us to
right?
keep the combat speeds relatively low. Where
Combat-
we know that the gameplay
Oh, I
is
can't
better
really
than that, while
parse
also
it, right?
keeping the
What
point-to-point
this
travel
does
speeds
is it means that you
as high
have
as
to
they
start
should be.
making choices. You can't just go into a fight and go, oh shit, I fucking goofed. Time for me to go hyperspace and fucking get away. You've got to make choices, but if you're cruising around and you see reds, you don't just go, oh, let's bring out my fast mode. You stay at fast and you're fine. You know what I mean? Because you're busting a move, basically, in that situation. So if you imagine where, like, for example, you're on Daymar. Now, Daymar is like maximum 800 meters a second. You'll be fucking quantuming around at high speed. Okay, that's the choices you have to make, is that literally you come into standard mode to engage or defend. But whilst you're fucking cruising around, you're pretty good. So the choices are, you have to start making it where you go fast, furious, and you're going to take a lot of damage. So say, for example, you're on an outpost, and you fly, you're like, oh shit, I've got cargo. You're going to go super fast, but you're going to drop your shields and your warp and
The
stuff.
reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is assassins.
Exactly, Astral, exactly. So you have to make a choice. Do you engage in combat and have your defenses and hope to win, or do you engage run mode and in that state you can't shoot and you can't defend yourself? This is balance. You either choose to engage and you have defense, or you run at high speed and you have no defense, no aggression. It's good. And it means that combat's going to be tighter, which means that pit wigglers,
We always end up coming back to the fact.
backstrafers,
Give the players
you're
the choice
fucked.
and let them make
You're
the
welcome.
decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for
So
Star
good, man.
Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works.
Yeah,
We
you
know
have
it works
subs,
with
yeah,
our,
but
flight
videos will be out.
features, and it's very
I'll go
exciting.
through this
It
tomorrow,
will
this
yet
segment
take
here.
a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We
The
just
difference is, Battlestar, is you don't have all your thrusters don't give you the agility did. So it is new to a certain sense, because obviously, sorry, I'm reading Discord, by the way. The difference is, when you and I used to play it, you had high speed in every way. Now it's just on the main engine to make it more of a dogfighter kind of situation.
Fighting in the verse.
But also they've got the third system, which is obviously you can now mini boost or micro warp drive or whatever, quantum boost, you know.
I've got.
Yeah, there's no spill time. Yeah, as Fresh says, there's no spill time.
Lando Fever. Of course. What do you got, Brian?
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of.
So if you imagine like on an outpost and you've got a mantis. Mantis means that you can't quantum boost and you can't warp away. So you literally have to fight. You can't just run. When you're quantumed, you're fucking down to standard speed, which is insane. So you can't quantum boost or quantum whatever it's called, and you can't quantum warp. When you're QED'd, you have to engage. Which means that a mantis is so important to locking people down. You warp to a no-end point and there's a mantis, you ain't going anywhere. You have to
We've
fight.
been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're on to fish names now. yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while.
Yeah.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron.
Also, they want to have aerodynamics added in, so.
So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties.
They're going to need 6, 7 months,
systems.
9 months for this.
So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
It will change it fresh against big ships, dude. If they want to go fast as a big ship, they have to drop their shields.
By then, a lot of those will be.
And if you've got them quantum interdicted, they can't fucking quantum boost or quantum warp.
There will be ones that change over time.
So they only they go fast. They lose their shields in that process.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback.
Straight line was quantum boost.
Yeah.
But there's the quantum mode.
The 6 to 7 ships
you know?
Squadron was not.
You won't be able to do that
there
one.
Are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro and then gameplay stuff with.
Well, it's not called SEM. It's called standard. Standard mode.
Underground facility. Then back to the solid gameplay stuff.
Yeah,
with
that's
flight
it. Yeah.
Experience.
But quantum mode allows you to go
Another
fast.
Really solid visuals.
But if you got a QED on you, you can't engage quantum mode. You can't quantum boost and you can't warp away.
Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot.
They're tying high speed into the quantum drive of ships, not your thrusters.
We built Orizon on Crusader. We even went back.
So if you have a Mantis or a Cutlass Blue,
but Lorville,
you ain't running away unless you can outrun them or outfly them or kill them.
And with our new
you've got to fight.
And ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So
this is something I'm interested in as well.
And Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville Cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd have ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big
Mr. Maybe?
But when we did
yeah, man. If this is the guy that's working on the redo of Lorville, then he's the maybe guy that will bring the stuff underground, you know? And that's cool, man.
More techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon.
Hey! It's the fucking concept guy! The fucking porn star! Who looks even more like Mikey Blue now!
Talking about Lorville 2.0.
I took her. I sure fucking loved it.
When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need
I like this guy.
To work on that.
The porn star dev, I'm gonna call him from now on.
Because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city.
Holy shit!
Let the player
That's pretty dope.
have a
Seen
fun
it.
experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and
I
get
put
some
on a
actual,
thong and then
need
I
to
took
know
it
very
down.
the footprint of that city. We build a
Holy
city
shit.
from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city. They build in.
Is that what we have right now?
Everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main unit I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio
that sort of
well
gives off a
to
way better
approach
vibe. Like.
closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that because
Dude, that's a good job.
At the end,
don't give yourself such low steam.
It's like a real city.
It's a great
So
job.
I use
Looks good.
my 2D background and concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I
As long as we can fly through.
Create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure
It's a bit like ArtCorp. ArtCorp stroked with Hurston.
Could say, well, okay, now we are.
That is lovely.
2.0, and we're ready.
Fruity.
On that.
Kind of cyberpunk, but yeah, very industrial. Yeah, mixed berry.
Now we're not just in concept.
Mixed berry
We've
Koppenberg.
actually just passed our white box milestone internally.
It's the only one I can get, but I do enjoy that bad boy. It's a lovely flavor, but more importantly, it's the smell.
Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est l'Orville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Time to build.
From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19.
That is so much better. Holy shit.
We're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon.
This is giving me Dread vibes. This is Dread. Like, this feels like a mega city, right? With the tall complexes.
The rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates.
Yeah, this is dope, man. Shame we couldn't have, like, roads with more bikes on it.
These tests, we've built the
I am the law, yeah.
as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done.
That looks good, yeah.
That we could see it and get feedback on it.
I know,
So
I wish there was
it'll
roads
more
for
like
a fucking thing like that.
city. We hope it to be fun to fly around. And
No, it's not white box.
like to actually do some races in it. We're building.
We actually can
arches,
fly around?
bridges.
Are you telling me you took away your shitty autopilot system?
interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community.
Also, that ship is doing
players,
300 meters a
they're,
second, and it doesn't feel like
they're doing
300.
like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way
They
that
took
we're
autopilot
building
off then.
the city.
So they're going to actually
That's
allow
running
players
now,
to
great
smash into
ops. We
buildings
have,
and not
like,
give a shit anymore.
Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools.
Houdini.
We're chatting with them, see what we could use from their library of tools. There will be several.
That's a
areas,
crash, but whatever.
higher level of detail, especially around landing pads.
Top Gun,
and
Gary.
rooftops,
Top Gun.
Lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And that
Nice!
Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're
2 artists, 5.
And we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to.
That's so lovely. They
advance,
complete each
what
other.
we're doing, make it kick ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to.
You complete me. Oh, yeah, that's cute.
The opportunity of working on this mandate, because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And
It is
hopefully you
looking
guys
good.
can kind
Man,
of
that's
in
cool.
White box in format. We're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lowville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon.
Which
Thanks
means
so
that
much
I would
for
imagine
showcasing
they
that
go
for me
and
today.
start
Enjoy the
doing
rest
more,
of the
right? Ooh, holy shit! That's nuts, man! The verticality just went through the fucking roof. Wow! That's crazy how much it just added to the skyline. Shit! That's dope! Yeah, this feels very much Dread City. Look at that, bridges as well. A bit of Priest, actually, the movie Priest. Kind of getting those vibes. That's pretty cool. Where's the... I guess they've moved the landing from the center then.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything.
Yeah. Shut up, Jared. Don't put ideas in their head.
Yes, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And
Let the guy walk. Maybe.
No fly zones.
Maybe.
You know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a
Or
better player
really,
experience.
we don't give a
Rather
shit about some
you see
pleb
it,
crashing into a
how
building
we,
that has no
got things working
meaning
with
whatsoever.
others.
Just let them
Then we started
crash.
thinking, okay,
It's like
there's
watching
something
Godzilla
but
fight, you know?
ultimately,
Let them
that
fight.
no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep
This is
the player
dope,
experience.
man. This is so
and,
cool.
You know, the maximum level, so it's there. But for Lowville, as you've seen, you know,
If they do it for Microtech and ArtCorp as well, this would be swick. So
low as
chic.
possible to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings, and it was always.
Leather Jacket Bald Man has
something like
definitely
as we
moved up
progress through the
in
landscape,
ranking
it was
within the
always like,
CIG office,
one
I
day.
feel. But then he is with Brian Chambers, and Brian Chambers is, I kind of feel like is the
you know, we can discuss the art
surfboarder.
For years. We've been doing
I mean, he is wearing
like I said, we're
DMs,
here
you know.
for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games
That's
are
cool.
developed, and
That is
we've
definitely
gone
a
through the pipeline
good
a number of
upgrade,
times,
man.
From white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Next year.
We're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know.
I wonder if we'll get in 318 then.
Seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth.
I still think they're going to do 3.19 and then go to 4.0.
Promotions that are going on.
That's my bet.
The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right
RDF
now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Take down camera. Look at the
Maybe there's a dragonfly flying around me.
Isn't that great?
Poor fucking guy, like.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough.
Weapon armor set will be available in game.
Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make an audio guy. I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project, back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
Oh yeah, the Kool-Aid.
Experience.
He talking about like the Kool-Aid. Fucking comes through the wall. Oh yeah.
You come down and put out a fire, and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and you fix the fuses and stuff like this.
Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious, man. Super cool models, but shit availability. Well, I mean, it is, you know, it is what it is.
To do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the...
Yeah, I know, because these guys have been really good to not put any times out, and you know, Chris Roberts is saying in the background, like, just tell them it's going to be Q2 next year. Just tell them I said.
And take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
I like having no times, to be honest. I think it's so much better. Journey to 4.0.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
Ooh.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel.
Oh, you're telling me that maybe the ships will eventually run out of power? Something we were also talking about this week.
Any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen.
That was said that Citizen Con would go for around 5 hours yesterday. We were at 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Missions like Siege of
And this is like the second
will,
last panel.
Increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that are broken down.
So you mean that you won't be able to solo in a Hammerhead or a Carrack or a Connie?
To counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire